get the PBR keys?
Yeah.
The presentation computer wasn't working. Really? We can walk and go check it out.
All right, Tom, I see you there, man.
All right, I'll check it out.
Oh, each one of us. Oh, yeah. One.
I'm telling you, he was the one who sent it.
It's here. If you come with us, put it right here.
Perfeito, só um pouquinho.
Sim, sim, sim,
Sai,
sim,
sai um pouquinho.
Yeah, how you been?
মানে ইয়াতে স্যার ও আমাদের লোক আছে স্যার আপনি আপনি তো মেজাইনে যাবেন তাই না স্যার হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ আপনি তো লবিতে
Yeah, but you have your spot.
Yuri, mas a gente vai
Nobody should steal my name. All cameras up on the right, all video.
Excuse me, please. Excuse me.
La presidenta.
Gracias.
Copy. Excuse me, please. Copy.
Presidenta Boluarte. Presidenta Boluarte. Presidenta.
A los aliados habla 2 minutos, por favor.
Excuse me, please. I need to pan around.
روحي كيفك؟ سؤال مبارك. هل استوعبت روحي الإشراط على الكويس؟ لا أموري تمام، وكلت امبارح بس اليوم لسه ما أكلت، والساعة عندي الآن 8 صباحا، ساعتين بالنوم، من 6 الصبح أنا بنام.
I'm going to be walking here, so please don't put that there. Thank you. Thank you.
He's coming. Okay, she's not here. When she's okay. والله
FYI, I'm getting a little elbowed up here on this
أمل الصفحة
platform.
دي طلع. ما عندك.
Já está a chegar. Mas olha, 23.
Al fondo, Chepo. Al fondo. Llega al fondo.
Sorry, Wayne. Your mic's right in the camera.
Ari.
Buenos días, presidente.
¿Quieres una foto, presidente? Presidente, aquí, Panamá. Panamá, Panamá, arriba, arriba. Eso. Para que estamos chiquitos.
Try to give you guys a chance.
Audio.
Mas diga-me, Sr. Presidente, o que é que Portugal traz a esta... São 80
São
das
80
Nações
anos
Unidas.
e nós queremos mais 80 anos.
Mas, senhor Presidente, sabia que é inédito? 80 anos e a África é o único continente que não está
Mas
representado no
sabe o que é que
Conselho de
Portugal
Segurança.
pensa? Nós achamos que tem
conta-nos.
de haver uma reforma do Conselho de Segurança com presença permanente africana, com presença dos sítios, com países como o Brasil e a Índia presentes. Isto é, uma transformação profunda do Conselho de Segurança para corresponder ao mundo de hoje. O Conselho de Segurança corresponde ao mundo de 45.
Exatamente.
Já lá vai muito tempo.
Então apoia a entrada.
Claro, mas apoiamos há anos.
Obrigada, senhor
Sempre.
Presidente.
Beijinho.
O discurso do presidente Lula junto ao presidente Trump, o senhor acha que os dois deveriam encontrar aqui e conversar?
Aqui todo mundo se encontra com todo mundo. Ainda ontem encontrei o presidente Lula porque eu falei assim a ele. E, portanto, cruzamos-nos.
Jordan. Be careful. You can't do all. Okay, you are doing it. Be careful with your hands. If you don't speak, do it.
Ethiopia.
Yes, sir.
No,
Oh, Mr. President, good morning. How are you? Could you speak at the end? I know, but maybe later. Thank you, sir. Poland. Yeah, the new one. Karol Nawrocki. Buenos días, presidente.
They keep having me push back towards the rail.
Be careful the camera. Yeah, you on TV. We don't want it.
back and forth.
This is Pamela. We are always communicating.
Yes.
I'm always sending for the credentials, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. You just Pamela. Yeah.
delegations. We're here, I'm here, the President will be here, the Secretary Rubio will be here. They're transparent, they've been very clear. The President obviously loves New York. We recognize the importance of the UN, the importance of the world working together, but it must be functional, efficient, it must reach the people who really needs it, it must be rapid, as the Secretary of State has said, Marco Rubio, we must operate at the speed of relevancy. So it's because we care is why you're going to hear messages about reform and restoration, things that will take us into the future.
Do you think the President will address the peace in DRC?
I'm not going to get ahead of the President. He will address everything of importance to us. It's clear. He's made a difference in the world. He'll continue to. It's going to be a very exciting day. The door is open to the future.
Okay.
Pode ser interpretado também.
Lay it on the ground. On the ground. On the ground. Thank you. Disappeared before. Big motorcade's coming. I don't know who it is.
Oh, really?
to take stock about the 80 years of existence of the UN. You remember that the UN was created after the Holocaust, a genocide. But there are failures that happened during the last 80 years, including the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. So, and we are a bit concerned actually with the resurgence of genocide ideology in our region, especially in Syria. So we will talk about the positive things, climate change, the digital transformation, the multilateralism that is important for all of us, but to also talk about how the UN will not commit the same mistakes that it has committed in the past by raising the alarm on the situation in our region.
What about the Africa being part of the Security Council?
That is important because now you know that when the UN Charter was adopted, only 4 African countries were independent and signed on the Charter. And now 2/3 of the items on the agenda of Security Council is about African conflict, African issues. Yet we don't have any single permanent
name the aisles actually.
Please take your seats. We are going to start now.
Good morning. Good morning, heads of states, excellencies, dear guests, people watching from home. The 4th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. After our intense Monday, today starts the general debate of the 80th session. Before proceeding to the general debate, the Assembly will hear an introduction by Secretary General of his annual report on the work of the organization. Under Agenda Item 110, in accordance with Resolution 51/241 of 31st July 1997. Please take your seat. I now give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres. Please, could you take your seats?
Let me begin with two words we have not been able to say often enough in this hall. Madam President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 8 years ago, in a world scorched by war, leaders made a choice: cooperation over chaos, law over lawlessness, peace over conflict. And that choice gave birth to the United Nations, not as a dream for perfection, but as a practical strategy for the survival of humanity. Many of our founders had seen firsthand the hell of the death camps and the terror of war. They knew that true leadership meant creating a system to prevent a replay of those horrors, a firewall against the flames of conflict and World War III, a forum for sovereign states to pursue dialogue and cooperation, and a concrete affirmation of an essential human truth: we are all in this together. And this General Assembly Hall is the heartbeat of that truth. It is why for decades, world leaders have come to this one-of-a-kind podium. It is why you are here today. Because at its best, the United Nations is more than a meeting place. It's a moral compass, a force for peace and peacekeeping, a guardian of international law, a catalyst for sustainable development, a lifeline for people in crisis, a lighthouse for human rights, and the center that transforms your decisions, the decisions of member states, into action. 80 years on, we confront again the question our founders faced, only more urgent, more intertwined, more unforgiving. What kind of world do we choose to build together? Excellencies, we have our work cut out for us, as our ability to carry out that work is being cut from us. We have entered in an age of reckless disruption and relentless human suffering. Look around. The principles of the United Nations that you have established are under siege. Listen, the pillars of peace and progress are buckling under the weight of impunity, inequality, and indifference. Sovereign nations invaded, hunger weaponized, truth silence, rising smoke from bombed-out cities, rising anger in fractured societies, rising seas swallowing coastlines. Each one a warning, each one a question: what kind of world will we choose? A world of raw power or a world of laws? A world that is a scramble for self-interest or a world where nations come together? A world where might makes right or a world of rights for all? Excellencies, our world is becoming increasingly multipolar, and this is positive, reflecting a more diverse, dynamic global landscape. But multipolarity without effective multilateral institutions can court chaos, as Europe has learned the hard way, resulting in World War I. It was multipolar, but there was no multilateral institutions. So let's be clear. International cooperation is not naivete. It is hard-headed pragmatism. In a world where there's leap borders, isolation is an illusion. No country can stop a pandemic alone. No army can halt rising temperatures. No algorithm can rebuild trust once it is broken. These are global stress tests of our system, our solidarity, and our resolve. I'm convinced we can pass these tests, and we must. Because people everywhere are demanding something better, and we owe them a system worthy of their trust and a future worthy of their dreams. And so we must make the choice, an active choice, to reaffirm the imperative of international law, to reassert the centrality of multilateralism, to reinforce justice and human rights, and to recommit to the principles that gave rise to our organization, and to the promise contained in its first words, we the peoples. Excellencies, the choices we face are not part of an ideological debate. They are a matter of life and death for millions. As I scan the global landscape, we must make 5 critical choices. First, we must choose peace rooted in international law. Peace is our first obligation. Yet today, wars rage with a barbarity we vowed never to allow. Too often, the Charter is brandished when convenient and trampled when not. But the Charter is not optional. It is our foundation. And when the foundation cracks, everything built upon fractures. Around the world, we see countries acting as if the rules don't apply to them. We see humans treated as less than human, and we must call it out. Impunity is the mother of chaos, and it has spawned some of the most atrocious conflicts of our times. In Sudan, civilians are being slaughtered, starved, and silenced. Women and girls face unspeakable violence. There is no military solution. I urge all parties, including those in this hall, end the external support that is fueling this bloodshed. Push to protect civilians, because the Sudanese people deserve peace, dignity, and hope. In Ukraine, relentless violence continues to kill civilians, destroy civilian infrastructure, and threaten global peace and security. I commend recent diplomatic efforts by the United States and others. We must work for a full ceasefire and a just, lasting peace in accordance with the Charter, UN resolutions, and international law. In Gaza, the horrors are approaching a third monstrous year. They are the result of decisions that defy basic humanity. The scale of death and destruction are beyond any other conflict in my years as Secretary General. The International Court of Justice has issued legally binding provisional measures in the case named Application of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in the Gaza Strip. Since then, a famine has been declared and the killing has intensified. The measures stipulated by the ICJ must be implemented fully and immediately. Nothing can justify the horrific Hamas terror attacks of October 7 and the taking of hostages, both of which I have repeatedly condemned. And nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people and the systematic destruction of Gaza. We know what is needed. Permanent ceasefire now. All the hostages released now. Full humanitarian access now. And we must not relent in the only viable answer to sustainable Middle East peace, a two-state solution as so eloquently reaffirmed yesterday. We must urgently reverse dangerous trends on the ground. Relentless settler expansion and violence and the looming threat of annexation must stop. Everywhere, from Haiti to Yemen, to Myanmar and the Sahel and beyond, we must choose peace anchored in international law. The past year has brought glimmers of hope, including the ceasefire between Cambodia and Thailand, and the agreement between Azerbaijan and Armenia brokered by the United States. But far too many crises continue unchecked. Impunity prevails, lawlessness is a contagion, it invites mayhem, accelerates terror, and risks a nuclear free-for-all. When accountability shrinks, graveyards grow. When UN staff and facilities are attacked, violating legal obligations, so too is the core of our ability to serve and deliver. The Security Council must live up to its responsibilities. It must be more representative, more transparent, and more effective. And beyond crisis response, we must tackle the injustices that ignite conflict: exclusion, inequality, impunity, and corruption. The surest way to silence the guns is to raise the volume for justice. Real security is born of fairness and opportunity for all. Excellences, cela m'amène au deuxième point. Nous devons choisir les droits humains et la dignité humaine. Les droits humains ne sont pas un ornement de la paix, ils en sont le socle. Les droits humains, sociaux, économiques, politiques, civiques et culturels sont universels, indivisibles et interdépendants. Choisir les droits, c'est plus que des paroles. C'est choisir la justice plutôt que le silence. C'est préserver la liberté et l'espace civique. Faire avancer l'égalité pour les femmes et les filles. Combattre le racisme et la discrimination sous toutes leurs formes. Protéger les défenseurs des droits humains, les journalistes et la liberté d'expression, et garantir les droits des réfugiés et des migrants afin que la mobilité soit sûre et conforme au droit international. Les droits humains sont un combat quotidien, en ligne comme hors ligne. Ils exigent de la volonté politique, mais la dignité ne se résume pas à la protection des droits. Elle exige pleinement concrétiser ces droits grâce à un développement inclusif et résilient. Des droits qui mettent fin à la pauvreté et à la faim. Des droits qui ouvrent de la voie de l'éducation, de la santé et des opportunités. Les objectifs de développement durable sont notre feuille de route commune pour concrétiser ces droits. Mais pour avancer sur cette voie, il faut du carburant. Ce carburant, c'est le financement, et nous savons ce qu'un développement bien mené peut accomplir. Au cours de la dernière décennie, des millions de personnes supplémentaires ont accédé à l'électricité, à des solutions de cuisson propres et à l'Internet. Le mariage des enfants recule, la représentation des femmes avance, mais les coupes dans l'aide au développement font des ravages. Pour un grand nombre de personnes, elles représentent une condamnation à mort. Pour tant d'autres, un avenir confisqué. C'est là tout le paradoxe de notre époque. Nous avons les solutions, mais nous siphonnons le carburant qui nous permettrait d'avancer. Choisir la dignité, c'est choisir la justice financière et la solidarité. Nous devons réformer l'architecture financière internationale afin qu'elle soit au service du développement de toutes et de tous. Avant que des banques multilatérales de développement plus grandes et plus audacieuses, qui prêtent davantage et mobilisent plus de capitaux privés pour les pays en développement, avec des mécanismes d'allègement de dettes plus rapides et plus justes, couvrant tous les pays en difficulté, y compris ceux à revenus intermédiaires. une protection des ressources nationales en s'attaquant aux flux financiers illicites et une participation bien plus forte des pays en développement dans sa composition et ses décisions. Alors faisons le choix d'une économie mondiale au service de toutes et tous. Faisons le choix des droits humains et de la dignité et donnons-nous les moyens d'une transition juste pour les peuples e la planeta. Excelências, esto nos leva a la tercera opción. Debemos elegir la justicia climática. La crisis climática se está acelerando, pero las soluciones también. El futuro de la energía limpia ya no es una promesa lejana, ya está aquí. Ningún gobierno, industria o interés especial puede detenerlo. Pero algunos lo están intentando, prejudicando a las economías, imponiendo precios más altos y desperdiciando una oportunidad histórica. Excellencies, fossil fuels are a losing bet. Last year, almost all new power capacity came from renewables, and the investment is surging. Renewables are the cheapest and fastest source of new power. They create jobs, drive growth, shield economies from volatile oil and gas markets, connect the unconnected, and can free us from the tyranny of fossil fuels. But not at today's pace. Clean energy investment remains uneven. 21st century grids and storage are not rolling out fast enough. And public subsidies, taking from taxpayer money, still flow to fossil fuels over clean energy by a factor of 9 to 1. Meanwhile, emissions, temperatures, and disasters keep rising. And those least responsible suffer the most. Science says limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees by the end of this century is still possible, but the window is closing. The International Court of Justice has affirmed the legal obligation of states. We must step up action and ambition, especially through strengthened national climate plans. Tomorrow, I will welcome leaders to announce new targets. The G20, the biggest emitters, must lead, guided by common but differentiated responsibilities. But all countries must step up and do more as we head to the UN Climate Conference in Brazil. By accelerating action in energy, forests, methane, and industrial decarbonization. By defining a credible roadmap to mobilize $1.3 trillion annually in climate finance by 2035 for developing countries. By supporting just transitions, by doubling finance for adaptation to at least $40 billion this year, and rapidly deploying proven tools to unlock billions more in concessional finance. And by capitalizing the Loss and Damage Fund with significant contributions. All of these requires government, international financial institutions, philanthropies, civil society, and the private sector to work together, to provide fiscal space to developing countries and unlock new innovative sources of finance at scale, including solidarity levies on high-emitting sectors and debt swaps. We have the solutions and tools, but we must choose climate justice and climate action. Fourth, we must choose to put technology at the service of humanity. Artificial intelligence is rewriting human existence in real time, transforming how we learn, work, communicate, and what we can trust. And the question is not how to stop it, but how to steer it for the greater good. Technology must be our servant, not our master. It must promote human rights, human dignity, and human agency. Yet today, AI's advancement in outpacing regulation and responsibility and is concentrated in a few hands. And the risks are expanding to new frontiers, from biotech to autonomous weapons. We are witnessing the rise of tools for mass surveillance, mass social control, mass disruption, and even mass destruction. Tools that can drain energy, strain ecosystems, and intensify the race for critical minerals, potentially stoking instability and conflict. Yet, these technologies remain largely ungoverned. We need universal guardrails and common standards across platforms. No company should be above the law. No machines should decide who lives or dies. No system should be deployed without transparency, safety, and accountability. Last month, this Assembly took a historic step, establishing an independent international scientific panel on AI and an annual global dialogue on AI governance. Two new pillars of a shared architecture, connecting science with policy to bring clarity and foresight, enabling innovation to flourish while advancing our values and our rights, and ensuring governments, companies, and civil society can help shape common norms. We must build on these mechanisms and close the capacity gap. All countries must be able to design and develop AI, not just to consume it. I have proposed voluntary financing options to build AI computing power, data, and skills in developing nations. No country should be locked out of the digital future or locked into systems it cannot shape or trust. And governments must lead with vision, and companies must act with responsibility. And we, the international community, must ensure that technology lifts up humanity. So let us choose cooperation over fragmentation, ethics over expediency, and transparency over opacity. Technology will not wait for us, but we can still choose what it serves. So let us choose wisely. Fifth and finally, to meet all these goals, we must choose to strengthen the United Nations for the 21st century. The forces shaking our world are also testing the foundations of the United Nations system. We are being hit by rising geopolitical tensions and divisions, chronic uncertainty, and mounting financial strain. But those who depend on the United Nations must not be made to bear the cost, especially now, when for every dollar invested to support our core work to build peace, the world spends $750 on weapons of war. This is not only unsustainable, it is indefensible. In this moment of crisis, the United Nations has never been more essential. The world needs our unique legitimacy, our convening power, our vision to unite nations, to bridge divides and confront the challenges before us. The Pact for the Future has shown your determination to build a United Nations that is stronger, more inclusive, and more effective. That is the logic and the urgency of our UN80 initiative. We are moving swiftly and decisively. I put forward concrete proposals, a revised budget for 2026 that strengthens accountability, improves delivery, and cuts costs. Practical reforms to implement mandates more effectively and efficiently with greater impact. And ideas to spark a paradigm shift in the structure of the UN and how its parts work together. Most of these decisions rest with you, the member states, and we will move forward in full respect of the established procedures. Together, let us choose to invest in a United Nations that adapts, innovates, and is empowered to deliver for people everywhere. Excellencies, my overriding message comes down to this. Now is the time to choose. It's not enough to know what the right choices are. I urge you to make them. I grew up in a world where choices were few. I was raised in the darkness of dictatorship, where fear silenced voices and hope was nearly crushed. Yet, even the bleakest hours, especially then, I discovered a truth that has never left me. Power does not reside in the hands of those who dominate or divide. Real power resides from people, from our shared resolve to uphold dignity, to defend equality, to believe fiercely in our common humanity and the potential of every human being. I learned early to persevere, to speak out, to refuse to surrender, no matter the challenge, no matter the obstacle, no matter the hour. We must and we will overcome. Because in a world of many choices, there is one choice we must never make, the choice to give up. We must never give up. That is my promise to you, for peace, for dignity, for justice, for humanity, for the world we know is possible when we work as one. I will never, ever give up. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. The Assembly will now turn to agenda item 8, entitled General Debate. "80 years, longer than average human life. This anniversary of the United Nations should have been a moment of celebration. But this is not an ordinary year. Just look at the state of our world, as the Secretary General described. Thousands of orphans in Gaza are wandering around the rubble, eating sand, drinking contaminated water. 90-year-old women in Ukraine are hiding from drones, trapped in their homes instead of living their final years in peace. Children in Haiti, too afraid to walk to school, afraid they might be gunned down by gangs like their friends. And for every conflict and tragedy that seizes the headlines, there are so many more that are forgotten, lost to the news cycle. Like women in Democratic Republic of the Congo, shielding their daughters from armed groups, fearful they might be raped. And Rohingya children, spending their whole childhood in tattered tents, unable to remember what their home looks like. Faced with these realities, now is not the time to celebrate, but to ask ourselves, where is the United Nations? Distinguished heads of state and government, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, people out there in the world watching us. Clearly, we have to do better. But what we should not let cynics allow to weaponize these failures, to argue that our institution is a waste of money, outdated, irrelevant. When the principles of the Charter are ignored, is it the UN that has failed? When tanks rolled into Ukraine, was it because Article 2 of the Charter is not clear enough about sovereignty and territorial integrity? When civilians, children, are killed in Gaza, is it humanitarian law at fault for failing to protect them? It's not the Charter which fails. It's not the UN as an institution which fails. The Charter, our Charter, is only as strong as member states' willingness to uphold it, and their willingness to hold to account those who violate it. Excellencies, yes, our world is in pain. Yes, we have failures. But imagine how much worse would it be without the United Nations? Would a single person be better off without it? Without UNICEF, 26 million children would not have received an education. Without the World Food Programme, nearly 125 million people would have lacked life-saving food assistance. Without the World Health Organization, over 1 billion vaccines would not have been supplied. Sometimes we could have done more, but we cannot let this dishearten us. If we stop doing the right thing, evil would prevail. This 80th session is not about big celebrations. It's about finding the resolve not to give up, the resolve to be better together, just as our predecessors did 8 decades ago. This institution was born in a world on fire and desperate for reprieve. 750 million, nearly a third of humanity back then, still under colonial rule. 2 world wars in a generation, 70 million dead. The horrors of the Holocaust revealed to our collective shame. This was a generation that knew almost nothing but suffering and despair. The signing of the Charter in 1945 gave hope to millions, gave us a North Star that guided our path from the ashes of war, helped guide nations from colonial rule into independent states, helped end apartheid. Across the decades, the United Nations has been a compass pointing toward peace, humanity, and justice. We have not always succeeded, but the story of this institution is not a story of easy victories. It's a story of falling and rising, of pulling ourselves and each other back up and trying harder. We gather here for the 80th time, not for empty celebration, not out of ritual, not to hear our own voices. We gather to prove that this institution matters, and that through this institution, every nation represented here, no matter how big or small, can summon again the strength and unity first shown in San Francisco 80 years ago. The courage and resolve of world leaders, who even while some called them back then naive, believed they could build a better world from the wreckage of the old. They showed then what true leadership is. It's not about imposing your will or putting others down. True leadership is about lifting others up, not out of altruism, but for our mutual benefit, and even out of our self-interest. Because as our and every architect of peace since then has understood, helping others is what makes ultimately our own countries stronger. Could any state have faced the global pandemic alone? The virus did not have any passport. We were only able to solve it at the end with the support of the World Health Organization. The climate crisis does not stop at borders. CO2 emissions anywhere affect people everywhere. Even the wealthiest cities in the world cannot shield themselves from wildfires. And imagine coming here by plane, how safe would you feel to step into the next airplane if there were no International Civil Aviation Organization anymore, which is responsible for setting safety regulations for 5 billion passengers each year? How comfortable would you be with your children using the internet while AI is uncontrolled and unchecked? As the lines between what is real and fake start to blur. In this globalized, digitalized world, we work together or we suffer alone. Excellencies, the theme of this milestone session and the high-level week is therefore better together. 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights. Will living up to that be easy? No. But this hall was not built for easy times. It was built to come together to confront the hardest topics. This session is a session where the high-level week is about resolving differences. We showed some of it yesterday already. But even the house of dialogue and diplomacy needs a renovation. That is why the UN80 initiative and the wider reform process are not luxuries, but necessities. We are literally now at a crossroads, a make it or break it moment, politically, financially. Therefore, we have to deliver a United Nations that is agile, cost-effective, and fit for purpose. Member States have to give the Secretary General and this process their full support, because reform cannot stop in New York. It must carry through to every capital. That includes delivering the Pact for the Future and accelerating progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. Again, this is not about charity. It's about addressing the core purposes of this institution, about strengthening our foundations across all 3 pillars: peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. They are inseparable. Leaving hundreds of millions trapped in extreme poverty, vulnerable to crisis, and denied their human rights is not only a moral failure, it's a recipe for global unrest, terrorism, and a tragic waste of humanity's greatest resource, its people. Put it simply, without the SDGs, there cannot be lasting peace. Excellencies, our future as an institution will also be shaped by the selection of the next Secretary General. And here we must pause and reflect. In nearly 80 years, this organization has never chosen a woman for that role. One might wonder how out of 4 billion potential candidates, there could not be found a single one. Of course, the choice rests with member states. But those of you having been there yesterday celebrating Beijing, one strong female leader after the other from all our continents. Like 80 years ago, we are standing at a crossroads. And it's up to us, to every single member state, to live up to the same leadership as your predecessors did, to act when action is needed, to uphold the principles of our charter, to be better together, to show the people around the world that this United Nation is there, today, tomorrow, and for the next 8 decades. Because, after all, it's the life insurance for every country. Before giving the floor to the first speaker for this morning, I would like to remind member states that the list of speakers for the general debate has been established on the agreed basis that statements should be no longer than 15 minutes to enable all the speakers to be heard at a given meeting. Within this time frame, I would like to appeal to speakers to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace so that interpretation into the other official languages may be provided properly. I would also like to draw your attention to the decision taken by the Assembly at previous sessions, namely that the practice of expressing congratulations inside the Assembly Hall after speech has been delivered is strongly discouraged. After delivering their statements from the rostrum, speakers are invited to exit the hall through room JA200, located behind the podium, before returning to their seats. May I take it that the Assembly agrees to proceed in this manner? It's so decided. Finally, I should like to draw the attention of member states that during the general debate, official photographers are in the room and will take official photographs of all speakers by the Department of Global Communications. Members interested in obtaining these photographs are requested to contact the photo library of the United Nations. By this, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Senhora Presidente da Assembleia Geral, Ana Helena Barbuch, Senhor Secretário-Geral Antônio Guterres, caros chefes de Estado e de governos, representantes dos Estados-membros aqui reunidos. Este deveria ser um momento de celebração das Nações Unidas. Criada no fim da guerra, a ONU simboliza a expressão mais elevada da aspiração pela paz e pela prosperidade. Hoje, contudo, os ideais que inspiraram seus fundadores em São Francisco estão ameaçados como nunca estiveram em toda a sua história. O multilateralismo está diante de nova encruzilhada. A autoridade desta organização está em xeque. Assistimos à consolidação de uma desordem internacional marcada por seguidas concessões à política do poder. Atentados à soberania, sanções arbitrárias e intervenções unilaterais estão se tornando regra. Existe um evidente paralelo entre a crise do multilateralismo e o enfraquecimento da democracia. O autoritarismo se fortalece quando nos omitimos frente a arbitrariedades. Quando a sociedade internacional vacila na defesa da paz, da soberania e do direito, as consequências são trágicas. Em todo o mundo, forças antidemocráticas tentam subjugar as instituições e sufocar as liberdades. Cultuam a violência, exaltam a ignorância, atuam como milícias físicas e digitais e cerceiam a imprensa. Mesmo sob ataques sem precedentes, o Brasil optou por resistir e defender sua democracia, reconquistada há 40 anos pelo seu povo, depois de 2 décadas de governos ditatoriais. Não há justificativa para as medidas unilaterais e arbitrárias contra nossas instituições e nossa economia. A agressão contra a independência do Poder Judiciário é inaceitável. Essa ingerência em assuntos internos conta com o auxílio de uma extrema-direita subserviente e saudosa de antigas hegemonias. Falsos patriotas arquitetam e promovem publicamente ações contra o Brasil. Não há pacificação com impunidade. Há poucos dias, e pela primeira vez em 525 anos de nossa história, um ex-chefe de Estado foi condenado por atentar contra o Estado democrático de direito. Foi investigado, indiciado e julgado, e responsabilizado pelos seus atos em um processo minucioso. Teve amplo direito de defesa, prerrogativa que as ditaduras negam às suas vítimas. Diante dos olhos do mundo, o Brasil deu um recado a todos os candidatos autocratas e àqueles que os apoiam. Nossa democracia e nossa soberania são inegociáveis. Seguiremos como nação independente e como povo livre de qualquer tipo de tutela. Democracias sólidas vão além do ritual eleitoral. Seu vigor pressupõe a redução das desigualdades, a garantia dos direitos mais elementares, a alimentação, a segurança, o trabalho, a moradia, a educação e a saúde. A democracia falha quando as mulheres ganham menos que os homens ou morrem pelas mãos de parceiros e familiares. Ela perde quando fecha suas portas e culpa migrantes pelas mazelas do mundo. A pobreza é tão inimiga da democracia quanto o extremismo. Por isso, foi com orgulho que recebemos da FAO a confirmação de que o Brasil voltou a sair do mapa da fome este ano de 2025. Mas no mundo, ainda há 670 milhões de pessoas famintas e cerca de 2 bilhões e 300 milhões enfrentam insegurança alimentar. A única guerra que todos podem sair vencedores é a que travamos contra a fome e a pobreza. Esse é o objetivo da Aliança Global que lançamos no G20 e que já conta com o apoio de 103 países. A comunidade internacional precisa rever suas prioridades, reduzir os gastos com guerras e aumentar a ajuda ao desenvolvimento, aliviar o serviço da dívida externa dos países mais pobres, sobretudo os africanos, e definir padrões mínimos de tributação global para que os super ricos paguem mais impostos que os trabalhadores. A democracia também se mede pela capacidade de proteger as famílias e a infância. As plataformas digitais trazem possibilidade de nos aproximar como jamais havíamos imaginado, mas têm sido usadas para semear intolerância, misoginia, xenofobia e desinformação. A internet não pode ser terra sem lei. Cabe ao poder público proteger os mais vulneráveis. Regular não é restringir a liberdade de expressão, é garantir que o que já é ilegal no mundo real seja tratado assim também no ambiente digital, no ambiente virtual. Ataques à regulação servem para encobrir interesses escusos e dar guarida a crimes como fraudes, tráfico de pessoas, pedofilia e investidas contra a democracia. O parlamento brasileiro, corretamente, apressou-se em abordar esse problema. Com orgulho, promulguei na última semana uma das leis mais avançadas do mundo para a proteção de crianças e adolescentes na esfera digital. Também enviamos ao Congresso Nacional projeto de lei para fomentar a concorrência nos mercados digitais e para incentivar a instalação de data centers sustentáveis. Para mitigar os riscos da inteligência artificial, apostamos na construção de uma governança multilateral, em linha com o Pacto Digital Global aprovado neste plenário o ano passado. Senhoras e senhores, na América Latina e Caribe, vivemos um momento de crescente polarização e instabilidade. Manter a região como zona de paz sempre foi e é a nossa prioridade. Somos um continente livre de armas de destruição em massa, sem conflitos étnicos ou religiosos. É preocupante a equiparação entre a criminalidade e o terrorismo. A forma mais eficaz de combater o tráfico de drogas é a cooperação para reprimir a lavagem de dinheiro e limitar o comércio de armas. Usar força letal em situações que não constituem conflitos armados equivale a executar pessoas sem julgamento. Outras partes do planeta já testemunharam intervenções que causaram danos maiores do que se pretendia evitar, com graves consequências humanitárias. A via do diálogo não deve estar fechada na Venezuela. O Haiti tem direito a um futuro livre de violência e é inadmissível que Cuba seja listada como país que patrocina o terrorismo. No conflito na Ucrânia, todos já sabemos que não haverá solução militar. O recente encontro no Alasca despertou a esperança de uma saída negociada. É preciso pavimentar caminhos para uma solução realista. Isso implica levar em conta as legítimas preocupações de segurança de todas as partes. A iniciativa africana e o grupo de amigos da paz, criado por China e Brasil, podem contribuir para promover o diálogo. Nenhuma situação é mais emblemática do que o uso desproporcional e ilegal da força do que a da Palestina. Os atentados terroristas perpetrados pelo Hamas são indefensáveis sob qualquer ângulo, mas nada, absolutamente nada, justifica o genocídio em curso em Gaza. Ali, sob toneladas de escombros, estão enterradas dezenas de milhares de mulheres e crianças inocentes. Ali também estão sepultados o direito internacional humanitário e o mito da superioridade ética do Ocidente. Esse massacre não aconteceria sem a cumplicidade dos que poderiam evitá-lo. Em Gaza, fome é usado como arma de guerra e o deslocamento forçado de populações é praticado impunemente. Quero expressar minha admiração aos judeus que, dentro e fora de Israel, se opõem a esta punição coletiva. O povo palestino corre o risco de desaparecer. Só sobreviverá como um Estado independente integrado à comunidade internacional. Esta é a solução defendida por mais de 150 membros da ONU, reafirmada ontem aqui, nesse mesmo plenário, mas obstruída por um único veto. É lamentável que o presidente Mahmoud Abbas tenha sido impedido pelo país anfitrião de ocupar a bancada da Palestina nesse momento histórico. O alastramento desse conflito para o Líbano, para a Síria e o Irã e o Qatar fomenta a escalada armamentista sem precedentes. Senhoras presidentas, bombas e armas nucleares não vão nos proteger da crise climática. O ano de 2024 foi o mais quente já registrado. A COP30 em Belém, no Brasil, será a COP da verdade. Será o momento de os líderes mundiais provarem a seriedade de seu compromisso com o planeta. sem ter o quadro completo das contribuições nacionalmente determinadas, as chamadas NDCs, caminharemos de olhos vendados para um verdadeiro abismo. O Brasil se comprometeu a reduzir entre 59% e 67% suas emissões, abrangendo todos os gases de efeito estufa em todos os setores da economia. Nações em desenvolvimento enfrentam a mudança do clima ao mesmo tempo que lutam contra outros desafios. Enquanto isso, países ricos usufruem de padrão de vida obtido às custas de 200 anos de emissões de gases. Exigir maior ambição e maior acesso a recursos e tecnologias não é uma questão de caridade, é apenas uma questão de justiça. A corrida por minerais críticos essenciais para a transição energética não pode reproduzir a lógica predatória que marcou os últimos séculos. Em Belém, o mundo vai conhecer a realidade da Amazônia. O Brasil já reduziu pela metade o desmatamento na região nos 2 últimos anos. Erradicá-lo requer garantia, condições dignas de vida para seus milhões de habitantes. Fomentar o desenvolvimento sustentável é o objetivo do Fundo Florestas Tropicais para Sempre, que o Brasil pretende lançar para remunerar os países que mantêm suas florestas em pé. É chegado o momento de passar da fase da negociação para a etapa da implementação. O mundo deve muito ao regime criado pela Convenção do Clima, mas é necessário trazer o combate à mudança do clima para o coração da ONU, para que ela tenha a atenção que merece. Um conselho vinculado à Assembleia Geral, com força e legitimidade para monitorar compromissos, dará coerência à ação climática. Trata-se de um passo fundamental na direção de uma reforma mais abrangente da organização, que contemple também um Conselho de Segurança ampliado nas 2 categorias de seus membros. Poucas áreas retrocederam tanto como o sistema multilateral de comércio. Medidas unilaterais transformam em letra morta princípios basilares como a cláusula de nação mais favorecida. Desorganizam cadeias de valor e lançam a economia mundial em uma espiral perniciosa de preços altos e estagnação. É urgente refundar a OMC em bases modernas e flexíveis. Senhoras e senhores, este ano o mundo perdeu 2 personalidades excepcionais. O ex-presidente do Uruguai, Pepe Mujica, e o nosso querido Papa Francisco. Ambos encarnaram como ninguém os melhores valores humanistas. Suas vidas se entrelaçaram com as 8 décadas de existência da ONU. Se ainda estivesse entre nós, provavelmente usariam esta tribuna para lembrar que o autoritarismo, a degradação ambiental e a desigualdade não são inexoráveis, que os únicos derrotados são os que cruzam os braços resignados, que podemos vencer os falsos profetas de oligarcas que exploram o medo e monetizam o ódio, e que o amanhã é feito de escolhas diárias e é preciso coragem de agir para transformá-lo. No futuro que o Brasil vislumbra, não há espaço para a reedição de rivalidades ideológicas ou esfera de influência. A confrontação é inevitável. Precisamos de lideranças com clareza de visão, que entendam que a ordem internacional não é um jogo de soma zero. O século XXI será cada vez mais multipolar. Para se manter pacífico, não pode deixar de ser multilateral. O Brasil confere crescente importância à União Europeia, à União Africana, à ASEAN, à CELAC, aos BRICS e ao G20. A voz do Sul global deve ser respeitada e ouvida. A ONU A ONU tem hoje quase 4 vezes mais membros do que os 51 que estiveram na sua fundação. Nossa missão histórica é a de torná-la novamente portadora de esperanças e promotora da igualdade e da paz, do desenvolvimento sustentável e da diversidade e da tolerância. Que Deus nos abençoe a todos e muito obrigado.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Donald Trump, President of the United States of America. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. And I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter, because the teleprompter is not working. I feel very happy to be up here with you nevertheless, and that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble. Hello, Madam First Lady. Thank you very much for being here. And Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, First Lady of the United States, distinguished delegates, ambassadors, and world leaders. 6 years have passed since I last stood in this grand hall and addressed a world that was prosperous and at peace in my first term. Since that day, the guns of war have shattered the peace I forged on 2 continents. An era of calm and stability gave way to one of the great crises of our time. And here in the United States, 4 years of weakness, lawlessness, and radicalism under the last administration delivered our nation into a repeated set of disasters. 1 year ago, our country was in deep trouble, but today, just 8 months into my administration, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, and there is no other country even close. America is blessed with the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation on the face of the earth. This is indeed the golden age of America. We are rapidly reversing the economic calamity that we inherited from the previous administration, including ruinous price increases and record-setting inflation like we've never had before. Under my leadership, energy costs are down, gasoline prices are down, grocery prices are down, mortgage rates are down, and inflation has been defeated. The only thing that's up is the stock market, which just hit a record high. In fact, it hit a record high 48 times in the last short period of time. Growth is surging, manufacturing is booming. The stock market, as I said, is doing better than it's ever done. And all of you in this room benefit by that, almost everybody. And importantly, workers' wages are rising at the fastest pace in more than 60 years. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? In 4 years of President Biden, we had less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. In just 8 months since I took office, we have secured commitments and money already paid for $17 trillion. Think of it, 4 years, less than $1 trillion, 8 months, much more than $17 trillion is being invested in the United States, and it's now pouring in from all parts of the world. We've implemented the largest tax cuts in American history and the largest regulation cuts in American history, making this once and again the best country on earth to do business. And many of the people in this room are investing in America, and it's turned out to be an awfully good investment during this 8-month period. In my first term, I built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the best economy ever, history of the world. And I'm doing the same thing again, but this time it's actually much bigger and even better. The numbers far surpass my record-setting first term. On our southern border, we have successfully repelled a colossal invasion, and for the last 4 months, and that's 4 months in a row, the number of illegal aliens admitted and entering our country has been 0. Hard to believe, because if you look back just a year ago, it was millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers. All over the world they came. They just poured into our country with the ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration. Our message is very simple. If you come illegally into the United States, you're going to jail, or you're going back to where you came from, or perhaps even further than that. You know what that means. I want to thank the country of El Salvador for the successful and professional job they've done in receiving and jailing so many criminals that entered our country. And it was under the previous administration that the number became record-setting, and they're all being taken out. You have no choice. And other countries have no choice, because other countries are in the exact same situation with immigration. It's destroying your country, and you have to do something about it. On the world stage, America is respected again like it has never been respected before. You think about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, or 1 year ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. At the NATO summit in June, virtually all NATO members formally committed to increase defense spending at my request from 2% to 5% of GDP, making our alliance far stronger and more powerful than it was ever before. In May, I traveled to the Middle East to visit my friends and rebuild our partnerships in the Gulf and those valued relationships with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE, and other countries are now, I believe, closer than ever before. My administration has negotiated one historic trade deal after another, including with the United Kingdom, the European Union, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and many, many others. Likewise, in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 unendable wars. They said they were unendable. You're never going to get them solved. Some were going for 31 years, 2 of them, 31, think of it, 31 years. One was 36 years. One was 28 years. I ended 7 wars. And in all cases, they were raging with countless thousands of people being killed. This includes Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, a vicious, violent war that was, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, and Armenia and Azerbaijan. It included all of them. No president or prime minister, and for that matter, no other country has ever done anything close to that. And I did it in just 7 months. It's never happened before. There's never been anything like that. I'm very honored to have done it. It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen, but she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the 2 things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much. And by the way, it's working now. It just went on. Thank you. I think I should just do it the other way. It's easier. Thank you very much. I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives. That is the saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there. I thought of it really after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous, tremendous potential, but it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war. The only thing that solves war and wars is action. Now, after ending all of these wars and also earlier negotiating the Abraham Accords, which is a very big thing for which our country received no credit, never receives credit. Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements. But for me, the real prize will be the sons and daughters who live to grow up with their mothers and fathers, because millions of people are no longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars. What I care about is not winning prizes, it's saving lives. We saved millions and millions of lives with the 7 wars. And we have others that we're working on, and you know that. Many years ago, a very successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump, I bid on the renovation and rebuilding of this very United Nations complex. I remember it so well. I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding everything. It would be beautiful. I used to talk about, I'm going to give you marble floors. They're going to give you terrazzo. I'm going to give you the best of everything. You're going to have mahogany walls. They're going to give you plastic. But they decided to go in another direction, which was much more expensive at the time, and which actually produced a far inferior product. And I realized that they did not know what they were doing when it came to construction, and that their building concepts were so wrong, and the product that they were proposing to build was so bad and so costly. It was going to cost them a fortune. And I said, and wait till you see the overruns. Well, I turned out to be right. They had massive cost overruns and spent between $2 and $4 billion on the building and did not even get the marble floors that I promised them. You walk on terrazzo, do you notice that? As far as I'm concerned, frankly, looking at the building and getting stuck on the escalator, they still haven't finished the job. They still haven't finished. That was years ago. The project was so corrupt that Congress actually asked me to testify before them on the tremendous waste of money, because it turned out that they had no idea what it was, but they knew it was anywhere between $2 and $4 billion as opposed to $500 million with a guarantee. But they had no idea, and I said it cost much more than $5 billion. Unfortunately, many things in the United Nations are happening just like that, but on an even much bigger scale, much, much bigger. Very sad to see. Whether the UN can manage to play a productive role, I've come here today to offer the hand of American leadership and friendship to any nation in this assembly that is willing to join us in forging a safer, more prosperous world. And it's a world that we'll be much happier with. A dramatically better future is within our reach. But to get there, we must reject the failed approaches of the past and work together to confront some of the greatest threats in history. There is no more serious danger to our planet today than the most powerful and destructive weapons ever devised by man, of which the United States, as you know, has many. Just as I did in my first term, I've made containing these threats a top priority, starting with the nation of Iran. My position is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor of terror can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapon. That's why shortly after taking office, I sent the so-called Supreme Leader a letter making a generous offer. I extended a pledge of full cooperation in exchange for a suspension of Iran's nuclear program. The regime's answer was to continue their constant threats to their neighbors and U.S. interests throughout the region and some great countries that are right nearby. Today, many of Iran's former military commanders, in fact, I can say almost all of them, are no longer with us. They're dead. And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped the 14 30,000-pound each bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally obliterating everything. No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the equipment to do what we did. We have the greatest weapons on earth. We hate to use them. But we did something that for 22 years people wanted to do. With Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity demolished, I immediately brokered an end to the 12-day war, as it's called, between Israel and Iran, with both sides agreeing to fight no longer. As everyone knows, I have also been deeply engaged in seeking a ceasefire in Gaza. Have to get that done. Have to get it done. Unfortunately, Hamas has repeatedly rejected reasonable offers to make peace. We can't forget October 7th, can we? Now, as if to encourage continued conflict, some of this body is seeking to unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state. The rewards would be too great for Hamas terrorists for their atrocities. This would be a reward for these horrible atrocities, including October 7th, even while they refuse to release the hostages or accept a ceasefire. Instead of giving to Hamas and giving so much, because they've taken so much, they have taken so much. This could have been solved so long ago. But instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now. Just release the hostages now. Thank you. Thank you. As we have got to come together, and we will come together, got to get it done. We have to stop the war in Gaza immediately. We have to stop it. We have to get it done. We have to negotiate, immediately have to negotiate peace. We got to get the hostages back. We want all 20 back. We don't want 2 and 4. As you know, I got, along with Steve Witkoff and others that helped us, Marco Rubio, we got most of them back. We were involved in all of them. But I always said the last 20 are going to be the hardest, and that's exactly what happened. We have to get them back now. We don't want to get back 2, and then another 2, and then 1, and then 3. Have this process. No, we want them all back, and we want the actually 38 dead bodies back too. Those parents came to me and they want them back, and they want them back very quickly and very badly. As though they were alive, they want them. They want them every bit as much as if their son or daughter were alive. I've also been working relentlessly, stopping the killing in Ukraine. I thought that would be, of the 7 wars that I stopped, I thought that would be the easiest because of my relationship with President Putin, which had always been a good one. I thought that was going to be the easiest one. But you know, in war, you never know what's going to happen. There are always lots of surprises, both good and bad. Everyone thought Russia would win this war in 3 days, but it didn't work out that way. It was supposed to be just a quick little skirmish. It's not making Russia look good. It's making them look bad. No matter what happens from here on out, this was something that should have taken a matter of days, certainly less than a week. And they've been fighting for 3.5 years and killing anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, on both sides, every single week, from 5,000 to 7,000 dead young people, and some in cities, much smaller numbers, where rockets are shot, where drones are dropped. This war would never have started if I were president. This was a war that should have never happened. It shows you what leadership is, what bad leadership can do to a country. Look what happened to the United States, and look where we are right now in just a short period of time. The only question now is how many more lives will be needlessly lost on both sides. China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one? In the event that Russia is not ready to make a deal to end the war, then the United States is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which would stop the bloodshed, I believe, very quickly. But for those tariffs to be effective, European nations, all of you are gathered here right now, would have to join us in adopting the exact same measures. I mean, you're much closer to this. We have an ocean in between. You're right there. And Europe has to step it up. They can't be doing what they're doing. They're buying oil and gas from Russia while they're fighting Russia. It's embarrassing to them, and it was very embarrassing to them when I found out about it, I can tell you that. But they have to immediately cease all energy purchases from Russia. Otherwise, we're all wasting a lot of time. So I'm ready to discuss this. We're going to discuss it today with the European nations, all gathered here. I'm sure they're thrilled to hear me speak about it, but that's the way it is. I like to speak my mind and speak the truth. As we seek to reduce the threat of dangerous weapons today, I'm also calling on every nation to join us in ending the development of biological weapons once and for all. And biological is terrible, and nuclear is even beyond, and we include nuclear in that. We want to have a cessation of the development of nuclear weapons. We know, and I get to view it all the time. Sir, would you like to see? And I look at weapons that are so powerful that we just can't ever use them. If we ever use them, the world literally might come to an end. There would be no United Nations to be talking about. There would be no nothing. Just a few years ago, reckless experiments overseas gave us a devastating global pandemic. Yet despite that worldwide catastrophe, many countries are continuing extremely risky research into bioweapons and man-made pathogens. This is unbelievably dangerous. To prevent potential disasters, I'm announcing today that my administration will lead an international effort to enforce Biological Weapons Convention, which is going to be meeting with the top leaders of the world by pioneering an AI verification system that everyone can trust. Hopefully the UN can play a constructive role, and it will also be one of the early projects under AI. Let's see how good it is, because a lot of people are saying it could be one of the great things ever, but it also can be dangerous, but it can be put to tremendous use and tremendous good, and this would be an example of that. Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the #1 political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them. In the United States, we reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway around the world, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our social safety net. We have reasserted that America belongs to the American people, and I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their citizens as well. You have to do that because I see it. I'm not mentioning names. I see it, and I can call every single one of them out. You're destroying your countries. They're being destroyed. Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody is ever, and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say, I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible, terrible mayor, and it's been so changed, so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law, but you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained. What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants entering their countries and paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation at the time. They put their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country, and now they're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before, with different customs, religions, with different everything. Where migrants have violated laws, lodge false asylum claims or claimed refugee status for illegitimate reasons, they should, in many cases, be immediately sent home. And while we will always have a big heart for places and people that are struggling and truly compassionate, answers will be given. We have to solve the problem, and we have to solve it in their countries, not create new problems in our countries. And we are very helpful to a lot of countries that are just not able to send their people anymore. They used to send them to us in caravans of 25,000, 30,000 people each. These massive caravans of people pouring into our country, totally unchecked and unvetted. But not anymore. According to the Council of Europe in 2024, almost 50% of inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals or migrants. In Austria, the number was 53% of the people in prisons were from places that weren't from where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%, and in Switzerland, beautiful Switzerland, 72% of the people in prisons are from outside of Switzerland. When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did, they repaid kindness with crime, it's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you, I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. Once we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore. This was a humanitarian act for all involved, because on the trips up, thousands of people a week were dying. Women were being raped. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Raped, horribly beaten, raped. On the trip up, the journey up, it was a long walk. It was a long, arduous journey, indeed. And it was also a historic victory against human trafficking throughout the region. What we did was a victory, and we saved so many lives of people that wouldn't make the journey. That journey was loaded up with death. Loaded up with death. Dead bodies all along the roads of jungles. To get up, they go through jungles, they go through areas so hot you couldn't breathe. They were dying of suffocation, areas so hot that you couldn't breathe. Dead bodies all over. By them not coming, we're saving tremendous numbers of lives. My people have done a fantastic job in doing what they did, and the American public agrees with it. I mean, I was very proud to see this morning I have the highest poll numbers I've ever had. Part of it is because of what we've done on the border. I guess the other part is what we've done on the economy. Joe Biden's policies empowered murderous gangs, human smugglers, child traffickers, drug cartels, and prisoners from all over the world. The previous administration also lost nearly 300,000 children. Think of that. They lost more than 300,000 children, little children, who were trafficked into the United States on the Biden watch, many of whom have been raped, exploited, and abused, and sold. Sold. Talks about that. The fake news doesn't write about it. With many others, young children who are missing or dead. And we found a lot of these children, and we're sending them back, and we've been sending them back to their parents. They said, nobody knows who they are. They said, where do you come from? And they'll give us a country, and we'll find out, and we'll figure it out, and we'll bring them back to their homes. And the mother and father rush to the door, and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000 of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about. In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem, and also, as I said, to get back the 30,000 we've already returned. Now I think we're going to have another. We're going to find a lot. You're not going to find all of them. 300, more than 300,000. They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead because of the animals that did this. To protect our citizens, I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as, and you see this, and you see it happening right before your eyes. Let's put it this way, people don't like taking big loads of drugs in boats anymore. There aren't too many boats that are traveling on the seas by Venezuela. They tend not to want to travel very quickly anymore. And we've virtually stopped coming into our country by sea. We call them the water drugs. They kill hundreds of thousands of people. I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as foreign terrorist organizations, along with two bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua is from Venezuela, by the way. Such organizations torture, maim, mutilate, and murder with impunity. They're the enemies of all humanity. And for this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the United States military to destroy Venezuelan terrorists and trafficking networks led by Nicolas Maduro. To every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America, please be warned that we will blow you out of existence. That's what we're doing. We have no choice. Can't let it happen. They're destroying. I believe we lost 300,000 people last year to drugs, 300,000. Fentanyl and other drugs. Each boat that we sink carries drugs that would kill more than 25,000 Americans. We will not let that happen. Energy is another area where the United States is now thriving like never before. We're getting rid of the falsely named renewables. By the way, they're a joke. They don't work. They're too expensive. They're not strong enough to fire up the plants that you need to make your country great. The wind doesn't blow. Those big windmills are so pathetic and so bad, so expensive to operate. And they have to be rebuilt all the time, and they start to rust and rot. Most expensive energy ever conceived, and it's actually energy. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. You lose money, the governments have to subsidize. You can't put them out without massive subsidies. And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they have very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world, but they barely use them? You know what they use? Coal. They use gas. They use almost anything, but they don't like wind. But they sure as hell like selling the windmills. Europe, on the other hand, has a long way to go, with many countries being on the brink of destruction because of the green energy agenda. And I give a lot of credit to Germany. Germany was being led down a very sick path, both on immigration, by the way, and on energy. They were going green, and they were going bankrupt. And the new leadership came in, and they went back to where they were, with fossil fuel and with nuclear, which is good. It's now safe, and you can do it properly. But they went back to where they were, and they opened up a lot of different plants, energy-producing plants, and they're doing well. I give Germany a lot of credit for that. They've said this is a disaster, what's happening. They were going all green. All green is all bankrupt. That's what it represents. And it's not politically correct. I'll be very badly criticized for saying it, but I'm here to tell the truth. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm in New York City. I'm feeling a lot safer. Crime, we're getting crime down. And by the way, speaking of crime, Washington, D.C. was the crime capital of America. Now it's after 12 days, it's a totally safe city. Everyone's going out to dinner. They're going out to restaurants. Your wife can walk down the middle of the street with or without you. Nothing's going to happen. My people have done a fantastic job. And yes, I called in the National Guard, and the National Guard took care of business. And they weren't politically correct, but they took care of business. We got 1,700 career criminals out, brought them back to where they came from, the countries where they came from, or put them in jails. Washington, D.C. is now a totally safe city again, and I welcome you to come. In fact, we'll have dinner together at a local restaurant, and we'll be able to walk. We don't have to go by an armor-plated vehicle. We'll walk right over there from the White House. They've given up their powerful edge, a lot of the countries that we're talking about, in oil and gas, such as essentially closing the great North Sea oil. Oh, the North Sea, I know it so well. Aberdeen was the oil capital of Europe, and there's tremendous oil that hasn't been found in the North Sea. Tremendous oil. And I was with the Prime Minister I respect and like a lot, and I said, you're sitting with the greatest asset. They essentially closed it by making it so highly taxed that no developer, no oil company can go there. They have tremendous oil left, and more importantly, they have tremendous oil that hasn't even been found yet. And what a tremendous asset for the United Kingdom. And I hope the Prime Minister is listening, because I told it to him 3 days in a row. That's all he heard. North Sea oil, North Sea, because I want to see them do well. I want to stop seeing them ruining that beautiful Scottish and English countryside with windmills and massive solar panels that go 7 miles by 7 miles, taking away farmland. But we're not letting this happen in America. In 1982, the executive director of the United Nations Environmental Program predicted that by the year 2000, climate change would cause a global catastrophe. He said that it will be irreversible, as any nuclear holocaust would be. This is what they said at the United Nations. What happened? Here we are. Another UN official stated in 1989 that within a decade, entire nations could be wiped off the map by global warming. Not happening. You know, it used to be global cooling. If you look back years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they said, global cooling will kill the world. We have to do something. Then they said global warming will kill the world, but then it started getting cooler, so now they could just call it climate change, because that way they can't miss. It's climate change, because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion. Climate change, no matter what happens, you're involved in that. No more global warming, no more global cooling. All of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reasons, were wrong. They were made by stupid people that have cost their countries fortunes and given those same countries no chance for success. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, you know. They actually said during the campaign they had a hat, the best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything. And I'm telling you that if you don't get away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. And if you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail. I'm the President of the United States, but I worry about Europe. I love Europe. I love the people of Europe. And I hate to see it being devastated by energy and immigration. This double-tailed monster destroys everything in its wake, and they cannot let that happen any longer. You're doing it because you want to be nice. You want to be politically correct, and you're destroying your heritage. They must take control strongly and immediately of the unmitigated immigration disaster and the fake energy catastrophe before it's too late. The carbon footprint is a hoax made up by people with evil intentions, and they're heading down a path of total destruction. You know, the carbon footprint, it was a big, big thing a few years ago. I remember hearing about the carbon footprint, and then President Obama would get into Air Force One, a massive Boeing 747, and not a new one, an old one with old engines that spew everything into the atmosphere. He'd talk about the carbon footprint, we must do so. Then he'd get in and he'd fly from Washington to Hawaii to play a round of golf. And then he'd get back onto that big, beautiful plane, and he'd fly back, and he'd talk about, again, global warming and the carbon footprint. It's a con job. At extreme cost and expense, Europe reduced its own carbon footprint by 37%. Think of that. Congratulations, Europe. Great job. You cost yourself a lot of jobs, a lot of factories closed, but you reduced the carbon footprint by 37%. However, for all of that sacrifice and much more, it's been totally wiped out and then some by a global increase of 54%. Much of it coming from China and other countries that are thriving around China, which now produces more CO2 than all the other developed nations in the world. So all of these countries are working so hard on the carbon footprint, which is nonsense, by the way. It's nonsense. You know, it's interesting. In the United States, we have still radicalized environmentalists, and they want the factories to stop. Everything should stop. No more cows. We don't want cows anymore. I guess they want to kill all the cows. They want to do things that are just unbelievable, and you have it too. But you know, we have a border, strong, and we have a shape, and that shape doesn't just go straight up. That shape is amorphous when it comes to the atmosphere. And if we had the most clean air, and I think we do, we have very clean air. We have the cleanest air we've had in many, many years. But the problem is that other countries, like China, which has air that's a little bit rough, it blows. And no matter what you're doing down here, the air up here tends to get very dirty because it comes in from other countries where their air isn't so clean. And the environmentalists refuse to acknowledge that. Same thing with garbage. In Asia, they dump much of their garbage right into the ocean. And over about a 1 week and 2 week journey, it flows right past Los Angeles. You've seen it. Massive amounts of garbage, almost too much to do anything about, flowing past Los Angeles, past San Francisco, and then somebody will get in trouble because he dropped a cigarette on the beach. The whole thing is crazy. The primary effect of these brutal green energy policies has not been to help the environment, but to redistribute manufacturing and industrial activity from developed countries that follow the insane rules that are put down to polluting countries that break the rules and are making a fortune. They're making a fortune. European electricity bills are now 4 to 5 times more expensive than those in China, and 2 to 3 times higher than the United States. And our bills are coming way down. You probably see that our gasoline prices are way down. You know, we have an expression, drill, baby, drill, and that's what we're doing. We're going to be much lower in a year from now. But they've come way down over the last year. As a result, every air conditioner is like very uncommon to see one in some of these countries because the electric costs are so high. So while the U.S. has approximately 1,300 heat-related deaths annually, that's a lot, Europe loses more than 175,000 people to heat deaths each year because the costs are so expensive you can't turn on an air conditioner. What is that all about? That's not Europe. That's not the Europe that I love and know. All in the name of pretending to stop the global warming hoax. The entire globalist concept of asking successful industrialized nations to inflict pain on themselves and radically disrupt their entire societies must be rejected completely and totally, and it must be immediate. That's why in America I withdrew from the fake Paris Climate Accord, where, by the way, America was paying so much more than every country. Others weren't paying. China didn't have to pay until 2030. Russia was given an old standard that was easy to meet, a 1990 standard. But for the United States, we're supposed to pay like $1 trillion. And I said, this is another scam. The fact is, the United States has been taken advantage of by the world for many, many years, but not any longer, as you probably noticed. I unleashed massive energy production and signed historic executive orders to hunt for oil, but we don't have to do much hunting because we have the most oil of any nation anywhere, oil and gas in the world. And if you add coal, we have the most of any nation in the world. Clean, I call it clean, beautiful coal. You can do things today with coal that you couldn't have done 10 years ago, 15 years. So I have a little standing order in the White House. Never use the word coal, only use the words clean, beautiful coal. Sounds much better, doesn't it? But we stand ready to provide any country with abundant, affordable energy supplies if you need them, when most of you do. We're proudly exporting energy all over the world. We're now the largest exporter. In the United States, we want trade and robust commerce with all nations, everybody. We want to help nations. We're going to help nations. But it must also be fair and reciprocal. The challenge with trade is much the same with climate. The countries that followed the rules, all their factories have been plundered. It's really sad to watch. They've been broken. They've been broken by countries that broke the rules. That's why the United States is now applying tariffs to other countries, and much as these tariffs were for many years applied to us, uncontrollably applied to us. We've used tariffs as a defense mechanism under the Trump administration, including my first term, where hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs were taken in. And by the way, we had the lowest inflation, and now we have very low inflation. The only thing different is that we have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing into our country. But this is how we will ensure that the system works for everyone and is sustainable into the future. We're also using tariffs to defend our sovereignty and security throughout the world, including against nations that have taken advantage of former U.S. administrations for decades, including the most corrupt, incompetent administration in history, the sleepy Joe Biden administration. Brazil now faces major tariffs in response to its unprecedented efforts to interfere in the rights and freedoms of our American citizens and others, with censorship, repression, weaponization, judicial corruption, and targeting of political critics in the United States. I have a little problem saying this because I must tell you, I was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out. We saw him and I saw him, he saw me, and we embraced. And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be saying this in just 2 minutes? But we actually agreed that we would meet next week. We didn't have much time to talk, like about 20 seconds. They were in retrospect, I'm glad I waited because this thing didn't work out too well. But we did talk, we had a good talk, and we agreed to meet next week, if that's of interest. But he seemed like a very nice man, actually. He liked me, I liked him. But if you, and I only do business with people I like. When I don't like them, I don't like them. But we had, at least for about 39 seconds, we had excellent chemistry. It's a good sign. But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this, unfairly tariffed our nation, but now because of our tariffs, we are hitting them back, and we're hitting them back very hard. As president, I will always defend our national sovereignty and the rights of American citizens. So I'm very sorry to say this, that Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly. They can only do well when they're working with us. Without us, they will fail, just as others have failed. It's true. Next year, the United States will celebrate the 250th anniversary of our glorious independence, a testament to enduring power and American freedom and spirit. We will also be proudly hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and shortly thereafter, the 2028 Olympics, which is going to be very exciting. I hope you all come. I hope that countless people from all over the globe will take part of these will be great celebrations of liberty and human achievement, and that together we all can rejoice in the miracles of history that began in July 4th, 1776, when we founded the light to all nations. And it's something really that an amazing thing came out of that date. It's called the United States of America. In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us in renewing our commitment, values, and those values, really, that we hold so dear. Together, let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary. In closing, I just want to repeat that immigration and the high cost of so-called green renewable energy is destroying a large part of the free world and a large part of our planet. Countries that cherish freedom are fading fast because of their policies on these two subjects. You need strong borders and traditional energy sources if you are going to be great again. Whether you have come from north or south, east or west, near or far, every leader in this beautiful hall today represents a rich culture, a noble history, and a proud heritage that makes each nation majestic and unique, unlike anything else in human history or any other place on the face of the earth. From London to Lima, from Rome to Athens, from Paris to Seoul, from Cairo to Tokyo and Amsterdam to right here in New York City, we stand on the shoulders of the leaders and legends, generals and giants, heroes and titans who won and built our beloved nations, all of our nations, with their own courage, strength, spirit, and skill. Our ancestors climbed mountains, conquered oceans, crossed deserts, and trekked over wide open plains. They charged into thunderous battles, plunged into grave dangers, and they were soldiers and farmers and workers and warriors and explorers and patriots. They built towns into cities, tribes into kingdoms, ideas into industries, and small islands into mighty empires. You're a part of all of that. They were champions for their people who never gave up and who never, ever gave in. Their values defined our national identities. Their visions forged our magnificent destiny. Everybody in this room is a part of it in your own way. Each of us inherits the deeds and the myths, the triumphs, the legacies of our own heroes and founders who so bravely showed us the way. Our ancestors gave everything for homelands that they defended with pride, with sweat, with blood, with life, and with death. Now the righteous task of protecting the nations that they built belongs to each and every one of us. So together let us uphold our sacred duty to our people and to our citizens. Let us protect their borders, ensure their safety, preserve their cultures, treasure, and traditions, and fight, fight, fight for their precious dreams and their cherished freedoms. And in friendship and really a beautiful vision, let us all work together to build a bright, beautiful planet, a planet that we all share, a planet of peace and a world that is richer, better, and more beautiful than ever before. That can happen. It will happen. It will happen, and I hope it can happen and start right now, right at this moment. We'll turn it around. We're going to make our countries better, safer, more beautiful. We're going to people. Thank you very much. It's been an honor. God bless the nations of the world. Thank you very much. Bye.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States,
Please be seated. Please be seated.
Excellencies, could you please take your seats in due respect to the next speakers? The second row, could you please take your seat right now? Please take a seat now. With due respect to the next speakers, I would kindly ask you, gentlemen in the left row, please take your seats. We will continue. Excellencies, as we are receiving queries, I would like to assure you that don't worry, the UN teleprompters are working perfectly. And by this technical note, I would like to call on the next speaker. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Prabowo Subianto, President of the Republic of Indonesia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Her Excellency Madame Annalena Baerbock, President of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Moses Abelian, Under-Secretary General for General Assembly and Management, Excellencies, Heads of States, Heads of Governments, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor for me to stand in this august General Assembly Hall among leaders and representatives who represent almost all of humanity. We differ in race, religion, and nationality, yet we gather together today as one human family. We are here first and foremost as fellow human beings, each created equal, endowed with unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The words of the United Nations Declaration of Independence have inspired democratic movements across continents, including the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, the Mexican Revolution, the Chinese Revolution, and Indonesia's own struggle and journey to freedom. It also gave birth to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted by the United Nations in 1948. All men are created equal was the creed that opened the way to unprecedented global prosperity and dignity. And yet, in our own era of scientific and technological triumphs, an era capable of ending hunger, poverty, and environmental ruin, we also continue to face today grave dangers, challenges, and uncertainties. Human folly, fueled by fear, racism, hatred, oppression, and apartheid, threatens our common future. My country knows this pain. For centuries, Indonesians lived under colonial domination, oppression, and slavery. We were treated less than dogs in our own homeland. We Indonesians know what it means to be denied justice and what it means to live in apartheid, to live in poverty, and to be denied equal opportunity. We also knew what solidarity can do in our struggle for independence, in our fight to overcome hunger, disease, and poverty. The United Nations stood with Indonesia and gave us vital assistance. Decisions made here based on human solidarity by the Security Council and this Assembly gave Indonesia independence, international legitimacy, opened doors, and supported our early development through the efforts of the United Nations Children Fund, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO, the World Health Organization, and many, many other United Nations institutions. And because of that, Indonesia today stands on the cusp of shared prosperity and greater equality and dignity. Madam President, Excellencies, our world today is driven by conflict, injustice, and deepening uncertainty. Every day we witness suffering, genocide, and blatant disregard for international law and human decency. In the face of these challenges, we must not give up. As the United Nations Secretary General said, we cannot give up. We cannot surrender our hopes or our ideals. We must draw closer, not drift apart. Together we must strive to achieve our hopes, our dreams. The United Nations was born from the ashes of the Second World War that claimed scores of millions of lives. It was created to secure peace, security, justice, and freedom for all. We remain committed to internationalism, to multilateralism, and to every effort that strengthens this great institution. Today, Indonesia is nearer than ever before to meeting the sustainable development goals of ending extreme poverty and hunger. Because years ago, this very chamber chose to listen and uphold social and economic justice. We will never forget. And today, we must never be silent while Palestinians are denied that same justice and legitimacy in this very hall. Excellencies, Thucydides warned, the strong do what they can, the weak suffer what they must. We must reject this doctrine. The United Nations exist to reject this doctrine. We must stand for all, the strong and the weak. Might cannot be right. Right must be right. Indonesia today is one of the largest contributors to United Peacekeeping Forces. We believe in the United Nations. We will continue to serve where peace needs guardians, not with just words, but with boots on the ground. If and when the United Nations Security Council and this great assembly decide Indonesia is prepared to deploy 20,000 or even more of our sons and daughters to help secure peace in Gaza or elsewhere, in Ukraine, in Sudan, in Libya, everywhere when the peace needs to be enforced, peace needs to be guarded, we are ready. We will take our share of the burden, not only with our sons and daughters, we are also willing to contribute financially to support the great mission to achieve peace by the United Nations. Madam President, Excellencies, I propose to this Assembly a message of hope and optimism, grounded in action and execution. Today, we heard the speech of Madam President, the President of the United Nations General Assembly. Yes, it is true what she said. Without the International Civil Aviation Organization, will we be here today? Will we sit in this great hall? Without the United Nations, we cannot be safe. No country can feel secure. We need the United Nations, and Indonesia will continue to support the United Nations, even though we still struggle, but we know the world needs a strong United Nations. The world's population is growing. Our planet is under strain. Food, energy, and water insecurity haunt many nations. We choose to answer these challenges directly at home and to help abroad wherever we can. This year, Indonesia recorded the highest rice production and grain reserves in our history. We are now self-sufficient in rice, and we are starting now to export rice to other nations in need, including providing rice for Palestine. We are building resilient food supply chains, strengthening farmer productivity, investing in climate-smart agriculture to ensure food security for our children and for the children of the world. We are confident in a few years' time, Indonesia will be the granary of the world. As the world's largest island state, we testify before you that we are already experiencing the direct consequences of climate change, particularly the threat of rising sea levels. The sea level on the north coast of our capital city is increasing by 5 centimeters every year. Can you imagine in 10 years? Can you imagine in 20 years? For this, we are forced to build a giant seawall, 480 kilometers in length. It will take us maybe 20 years, but we have no choice. We have to start now. Therefore, we choose to confront climate change not by slogans, but by immediate steps. We are committed to meeting our 2015 Paris Agreement obligations. We aim to achieve net zero emission by 2060, and we are very confident we can achieve net zero emission much earlier. We aim to reforest more than 12 million hectares of degraded forest, to reduce forest degradation, to empower local communities with quality green jobs for the future. Indonesia is shifting decisively from fossil fuel-based development towards renewable-based development. From next year, most of our additional power generation capacity will come from renewables. Our goal is clear: to lift all of our citizens out of poverty and make Indonesia a hub for solutions to food, energy, and water security. Madam President, Excellencies, we live in a time when hatred and violence can seem to be the loudest voices. But beneath this loud noise lies a quieter truth, that every person longs to be safe, to be respected, to be loved, and to leave a better world to their children. Our children are watching. They are learning leadership, not from a book, but from our choices. Today, still, a catastrophic situation in Gaza is unfolding before our eyes. At this very moment, the innocent are crying for help, are crying to be saved. Who will save them? Who will save the innocent? Who will save the old and women? Millions are facing danger at this very moment. As we sit here, they are facing trauma. They are facing irreparable damage to their bodies. They are dying of starvation. Can we remain silent? Will there be no answer to their screams? Will we teach them that the human family can rise to the challenge? Madam President, we must act now. Many speakers have said that. We must stand for a multilateral order where peace, prosperity, and progress are not the privilege of a few, but the right of all. With a strong United Nations, we can build a world where the weak do not suffer what they must, but live the justice that they deserve. Let us continue humanity's great journey of ideals, the selfless aspirations that created the United Nations. Let us use science to uplift, not use science to destroy. Let rising nations help others to lift themselves. I am convinced that the leaders of the great world civilizations of the West, of the East, of the North, of the South, leaders of America, Europe, of India, China, the Islamic world, the whole world, I am convinced they will rise to their role demanded by history. We are all hopeful that the leaders of the world will show great statesmanship, great wisdom, restraint, humility, overcome hate, overcome suspicion. Madam President, distinguished delegates, we are greatly heartened by the events of the last few days, where significant leading countries of the world have chosen to side with history, to choose the right side of history, the path of the moral high ground, path of rectitude, the path of justice, the path of humanity, to shun hatred, to overcome suspicion, and to avoid the use of violence. The use of violence will beget violence. No one country can bully the whole community of the human family. We may be weak individually, but the sense of oppression, the sense of injustice has proven in the history of mankind that this sense of injustice, this sense of oppression will unite into a strong force that will overcome this oppression, that will overcome this injustice. To close, I would like to reiterate again Indonesia's complete support for the two-state solution in Palestine. We must have an independent Palestine, but we must also recognize, we must also respect, and we must also guarantee the safety and security of Israel. Only then we can have real peace, and no longer hate and no longer suspicion. The only solution is this two-state solution. Two descendants of Abraham must live in reconciliation, peace, and harmony. Arabs, Jews, Muslims, Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, all religions, we must live as one human family. Indonesia is committed to being part of making this vision a reality. Is this a dream? Maybe, but this is the beautiful dream that we must work together towards. Let us work towards this noble goal. Let us continue humanity's journey of hope, a journey started by our forefathers, a journey that we must complete. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Namo Buddhaya. Thank you very much. May God bless us all. May peace be upon us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Indonesia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Sayın Başkan, değerli devlet ve hükümet başkanları, Sayın Genel Sekreter, kıymetli delegeler, sizleri şahsım ve milletim adına en kalbi duygularımla selamlıyorum. Birleşmiş Milletler 80. Genel Kurulu'nun tüm insanlık için hayırlara vesile olmasını temenni ediyorum. İnsanlığın ortak vicdanını temsil eden bu kürsüden sizlere bir kez daha hitap etmekten büyük bir bahtiyarlık duyuyorum. Genel Kurul Başkanlığını tamamlayan Sayın Yang'ı tebrik ediyor. Bu görevi devralan Sayın Berbok'a başarılar diliyorum. Konuşmamın hemen başında Filistin'in giderek artan sayıda ülke tarafından tanındığı bir dönemde Filistin Devlet Sayın Mahmud Abbas'ın bugün bizzat aramızda olamayışından duyduğum üzüntüyü ifade etmek istiyorum. Biz bugün bu kürsüde kendi vatandaşlarımızla birlikte sesi kısılmak istenen Filistin halkına tercüman olmak için de bulunuyoruz. Filistin devletini tanıyacağını açıklayan tüm ülkelere teşekkür ediyor. Henüz bu kararı almayan devletleri ise bir an önce harekete geçmeye çağırıyorum. Sayın Başkan, değerli üyeler, Birleşmiş Milletler şartı bundan 80 yıl önce San Francisco'da imzalandı ve 24 Ekim 1945'te yürürlüğe girdi. Birleşmiş Milletler Kuruluş Şartı'nın ilk maddesinin ilk kelimelerini burada tekrar hatırlatmak isterim. Birleşmiş Milletler'in amacı uluslararası barış ve güvenliği korumaktır. Evet, bizler bu salonda Birleşmiş Milletler'in 80. yaşını kutlarken dünyanın birçok bölgesinde kuruluş şartının ilk maddesinin ilk kelimelerine gölge düşürecek vahim hadiseler yaşanıyor. Özellikle Gazze'de gözlerimizin önünde 700 günü aşkın bir süredir soykırım devam ediyor. Biz toplantı halindeyken dahi Gazze'de şu anda siviller katlediliyor. Gazze'de ölen sivillerin sayısı 65.000'i geçti. Enkaz altında kaç cenazenin olduğu henüz bilinmiyor. Ölenlerin 20.000'den fazlası çocuk. İsrail tarafından Gazze'de son 23 aydır her saat, evet her saat bir çocuk acımasızca hayattan kopartılıyor. Bunlar sayı değil dostlar. Hepsi birer can, birer masum insan. Şu anda sadece silahlarla değil, açlık silahıyla da insanlar öldürülüyor. 21. yüzyılda medeni dünyanın bakışları altında 146'sı çocuk, 428 kişi açlıktan hayatını kaybetti ve sayı her geçen gün artıyor. Şimdi size Gazze'deki günlük hayatı anlatan bir fotoğraf göstereceğim. Birinci fotoğraf, gördüğünüz gibi ellerinde leğenli kadınlar. Lütfen hepimiz elimizi vicdanımıza koyup cevap verelim. 2025 yılında böyle bir gaddarlığın makul bir sebebi olabilir mi? Fakat insanlık adına bu utanç manzarası Gazze'de 23 aydır her gün tekrar ediyor. 365 kilometre kare içinde yaşayan 2,5 milyon Gazze'li her gün yerinden ediliyor, her gün bir başka bölgeye göçe zorlanıyor. Gazze'nin sağlık altyapısı tamamen çökmüş durumda. Doktorlar öldürüldü ya da gözaltına alındı. Ambulanslar vuruldu. Hastaneler bombalandı, yıkıldı. Tedavi mümkün değil. Operasyon mümkün değil. İlaç bulmak mümkün değil. Dostlar, bakın Tayyip Erdoğan olarak içim yanarak, içim kan ağlayarak söylüyorum. Henüz 2-3 yaşındaki elleri, kolları, bacakları olmayan masum yavrucuklar bugün maalesef Gazze'nin olağan fotoğrafı haline gelmiştir. Buna hangi vicdan dayanır? Hangi vicdan buna sessiz kalabilir? Çocukların açlıktan, ilaçsızlıktan öldüğü bir dünyada huzur olur mu? Hepimiz anne babayız. Üzerine titrediğimiz evlatlarımız, torunlarımız var. Burada, Amerika'da, Avrupa'da, dünyanın her yerinde bir çocuğun eline küçük bir diken batsa anne babaların yüreği yanıyor, ama Gazze'de çocukların elleri, kolları, bacakları anestezi yapılmadan ampute ediliyor. Kimse kusura bakmasın ama bu insanlığın dip noktasıdır. İnsanlık tarihi son bir asırda böyle bir vahşet görmemiştir. Her şey gözümüzün önünde cereyan ediyor. Gazze'deki soykırım medya, sosyal medya aracılığıyla her an canlı olarak yayınlanıyor. İsrail şu ana kadar Gazze'de ulusal ve uluslararası basında çalışan 250 gazeteciyi kasıtlı olarak öldürdü. Gazze'ye tüm girişleri yasakladı. Ama yine de soykırımı gizleyemedi. Filistin topraklarında devam eden soykırıma her fırsatta dikkatleri çeken Genel Sekreter Sayın Guterres'i gönülden destekliyorum. Cesareti için kendisini bir kez daha tebrik ediyorum. Ancak Birleşmiş Milletler Gazze'de kendi çalışanlarını dahi maalesef koruyamamıştır. Gazze'de insanlara yardım için koşturan 500 kişi öldürülmüştür. Ve bunların 326'sı Birleşmiş Milletler personelidir. Sayın Başkan, değerli üyeler, bakınız, soykırım tıpkı Holocaust gibi insanların toplu halde imhası için kullanılan utanç verici, insanlık dışı, barbarca bir kavramdır. Oysa bugün Gazze'de sadece insanlar öldürülmüyor. Gazze'de hayvanlar hedef alınarak öldürülüyor. Gazze'de tarım alanları, bahçeler, ağaçlar, otlar, Gazze'de asırlık zeytin ağaçları yok ediliyor. Gazze'de sular yok ediliyor, kirletiliyor. Gazze'de binalar, evler, kütüphaneler, hastaneler, okullar, camiler, kiliseler, tarihi yapılar bilinçli bir şekilde yıkılıyor. Gazze'nin toprağı insan içinde, hayvan içinde, bitki içinde artık işe yaramaz hale getiriliyor. İşte sizlere Bir başka fotoğraf daha. Şimdi size soruyorum. Elimdeki şu fotoğrafın güvenlik arayışıyla ne ilgisi var? Bunun adı canlıya düşmanlık, hayata düşmanlık değil midir? Bu kürsüden açık açık ifade ediyorum. Gazze'de bir savaş yoktur. Gazze'de iki taraftan söz edilemez. Gazze'de bir yanda elinde en modern, en öldürücü silahlar olan düzenli ordu, diğer tarafta ise masum siviller, masum çocuklar vardır. Bu terörle mücadele değildir. Bu 7 Ekim olayı öne sürülerek yürütülen bir işgal, tehcir, sürgün, soykırım, daha doğrusu bir toplu kıyım politikasıdır. Bugün Gazze Hamas bahanesiyle yok edilirken eş zamanlı olarak Hamas'ın yönetimde olmadığı Batı Şeria'da adım adım işgal edilmekte, infazlarla masum siviller katledilmektedir. Üstelik İsrail Gazze ve Batı Şeria ile sınırlı kalmıyor, Suriye'ye, İran'a, Yemen'e, Lübnan'a saldırılar düzenleyerek bölge barışını da tehdit ediyor. En son arabulucu Katar'da ateşkes müzakereleri için toplantı yapan heyete İsrail saldırısı gerçekleşmiştir. Katar'a yönelik saldırı göstermiştir ki İsrail yönetimi tamamen kontrolü kaybetmiştir. Netanyahu'nun barış yapmaya da rehineleri kurtarmaya da niyetinin olmadığı bir kez daha anlaşılmıştır. Sadece komşuları değil, Orta Doğu'daki tüm ülkeler İsrail hükümetinin pervasız tehditlerine muhatap oluyor. Şunun da farkına varalım. İsrail'in artan saldırganlığı sebebiyle Avrupa başta olmak üzere Batı'da 2. Dünya Savaşı sonrası ortaya çıkan değerler de çok ağır yara almıştır. En temel insan hakları, ifade özgürlüğü, basın özgürlüğü, gösteri ve protesto özgürlüğü, kadın hakları, çocuk hakları, demokrasi, eşitlik, adalet gibi kavramlar rafa kaldırılmıştır. Gelinen noktada hepimiz şu gerçeği görmek zorundayız. Değerli dostlar, vaat edilmiş topraklar saplantısıyla hareket eden İsrail yönetimi yayılmacı bir politikayla bölge barışına ve insanlığın müşterek kazanımlarına kastetmektedir. 3 semavi dinin kutsal beldesi, insanlığın ortak mirası olan Kudüs-ü Şerif bu radikalizmin doğrudan hedefidir. Vicdan sahibi Musevileri de rahatsız eden, onların da tasvip etmediği, dahası tüm dünyada antisemitizmi körükleyen bu cinnet hali artık daha fazla devam edemez. Gazze'de ateşkes bir an önce sağlanmalı, saldırılar durmalı, insani yardımların engelsiz girişine mutlaka izin verilmelidir. Soykırım kadrosunun uluslararası hukuka hesap vermesi temin edilmelidir. İnşallah bu mutlaka gerçekleşecektir. Gazze'de yaşanan barbarlığa karşı sesini yükseltmeyen, tavır almayan herkes bu vahşetin sorumluluğuna ortaktır. Buradan bütün devlet ve hükümet başkanlarına samimiyetle sesleniyorum. Gün bugündür. Gün insanlık adına Filistinli mazlumların yanında dimdik durma günüdür. Halklarınız Gazze'deki barbarlığa tepki gösterirken gelin sizler de adım adım cesaretinizi gösterin. Çocukları büyüttüğü Gazze'ye karşı insanlık görevinizi yerine getirin. Bu vesileyle dünyanın farklı ülkelerinde Gazze'li mazlumlara sahip çıkmak için meydanları dolduran Gazze'li masumlara destek olmak için denizlere yelken açan akademisyeniyle, sanatçısıyla, siyasetçisiyle, aktivistiyle, öğrencisiyle tüm Filistin savunucularına en kalbi selamlarımı yolluyorum. Kıymetli delegeler, 13 yıl boyunca sizlere bu kürsüden komşumuz Suriye'de yaşanan zulümden ve çatışmalardan bahsettim. Nasıl bugün Gazze'li mazlumlar için sesimizi yükseltiyorsak, 13 yıl süresince de Suriyelilerin feryatlarına dikkat çektik. Burada onların da sesi, nefesi olduk. 1 milyon insanın hayatına, milyonlarcasının da vatanlarını terk etmesine sebep olan zulüm, 8 Aralık devrimiyle birlikte hamdolsun artık tarihe karıştı. Suriyeli kardeşlerimiz 8 Aralık tarihi itibariyle yeni bir dönemin kapılarını açtılar. Eli kanlı bir rejime karşı mücadeleyi kazanan Suriye halkı, inanıyorum ki büyük bedeller ödeyerek elde ettikleri zaferi de inşallah menziline ulaştıracaktır. DAEŞ başta olmak üzere terörün hiçbir çeşidinin olmadığı, güvenliğin tesis edildiği bir ve bütün Suriye vizyonunu tüm imkanlarımızla destekleyeceğiz. Suriye'de istikrar kökleştikçe hiç şüphesiz bunun kazananı Suriyelilerle birlikte tüm komşu ülkeler, tüm bölgemiz olacaktır. Körfez'deki kardeş ülkelere de Suriye'nin toparlanmasına verdikleri katkılar için teşekkürlerimi iletiyorum. Bizimle aynı ilkeleri paylaşan tüm bölgesel ve uluslararası aktörlerle işbirliğimizi inşallah aynı şekilde sürdüreceğiz. Değerli dostlar, komşumuz İran'la ilgili nükleer dosyanın bir an evvel diplomasi yoluyla çözülmesini temenni ediyoruz. Unutulmamalıdır ki bölgemiz yeni bir krizi daha kaldıramaz. Komşumuz Irak'ın istikrarı, güvenliği ve refahı bölgemizin selameti bakımından fevkalade önemlidir. Kalkınma yolu projesi gibi kolektif refahı önceleyen stratejik hamlelere bu bakımdan büyük önem atfediyoruz. Kuzeyde her ikisi de komşumuz olan Rusya ve Ukrayna arasında İstanbul sürecine büyük bir iştiyakla ev sahipliği yapıyoruz. Doğrudan görüşmeler sayesinde çok sayıda esirin ve naaşın mübadelesine aracılık ettik. Taraflar arasında barış müzakerelerinin modalitelerini belirlemeye çalıştık. Unutmayın, savaşın kazananı adil bir barışın kaybedeni olmaz şiarıyla önümüzdeki dönemde de ateşkes için çaba göstermeye devam edeceğiz. Azerbaycan ve Ermenistan arasında barışın tesisi için tarafları en başından bu yana cesaretlendirdik. 8 Ağustos tarihinde iki ülke arasında kalıcı barışa giden adımların atılmasından memnuniyet duyuyoruz. Azerbaycan Cumhurbaşkanı Sayın Aliyev ile Ermenistan Başbakanı Sayın Paşinyan başta olmak üzere sürece katkıda bulunan Amerikan Başkanı Sayın Trump'ı burada bir kez daha tebrik ediyorum. Bu vesileyle ülkemizle Ermenistan arasındaki normalleşme sürecinin kendi rayında ilerlediğini de ifade etmek isterim. Diğer bir arabuluculuk faaliyetimiz olan Ankara süreci kapsamında Somali ile Etiyopya arasındaki ihtilafın halline yönelik gayretlerimizi sürdürüyoruz. Tarafların bu girişimi hızla, başarıyla neticelendirmelerini temenni ediyorum. Değerli delegeler, Karadeniz'de güvenliğin teminatı olan Montreux Sözleşmesi'ni tam 89 yıldır tarafsızlık içinde harfiyen uygulamaktayız. Ege Denizi'ni ve Doğu Akdeniz'i ilgili tüm tarafların meşru menfaatlerine riayet edilen bir istikrar ve refah havzası olarak görmek istiyoruz. Enerji ve çevre başta olmak üzere her konuda yapıcı işbirliğine hazırız. Komşularımızdan da aynısını bekliyoruz. Bu vesileyle Doğu Akdeniz'de Türkiye'yi ve Kuzey Kıbrıs Türk Cumhuriyeti'ni dışlayan projelerin başarılı olamayacağını burada özellikle vurgulamak istiyorum. Kıbrıs adasının batısında Türkiye'nin hak ve yetkileri, adanın etrafındaki alanlarda ise Kıbrıs Türklerinin meşru hakları vardır. Daha evvel de teklif ettiğimiz Doğu Akdeniz Konferansı müşterek bir zeminin bulunmasına katkı yapacaktır. Kıbrıs meselesinin çözümü daha önce defalarca denenmiş ancak Rum tarafının uzlaşmaz tutumu nedeniyle tüketilmiş federasyon modeli üzerine bina edilemez. Kıbrıs adasında iki ayrı devlet ve iki ayrı halk vardır. Kıbrıs Türkleri adanın eşit sahibidir ve azınlık olmayı kabul etmeyecektir. Uluslararası toplum, Kıbrıs Türklerinin yarım asırdır maruz bırakıldıkları haksız izolasyona artık son vermelidir. Son 3 Birleşmiş Milletler Genel Kurulu'nda yaptığım çağrıyı bugün bir kere daha tekrarlıyor. Uluslararası toplumu Kuzey Kıbrıs Türk Cumhuriyeti'ni tanımaya, diplomatik, siyasi ve ekonomik ilişkiler kurmaya davet ediyorum. Sayın Başkan, değerli üyeler, önümüzdeki dönemde Türkiye-Avrupa Birliği ilişkilerinde yeni bir başlangıç ve vizyon arzuluyoruz. Bu vizyon günü kurtaran değil, ufku yeniden tayin eden, ortak geleceğimizi şekillendiren bir vizyon olmalıdır. Bunun için elbette Avrupa Birliği'nin de bizim kadar istekli ve kararlı olması mühimdir. Net güvenlik sağlayıcısı bir ülke olarak Birleşmiş Milletler, NATO, AGİT ve Avrupa Birliği'nin harekat ve misyonlarına katkılarımızı sürdürüyoruz. 2026 yılındaki NATO zirvesini Ankara'da toplayacağız. NATO müttefikimiz Amerika Birleşik Devletleri ile ilişkilerimizi ticaret, yatırım, enerji ve savunma sanayi başta olmak üzere birçok alanda güçlendiriyoruz. Atayurdumuz Orta Asya'daki kardeş ülkelerimizin barış, istikrar ve refahı bizim için vazgeçilmezdir. Türk Devletleri Teşkilatımız bölgesel bir çatı olmanın ötesine geçerek küresel bir aktör olma yolunda ilerliyor. Köklü beşeri bağlarımızın olduğu Balkanlarda barışın ve istikrarın sürmesi için yoğun gayret içindeyiz. Temmuz ayında ihdas ettiğimiz Balkan Barış Platformu bu yöndeki çabalarımızın en yeni örneğidir. KFOR komutanlığı görevini de bu yıl Ekim ayında bir kez daha üstleneceğiz. Afganistan'daki yönetimin toplumu kuşatıcı, dikkate alan bir anlayış sergilemesi temel arzumuzdur. Yeniden toparlanma sürecinde uluslararası toplumun Afgan halkını yalnız bırakmamasıdır. Türkiye ve Türk milleti olarak Afgan kardeşlerimizin her daim yanında olmaya devam edeceğiz. Değerli dostlar, Güney Asya'da barış ve istikrarın muhafazasını son derece önemli görüyoruz. Nisan ayında Pakistan ve Hindistan arasındaki çatışmaya varan bu gerilimde varılan ateşkesten memnuniyet duyuyoruz. İki ülke arasında terörle mücadelede işbirliğini önemsiyoruz. Keşmir meselesinin Birleşmiş Milletler Güvenlik Konseyi kararları temelinde Keşmirli kardeşlerimizin beklentileri ekseninde diyalogla çözülmesini destekliyoruz. Afrika kıtasıyla eğitimden sağlığa, altyapıdan ticarete kadar geniş bir yelpazede ilişkilerimiz yıldan yıla güçleniyor. Somali'nin terörle mücadelesine gereken her türlü desteği verirken insani yardım faaliyetlerimizi de sürdürüyoruz. Sudan'da 2 yılı aşkın süredir devam eden çatışma ortamı bizleri ziyadesiyle üzmektedir. Sudan'da akan kanın durması ve sürdürülebilir barışın tesis edilmesi uluslararası toplumun ortak sorumluluğudur. Bizim bu yöndeki çabalarımız devam edecektir. Büyük Göller bölgesi yıllardır süren istikrarsızlık ve çatışmalardan ziyadesiyle müzdarip olmuştur. Kongo Demokratik Cumhuriyeti'nin doğusunda yaşanan çatışmalar bir an önce çözülmelidir. Amerika'nın arabuluculuğu ve Katar'ın kolaylaştırıcılığında yürütülen gayretleri samimiyetle destekliyoruz. Batı Afrika'da bilhassa sahil havzasında artan terör faaliyetlerini de endişeyle takip ediyoruz. Tarihi bağlarımızın bulunduğu bu bölge halklarının huzura ve istikrara kavuşmaları için çabalarımız devam edecektir. İlhamını çift başlı Selçuklu Kartalı'ndan alan, bizim de 360 derecelik yaklaşımla yürüttüğümüz Türk dış politikasında Asya ülkeleriyle ilişkilerimiz büyük stratejik öneme sahiptir. Yeniden Asya girişimimiz çerçevesinde ASEAN başta olmak üzere bölgesel kuruluşlarla angajmanımız giderek derinleşiyor. Latin Amerika ve Karayipler bölgesiyle münasebetlerimizi ortaklık ruhuyla ve kazan yaklaşımıyla geliştirmeye büyük önem atfediyoruz. Bölgedeki tüm ülkelerle kurmuş olduğumuz dostane bağları daha ileriye taşıma irademiz bakidir. Kıymetli delegeler, uluslararası ticarette artan korumacılık eğilimleri ve tedarik zincirlerinde yaşanan kırılmalar dünya ekonomisinde esaslı değişimlere yol açıyor. Mevcut sınamalarla başarılı mücadele için Dünya Ticaret Örgütü'nün yer aldığı kurallara dayalı uluslararası ticaretin reforme edilmesini destekliyoruz. Ucuz, güvenli ve sürdürülebilir enerjiye erişimi özellikle gelişmekte olan ülkelerin kalkınma hedeflerinin gerçekleştirilmesi için vazgeçilmez buluyorum. Çin'den Avrupa'ya uzanan ve stratejik önemi haiz Hazar geçişli Doğu-Batı ortak koridoru projesini ilerletiyoruz. Modern ulaştırma altyapımız ve Bakü-Tiflis-Kars hattıyla dünya ticaretinin gelişimine katkı sunuyoruz. Tabiata saygılı bir gelecek inşa etme hedefiyle çıktığımız yolda 2053 net sıfır emisyon hedefine doğru kararlılıkla ilerliyoruz. Eşim Emine Erdoğan'ın himayesinde yürüyen sıfır atık hareketinin tüm dünyada her yıl dalga dalga büyüyen, daha fazla insana ve kalbe ulaşan bir farkındalık halkasına dönüştüğünü görmek bizim için ayrı bir bahtiyarlıktır. Bu süreçte gelişmiş ülkelerin sorumluluklarını yerine getirmesi artık bir tercihten öte yükümlülük haline gelmiştir. Dünyada en fazla kalkınma yardımı yapan ülkelerden biri olarak Birleşmiş Milletler'in sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedeflerine ulaşılması için çaba harcıyoruz. 2030 hedeflerine erişmek ve dünyanın dört bir yanındaki yüz milyonlarca insanı onurlu yaşama kavuşturmak için küresel finansman mimarisinin kimseyi geride bırakmama anlayışıyla uyumlu hale getirilmesini savunuyoruz. Burada şunu da özellikle dikkatinizi çekerek söylemek istiyorum. Biz jeopolitik sınamalarla uğraşırken insanlık yapay zeka alanında olağanüstü bir sıçramaya şahitlik ediyor. Çığır açan bu teknolojilerin dönüştürücü gücü ve sunduğu nimetlerden hiçbir toplumun mahrum bırakılmaması gerekiyor. Yapay zeka teknolojileri yeni bir tahakküm aracı olarak değil, insanlığın lehine kullanılmalıdır. Ev sahipliğini yaptığımız en az gelişmiş ülkeler için Birleşmiş Milletler Teknoloji Bankası, dijital ve teknolojik açığın kapatılmasında kritik rol oynuyor. Hazırladığımız ve evrensel mutabakatla yakında imzaya açacağımız dijital dünyada çocuk hakları sözleşmesinin bu alanda küresel bir farkındalık oluşturacağına inanıyor. Çabalarımıza güçlü desteğinizi bekliyoruz. Diğer taraftan ırkçılık, yabancı karşıtlığı ve bilhassa İslam düşmanlığının vahim boyutlara ulaştığı günümüzde bir arada yaşama kültürünü tehdit eden bu akımlarla mücadele insanlık için zaruret halini almıştır. Medeniyetler İttifakı Yüksek Temsilcisi Sayın Moratinos'un Birleşmiş Milletler Genel Sekreterinin İslamofobi ile mücadele özel elçisi olarak da atanması kıymetlidir. Geçen sene burada ifade ettiğim gibi aile kurumu günümüzde daha önce hiç olmadığı kadar tehdit altındadır. Kadın ve erkekten oluşan aileyi savunmak aynı zamanda insanı, fıtratı, yaşamı ve geleceği savunmak demektir. Türkiye olarak artan saldırılar karşısında aileyi savunmaya devam edeceğiz. Kıymetli delegeler, insanlığın bir daha savaş felaketi yaşamaması için kurulan Birleşmiş Milletler'in kökleri içinde bulunduğumuz karanlık döneme ışık tutacak değerlerle doludur. Genel Sekreter Sayın Guterres'in teşkilatımızı etkin ve verimli hale getirmek amacıyla başlattığı Birleşmiş Milletler 80 girişimine desteğimiz tamdır. Bu girişimin Birleşmiş Milletler'in tüm faaliyetlerini daha da güçlendirecek bir süreç olarak başarıya ulaşmasını temenni ediyorum. Bu sürece İstanbul'u bir Birleşmiş Milletler merkezi haline getirme vizyonumuzdan da hareketle güçlü destek vermeye hazırız. 80. yılda Birleşmiş Milletleri kuruluş ruhuna döndürecek adımları atmak hepimizin ortak sorumluluğudur. Biz güçlünün haklı olduğu değil, haklının güçlü olduğu bir sistem kurulana kadar dünya 5'ten büyüktür demeye devam edeceğiz. Görevimiz sistemi terk etmek değil, onarmak, yeniden işler hale getirmektir. Hiç şüphesiz daha adil bir dünya mümkündür. Türkiye daha adil bir dünyanın inşası için mücadelesini sabırla devam ettirecektir. Rabbim yar ve yardımcımız olsun diyorum. Hepinizi bir kez daha sevgi ve saygıyla selamlıyorum. Kalın sağlıcakla.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Turkey. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Dina Ercilia Boluarte Segara, President of the Republic of Peru. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Señora Presidenta de la Asamblea General, Ana Elena Barboc. Señor Secretario General de las Naciones Unidas, Antonio Guterres. Señoras y señores, jefes de Estado y señoras presentes en esta magna asamblea. El Perú es el centro y cuna de grandes civilizaciones milenarias, siendo la última el imperio de los incas, que dejó un legado de grandeza. Somos herederos asimismo del virreinato del Perú, que abarcó las 2/3 partes de América del Sur. Somos un país mestizo, mezcla fundamental entre hispanos y andinos, orgulloso de ser heredero de los más grandes imperios de Europa y América del siglo XVI. El pueblo peruano es hoy resiliente, emprendedor, solidario, amante de la paz, la libertad y la democracia. Nuestros grandes escritores, Mario Vargas Llosa y José María Arguedas, compartieron la idea de que el Perú es país de todas las sangres. Nuestra identidad expresa creativamente que somos la unidad de los diversos, unidos bajo la misma roja y blanca bandera peruana. En nuestro país viven los pueblos originarios y los pueblos del mundo en paz y unidad, como una gran síntesis del Perú, país en el que vivió y trabajó durante 40 años el Papa León XIV, nacionalizado peruano, por su profundo amor a nuestra gente, tanto por su carácter solidario y pacífico, como por su fe católica y cristiana. Todos los estudios señalan que somos el país más emprendedor del mundo, razón por la cual después de la pandemia del COVID-19, que por una pésima administración gubernamental alcanzó más de 2 millones de fallecidos, nos hemos empezado a recuperar, logrando hoy más de 17 meses de crecimiento consecutivo de nuestra economía. Hemos derrotado la recesión y la inflación originada por la violencia política y por la corrupción. Un golpe de Estado fallido y la fuga de más de 20.000 millones de dólares entre los años 2021 y 2023. Hemos recuperado la confianza de la inversión nacional, pero también del extranjero, y abrazado a la libertad. Somos un país solvente y estable por el golpe de Estado de diciembre del 2022 que pretendía instaurar una dictadura sometiendo a todos los poderes del Estado. Tuve que asumir constitucionalmente la presidencia de la República. Desde ese entonces se estableció una narrativa por la cual el golpista se convirtió en víctima y la presidenta que asumió constitucional y legalmente la presidencia fue acusada por algunas voces de golpista y usurpadora. La mentira trastocada en verdad y la verdad en mentira. Este es uno de los temas de nuestro tiempo. La construcción de narrativas falsas que buscan armar proyectos políticos antidemocráticos. La reflexión es que las ideologías de odio, con sus proyectos de estados fallidos, que crecen como estados todopoderosos, requieren para imponerse una narrativa falsa para lograr su objetivo por medio de la violencia que en el poder aplasta las libertades, aplasta los medios de comunicación, a la oposición democrática, viola los derechos humanos y da inicio al control, confiscación y expropiación de las empresas privadas, creando una burocracia corrupta que destruye la economía, la sociedad y la moral pública. El primer paso para todo ello es la construcción de un relato en el que se miente, se engaña y se manipula. La ideología del odio de clases es muy hábil en trastocar la realidad y construir falsos relatos, pues utiliza el método totalitario de repetir ad infinitum una mentira, como se hiciera en el mundo antes de la Segunda Guerra Mundial y como se viene haciendo nuevamente porque el totalitarismo se renueva, se presenta con otros rostros, porque lo que sigue siendo una grave amenaza para los países y para el mundo. El cínico relato se ve reforzado por el intervencionismo en los asuntos internos de los países, apoyando y difundiendo falsedades para destruir la democracia y eliminar la libertad. En el Perú hemos superado una fuerte, organizada y persistente violencia política que pretendía la vuelta al gobierno del golpista, y desde el año 2024 se ha logrado avanzar en el restablecimiento de la estabilidad y la confianza, razón por la cual la economía peruana logró crecer ese año 3,3% y en el presente año 2025 está superando un crecimiento del 3,5%, previéndose que el año 2026 se mantenga la tendencia de la expansión económica. El gobierno garantiza 3 años de crecimiento económico encabezando las cifras en Sudamérica. La inflación que tenemos es inferior al 2% anual. Las reservas internacionales son superiores a los 88.000 millones de dólares y nuestra moneda se mantiene estable y se fortalece cada día más. Nuestra deuda externa es menor al 32,2% del PBI, una de las más bajas de América y del mundo. Nuestro déficit fiscal este año será de 2,2% anual. Señora Presidenta de esta magna Asamblea, el 24 de octubre se creó las Naciones Unidas, después de la Segunda Guerra Mundial, cuando se logró derrotar a uno de los mayores proyectos políticos totalitarios, construido bajo una ideología de odio que produjo el más grave genocidio en la historia de la humanidad, el Holocausto, que jamás debemos olvidar. Esa nefasta guerra causó la muerte de 60 millones de seres humanos. Toda ideología de odio, el odio de clases y su elevación a principio y motor de la historia, el odio racial, el nacionalista, el odio religioso, étnico, el odio a las mujeres, entre otros, son los causantes de los peores crímenes en la historia humana. Las ideologías de odio construyen relatos como verdades absolutas que instrumentalizan a las personas y a los pueblos. La Constitución política de mi patria afirma que la defensa de la persona humana y su dignidad es el fin supremo de la sociedad y del Estado. El Perú rechaza, en consecuencia, los dos principales relatos de odio en el mundo: el odio de clases y el odio religioso, origen de guerras y violencia humana. En el Perú hemos sufrido más de 20 años de un terrorismo mesiánico, dogmático, violento y genocida, que le costó la vida a más de 70,000 peruanos. El terrorista odia las elecciones y el derecho ciudadano a elegir y a ser elegido. Cuando participa, lo hace para destruir la democracia desde adentro. Sin embargo, el relato que se ha querido imponer es una mentira flagrante. Las Fuerzas Armadas y policiales que defendieron la vida y la libertad de los peruanos son acusados de violar los derechos humanos, convirtiéndose así los héroes, defensores de la vida, la democracia y la libertad en victimarios, y los terroristas en víctimas. Así, los héroes que defendieron la democracia son perseguidos en juicios que se prolongan por décadas, mientras que los terroristas son indemnizados y considerados víctimas. El mundo al revés. La ONU, Presidenta, ha sido un hito fundamental en el siglo XX, pero en el siglo XXI debemos estar más atentos. Es nuestro deber impedir que el mundo se precipite hacia nuevos genocidios y nuevas violencias. No es aceptable en un mundo civilizado que un país invada a otro, utilizando un relato falso para justificar una guerra que ataca principalmente a la población. No es admisible la matanza de civiles, la captura de centenares de jóvenes, mujeres y hasta niños para utilizarlos como rehenes. Vivimos ante la amenaza del crimen internacional organizado. En el Perú, la delincuencia internacional dedicada a la extorsión recurre a métodos terroristas como los atentados con explosivos para someter a los ciudadanos. Estas organizaciones criminales que utilizan armas de guerra han creado mecanismos financieros para lavar el dinero manchado de sangre, remitiendo grandes sumas a sus países de origen. Se pretende normalizar esta violencia que requiere para su derrota el reconocimiento por la ONU como organizaciones terroristas y una nueva legislación nacional e internacional que detenga su amenaza al sistema democrático y al desarrollo de los pueblos. Es imperativo, asimismo, actuar contra el narcotráfico y la minería ilegal que destruye el medio ambiente, contaminan los ríos y condena a los pueblos y a las personas a la esclavitud. El crimen internacional tiene sometidas a miles de mujeres extraídas de sus hogares, de sus países con violencia y engaños y explotadas y privadas de su libertad. Señoras y señores, vivimos momentos que nos recuerdan los episodios más oscuros de nuestra historia moderna y el Perú está convencido que el mundo no necesita menos ONU, sino más y mejor ONU. Una que esté acorde con los tiempos en los que las ideologías de odio que tanto daño causaron y causan a la humanidad se han refugiado en la mentira, en las informaciones falsas y en la penetración de las sociedades democráticas. El Perú, como miembro fundador, está comprometido con un sistema multilateral abierto, basado en el derecho internacional y los principios de la Carta de Naciones Unidas. El pilar, el modelo, la ONU, pero es momento de hacer un alto y mirar lo que está pasando en el mundo a nuestro alrededor. En este momento estamos aquí, pero al otro lado del mundo están matando niños, niñas, personas inocentes. La prosperidad al mundo debe ser en ese trabajo responsable y unido. Y que hoy debe ingresar a un proceso de adecuación frente a las nuevas amenazas. Cada uno de nuestros países tiene el deber de contribuir al desarrollo de soluciones a los problemas comunes que enfrentamos y en eso se esfuerza mi país. Pero la interconexión de nuestras sociedades y economías hacen que solo a través de la cooperación internacional podamos resolver la crisis que enfrentamos. Si no reformamos las Naciones Unidas, nuestra casa común, para devolverle representatividad y efectividad a su acción, corremos el grave riesgo de ver desaparecer uno de los instrumentos más preciados que tiene la comunidad internacional para la estabilidad del mundo. Por ello, el Perú apoya los trabajos de la iniciativa ONU 80, iniciados por el secretario general, poniendo especial énfasis en la necesidad de volver a centrar la organización en sus funciones fundamentales, acercándola a las necesidades de los pueblos, a la vez que volviéndola más eficiente. La ONU 80 debe ser una oportunidad para fortalecer el multilateralismo y asegurar que la organización esté mejor preparada para cumplir sus objetivos esenciales. Esta reforma solo podrá rendir plenamente sus frutos si es complementada por una transformación de la gobernanza de la ONU, que evite los bloqueos institucionales en la toma de decisiones a la vez que asegure su idoneidad. Señoras y señores, en el Perú, nuestro gobierno trabaja en el cumplimiento de sus compromisos, tanto como su población como con la comunidad internacional, enfrentando la amenaza del crimen organizado, resultado de la descomposición de gobiernos tiránicos y haber provocado la migración a países como el nuestro. Desde el primer día de mi gobierno hemos luchado por restablecer la gobernabilidad en el país y derrotar la polarización y la violencia. En el Perú rige la plena separación de poderes y el Estado de Derecho, el respeto a la libertad y a los derechos humanos. Mi gobierno es el más estable en un periodo de 5 años en el que se han sucedido 5 presidentes. Estamos luchando por la seguridad ciudadana, enfrentando a la delincuencia que aprovecha el alza del precio del oro y el narcotráfico, con resultados positivos que pueden ser verificados. Trabajamos por fortalecer el capital humano. Estamos dando la batalla contra la desnutrición infantil y la anemia. Construimos escuelas y hospitales en todo el país, como no se ha hecho en los últimos años. La prioridad son los niños, las mujeres y la familia peruana. Estamos modernizando la infraestructura de mi país, puertos, aeropuertos, carreteras, puentes, diseñando una economía mejor conectada al mundo, así como una firme política de lucha contra la corrupción. Nuestro objetivo es garantizar elecciones libres e imparciales, derrotando el intento de una minoría violenta que busca su fracaso. Señoras y señores, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas ha estado siempre presente en la historia moderna de mi país, en particular en sus momentos más difíciles. Simultáneamente a lo que pasa en el mundo y a pesar de nuestros esfuerzos, el Perú hoy encuentra a sus instituciones democráticas y el Estado de Derecho atacados por la polarización de la política, causa y consecuencia del retorno de la violencia extremista. Padece el flagelo de la delincuencia organizada transnacional terrorista, que es causa de muertes, atentados e inseguridad, y del narcotráfico que destruye el tejido social. Afronta la amenaza del cambio climático que deteriora su Amazonía, provoca el derretimiento de sus glaciares y pone en riesgo su biodiversidad. Fomenta un crecimiento inclusivo y sostenible en un contexto de oposición entre potencias. Pero ninguno de estos problemas es solamente nacional, sino global. Por ello, necesitamos que las Naciones Unidas vuelva a ser un ágora del diálogo y la cooperación. Deseo recordar el legado del embajador Javier Pérez de Cuéllar, quien logró ejercer una acción relevante de la organización a pesar de la Guerra Fría. Con ese ejemplo y en el apego de nuestra región a los propósitos de la Carta y en aras de una mejor representación, creemos que es tiempo de que quien ocupe la próxima Secretaría General provenga de Latinoamérica. Señoras y señores, el Perú está comprometido en lograr que esta Asamblea General no sea una simple efemérides, sino la reafirmación de nuestro compromiso hacia una acción colectiva que revitalice a las Naciones Unidas como herramienta que apoye la paz y la unidad global, así como el desarrollo. Tenemos que ser firmes en la verdad frente a los relatos que la escamotean, la pervierten o mienten abiertamente con el fin de ocultar agendas que no corresponden a nuestro tiempo y mucho menos al destino de la humanidad. Por ello, es imperativo fortalecer la verdad frente a los relatos basados en el odio, la mentira repetida que busca imponerse y que solo engendra destrucción. Pese a todos los obstáculos, la verdad se abre paso y nos hace libres. Paz y unidad para el Perú y el mundo. Huerajuchas del planeta. Cuscayan Yancasun. Ama Chicnicuspa. Ama Yuyacuspa. Buscando el desarrollo de nuestro pueblo. Señoras presidentes y presidentes del mundo, juntos trabajemos, sin odiarnos, queriéndonos, procurando el desarrollo de nuestros pueblos. Sí a la vida, no a la violencia y no a la guerra. Muchas gracias.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Peru. The Assembly will hear an address by His Majesty King Abdullah II Ibn al-Hussein, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I request protocol to escort His Majesty and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies. Another year, another UN General Assembly, and another occasion when I stand before you to address the same issue, the conflict in the Middle East. And not for the first time, developments on the ground have made me question the worth and utility of words in capturing the magnitude of the crisis. Yet not speaking about it would signal acceptance of the situation and abandonment of our humanity. And that I will not do. Our UN General Assembly was born 80 years ago, pledging to learn from, not repeat, history. The world vowed never again. However, for almost as long, Palestinians have been living through a cruel cycle of yet again, bombed indiscriminately, yet again, killed, injured, and maimed, yet again, displaced and dispossessed, yet again. Denied rights, dignity, their basic humanity, yet again. So I must ask, how long? How long will it be before we find a resolution to this conflict, one that safeguards the rights of all sides and allows a level of normalcy in the lives of the families at its core? How long will it be before I stand before you and speak not of suffering and devastation in my region, but of prosperity and potential? Sadly, this is not the only conflict in our world. And some may say that other wars are also devastating. But the Palestinian-Israeli conflict remains unique.
It is the longest standing conflict in the world, an illegal occupation of a helpless population by a self-declared democratic nation, and a flagrant violation of repeated UN resolutions, international law, and human rights conventions. A failure that should have elicited outrage and action, especially from major democracies. Instead, it has been met with decades of inertia. My friends, the war in Gaza marks one of the darkest moments in this institution's history. But although it is today's horror, the injustice stretches back decades. The Palestinian-Israeli conflict has been on the UN agenda throughout its 8 decades of existence. How long will we be satisfied with condemnation after condemnation without concrete action? When it comes to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, it seems that what unfolds in the halls of power is theory. The struggles and suffering on the ground is reality. For decades, we have seen several attempts to achieve a solution by interim agreements and temporary stopgaps, none that delivered on the endgame. In fact, many would argue these processes served as a distraction as Israel grabbed more land, expanded illegal settlements, demolished homes, and displaced entire neighborhoods. Muslim and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem have been vandalized and desecrated by those under government protection. And throughout all these years, Israeli families too have not been able to live in true security because military action cannot bring the safety they need. Nowhere is that more evident than in Gaza. More than 60,000 Palestinians killed, 50,000 children injured or killed, miles of burnt out rubble, neighborhoods, hospitals, schools, farms, even mosques and churches in ruins, widespread starvation. And what we are seeing is only a glimpse, because never in our modern history has the lenses of international media been obstructed like this from capturing the reality on the ground. Almost 2 years in, and the cruelty of this military campaign continues unabated. Furthermore, the current Israeli government's provocative calls for a so-called Greater Israel can only be realized through the blatant violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of its neighbors. And there is nothing great about that. I can't help but wonder if a similar outrageous call were made by an Arab leader, would it be met with the same global apathy? The international community must stop entertaining the illusion that this government is a willing partner for peace. Far from it. Its actions on the ground are dismantling the very foundations on which peace could stand, and intentionally burying the very idea of a Palestinian state. It has shown how little it respects the sovereignty of other countries, as we have seen in flagrant violations in Lebanon, Iran, Syria, Tunisia, and most recently, Qatar. And its hostile rhetoric calling for the targeting of Al-Aqsa Mosque will incite a religious war that would reach far beyond the region and lead to an all-out clash that no nation would be able to escape. How long before we hold all nations to the same standards? How long before we recognize the Palestinians as people who aspire to the same things you and I do, and we act on that recognition? How long before we recognize that statehood is not something Palestinians need to earn? It is not a reward. It is an indisputable right. In Jordan, we are determined to work for a world in which people are secure in their homes, are safe to practice their faiths, and are able to live and thrive in dignity. As custodians of Muslim and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem, we safeguard these holy places against actions that violate the city's legal and historical status quo. Compromising the delicate balance in the holy city will turn it into a tinderbox that ignites global conflict. And Jordan is serving as the main base for international humanitarian response in Gaza, working by all possible means to provide critical supplies of aid and food. And we appreciate our regional and international partners. I'm also immensely proud of the many Jordanians, including men and women of Jordan Armed Forces, who are at the heart of this effort. Ground convoys, aircraft crews, doctors, nurses, and mobile medical staff who work even under fire to provide relief. These and countless others carry forward Jordan's deep heritage of compassion and generosity to people in grave need. My friends, amid such darkness, there is a glimmer on the horizon. We are seeing more nations stepping up on behalf of a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, one that ensures the release of all hostages, unhindered humanitarian aid, and support for the Palestinian people as they rebuild. We all know that force is no foundation for security. It is a prelude for greater violence. Repeated wars are teaching generations of Israelis and Palestinians that their only recourse is the gun. Security will only come when Palestine and Israel begin to coexist. Seems I have the same problem as President Trump. Begin to coexist side by side. This is the two-state solution, in line with international law and UN resolutions. An independent and viable Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital, alongside a secure Israel living in peace with its neighbors. For almost a quarter of a century, this has been the promise of the Arab Peace Initiative, in which Arab and Muslim partners around the globe extended their hand. My friends, for the past 2 years, we have finally seen the world's conscience stirring in the courage of ordinary people from every walk of life and every corner of the globe, raising their voices as one and declaring, it has been too long. This United Nations must echo that call. It has been too long, and it must act on that call until peace is a reality. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Lee Jae-myung, President of the Republic of Korea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
세계 평화와 공동 번영에 기여해온 모든 유엔 회원국과 유엔 직원 여러분께 먼저 존경과 감사의 말씀을 전합니다. 아날레나 베어복 제80차 총회 의장의 취임을 진심으로 축하드리고 안토니우 구테레시 사무총장의 변함없는 헌신과 노고에도 경의를 표합니다. 의장님과 사무총장님의 뛰어난 리더십 아래 이번 유엔 총회가 더욱 의미 있는 성과를 거둘 수 있기를 희망합니다. 의장님, 사무총장님 그리고 각국 대표 여러분, 올해는 유엔 창설 80주년이 되는 뜻깊은 해입니다. 유엔이 걸어온 지난 80년은 인류의 존엄과 가치를 지키고 미래 세대를 위한 길을 모색해온 소중한 여정이었습니다. 누군가 유엔이 이룬 성취가 무엇인지 묻는다면 대한민국의 80년 역사를 돌아보라 이렇게 대답하겠습니다. 도전과 응전으로 점철된 대한민국의 역사는 인류가 직면한 거대한 도전에 쉼없이 맞서온 유엔의 역사 그 자체라고 해도 결코 과언이 아닙니다. 대한민국은 유엔이 설립된 해에 식민 지배에서 해방됐고 유엔의 도움으로 분단의 상흔과 전쟁의 폐허 속에서도 국가 정체성을 유지하며 산업화를 일궈내고 민주주의를 꽃피웠습니다. 그렇기에 대한민국은 그 자체로 유엔의 존재 가치를 증명해온 나라입니다. 대한민국이 참혹한 전쟁과 재난 속에서 우주의 무게만큼 고귀한 생명들의 희망을 되살릴 때마다 그 치열한 연대의 중심에서 유엔의 깃발이 나부꼈습니다. 유엔은 모든 이들에게 차별 없이 동등한 권리와 기회를 주기 위해 애썼고 어린이들의 삶을 피워낼 교육과 백신을 제공했습니다. 유엔과 국제사회의 지원으로 일어선 동방의 작은 나라가 세계의 주목을 받는 당당한 유엔 회원국으로 거듭났고 어느 나라보다 빠르게 국제사회 구성원으로서의 역할과 책임을 높여가고 있습니다. 한때 민주주의와 평화가 위기에 처했지만 대한민국은 그때마다 불굴의 저력으로 일어섰습니다. 친위 쿠데타로도 민주주의와 평화를 염원하는 대한국민들의 강렬한 의지를 결코 꺾을 수 없었습니다. 지난 겨울 내란의 어둠에 맞서 대한민국 국민들이 이뤄낸 빛의 혁명은 유엔 정신의 빛나는 성취를 보여준 역사적 현장이었습니다. 대한민국이 보여준 놀라운 회복력과 민주주의의 저력은 대한민국의 것인 동시에 전 세계인의 것이 될 것입니다. 당신이 나를 밝은 쪽으로, 빛이 비추는 쪽으로, 꽃이 피고 있는 쪽으로 끌고 가기를 바랍니다. 노벨 문학상을 수상한 한강 작가의 말처럼 대한민국은 민주주의를 향한 여정을 함께할 모든 이들에게 빛의 이정표가 될 것입니다. 저는 오늘 세계 평화와 인류 공영의 미래를 논의할 이 유엔 총회에서 세계 시민의 등불이 될 새로운 대한민국이 국제사회에 완전히 복귀했음을 당당하게 선언합니다. 감사합니다. 유엔의 지원과 도움에 힘입어 성장한 우리 대한민국은 이제 민주주의 회복의 경험과 역사를 아낌없이 나누는 선도 국가로서의 역할을 마다하지 않겠습니다. 각국의 끊임없는 노력에도 불구하고 세계 평화와 안전 유지라는 80년 전 국제사회의 결의와 염원은 아직 끝나지 않은 우리 모두의 과제입니다. 여전히 2억 8천만 명의 인구가 극심한 기아 상태에 놓여 있고 우크라이나, 중동을 비롯한 세계 곳곳의 무력 분쟁, 이미 현실이 된 기후위기가 인류 생존을 위협하고 있습니다. 유엔을 창설한 선각자들의 지혜에 그리고 대한민국 국민이 증명한 길에 답이 있습니다. 방법은 하나, 더 많은 민주주의입니다. 대한민국의 국민 주권 정부는 집단 지성의 힘으로 더 나은 대안을 찾아내는 민주주의의 혁신을 끊임없이 시도하고 있습니다. 국제사회가 직면한 공동의 과제를 해결할 방법도 결코 다르지 않습니다. 같은 문제를 겪는 모든 국가가 이곳 유엔에 모여 함께 머리를 맞대는 다자주의적 협력을 이어나갈 때 우리 모두 평화와 번영의 밝은 미래로 함께 나아갈 수 있을 것입니다. 총장이 제시한 UN 80 이니셔티브가 이 시대적 요구에 발맞춰 유엔의 진화와 발전을 이뤄낼 비전으로 자리 잡기를 기대합니다. 유엔 안전보장이사회 또한 변화된 국제 환경을 반영해서 비상임 이사국을 확대하고 효과성과 대표성을 제고할 수 있기를 희망합니다. 대한민국은 2024년에서 25년 임기의 안보리 이사국으로서 안보리가 국제 평화와 안보 위협에 능동적으로 대응할 수 있도록 노력하고 있습니다. 의장님, 총장님, 그리고 존경하는 각국 대표단 여러분, 민주주의를 회복한 대한민국은 이제 더 나은 미래를 꿈꿉니다. 대한민국은 유엔이 표방하는 자유와 인권, 포용과 연대의 가치를 굳건하게 수호하는 글로벌 책임 강국으로서의 역할을 다해 나갈 것입니다. 대한민국에 거주하는 내 외국인 모두가 사회의 동등한 구성원으로서 삶의 모든 현장에서 존중받을 수 있도록 제도와 문화를 더욱 발전시켜 나갈 것입니다. 대한민국은 인권 존중의 가치를 실현하면서 국제사회와의 협력을 강화하고 또 주도해 갈 것입니다. 당장의 생존이 위급한 시대에 연대와 상생, 협력이란 다소 생경하게 느껴질 수도 있습니다. 하지만 인류는 언제나 깊은 절망만큼 높은 희망을 꿈꾸었고 더 나은 내일을 향한 열정으로 지금의 진보를 이뤄냈습니다. 어려운 시기일수록 인류 보편 가치에 대한 믿음이라는 유엔의 기본 정신으로 돌아가야 합니다. 전쟁의 참화를 물려주지 않겠다는 일념이 유엔 창립으로 이어져 분쟁을 예방하고 평화를 지켜냈던 것처럼 미래의 인류가 살아갈 더 나은 세계를 위해 오늘의 우리는 더 협력하고 더 신뢰하고 더 굳게 손잡아야 합니다. 지속 가능한 미래를 향한 다자주의적 협력의 길, 우리 민주 대한민국이 앞서가겠습니다. 평화는 무엇보다 중요한 가치입니다. 대한민국에서도 전 세계 어디에서도 평화는 민주주의와 경제 발전의 기본적 토대가 됩니다. 지금 우리가 직면하고 있는 분쟁과 갈등은 인간의 존엄과 지속 가능한 발전의 이상이 평화가 없다면 얼마나 쉽게 무너질 수 있는지를 선명하게 설명해 줍니다. 오늘날 대한민국은 유엔의 평화 유지 및 평화 구축 활동에 있어 핵심적인 기여국으로서 책임을 다하고 있습니다. 분단 국가인 대한민국을 흔들림 없이 수호한 우리의 용사들이 유엔이 주도하는 지속 가능한 평화의 길을 돕고 있습니다. 평화를 위협하는 것은 물리적인 요소만이 아닙니다. 인공지능 기술이 안보 역량을 결정하고 사이버 공격이 국가 안보를 위협하는 시대, 우리는 이제 보이는 적을 넘어 보이지 않는 적과 맞서야 합니다. AI 시대의 변화에 수동적으로 끌려다닌다면 기술 악용으로 인한 인권 침해의 그 어두운 그림자를 떨쳐내지 못한 채 양극화와 불평등 심화라는 디스토피아를 맞이하게 될 것입니다. 그러나 변화에 능동적으로 대처한다면 높은 생산력을 동력 삼아 혁신과 번영의 토대를 세우고 직접 민주주의를 강화하는 유용한 기반을 만들 수 있습니다. 내일 안보리 의장으로서 주재하는 공개 토의 자리가 인공지능의 책임 있는 이용을 촉진하는 국제사회의 노력에 큰 보탬이 될 것으로 확신합니다. 아울러 다음 달 대한민국 경주에서 열릴 APEC 정상회의에서 APEC AI 이니셔티브를 통한 AI 미래 비전을 공유하고자 합니다. 첨단 기술 발전이 인류의 보편적 가치에 기여하는 모두를 위한 AI의 비전이 국제사회의 뉴 노멀로 자리 잡을 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. AI가 주도할 기술 혁신은 기후위기 같은 전 지구적 과제를 해결할 중요하고 또 새로운 도구가 될 것입니다. 지난 80년간 지속 가능한 발전의 길을 열어젖히고 인류의 존망이 걸린 기후위기 대응을 선도해온 유엔의 노력에 세계 각국이 화답해야 합니다. 대한민국은 과학기술과 디지털 혁신을 활용해 에너지 효율을 높이고 재생에너지 비중을 확대하면서 에너지 대전환을 추진하고 있습니다. 올해 안으로 책임감 있는 국가 온실가스 감축 목표를 제출하여 국제사회의 단합된 의지에 동참할 것입니다. 2028년 칠레와 공동 개최하는 제4차 유엔 해양총회에서도 지속 가능한 해양 발전을 위한 실질적 연대를 구축할 수 있도록 할 것입니다. 이처럼 전 지구적 과제에 적극 대처하는 우리 대한민국의 노력은 지속 가능한 발전이라는 인류 공동의 약속을 실현하겠다는 확고한 의지를 바탕으로 한 것입니다. 10년 전 유엔이 지속 가능한 발전 목표를 수립한 이래 국제사회는 빈곤 퇴치와 불평등 해소를 위한 여러 진전을 이뤄냈습니다. 그러나 개발 재원에 대한 수요는 지속적으로 늘어나고 가장 취약한 이들은 여전히 고통 속에 놓여 있습니다. 엄중한 현실을 직시하고 새로운 변화를 만들어냅시다. 글로벌 개발 거버넌스를 구조적으로 개혁하는 동시에 재원의 질을 높이는 방향으로 나아가야 합니다. 원조받던 나라에서 원조하는 나라로 성장하고 도약한 대한민국의 사례가 더 많이 나올 수 있도록 함께 힘을 모아 주실 것으로 믿습니다. 올해는 유엔 창설 80주년이자 한반도 분단 80주년입니다. 새로운 도전과 함께 미완의 과제가 우리를 기다리고 있습니다. 민주 대한민국은 평화 공존, 공동 성장의 한반도를 향한 새로운 여정을 시작합니다. 그 첫걸음은 남북 간 무너진 신뢰를 회복하고 상호 존중의 자세로 전환하는 것입니다. 대한민국 정부는 상대의 체제를 존중하고 어떠한 형태의 흡수 통일도 추구하지 않을 것이며 일체의 적대 행위를 할 뜻이 없음을 다시 한번 분명하게 밝힙니다. 이 세 가지 원칙을 바탕으로 우선 남북 간 불필요한 군사적 긴장과 적대 행위의 악순환을 끊어내고자 합니다. 취임 직후 대북 전단 살포와 대북 방송 중단 등의 조치를 선제적으로 취한 것도 같은 이유입니다. 앞으로 우리 정부는 남북 간 군사적 긴장 완화와 신뢰 회복의 길을 일관되게 모색할 것입니다. 가장 확실한 평화는 싸울 필요가 없는 상태입니다. 교류, 관계 정상화, 비핵화, 즉 END를 중심으로 한 포괄적인 대화로 한반도에서의 적대와 대결의 시대를 종식하고 평화 공존과 공동 성장의 새 시대를 열어가야 합니다. 교류와 협력이야말로 평화의 지름길이라는 사실은 굴곡진 남북 관계의 역사가 증명해왔던 불변의 교훈이기도 합니다. 남북 간 교류 협력을 단계적으로 확대함으로써 한반도에서 지속 가능한 평화의 길을 열어 나가겠습니다. 한반도 평화는 남북은 물론 국제사회가 함께 만들어가는 게 중요합니다. 남북 관계 발전을 추구하면서 북미 사이를 비롯한 국제사회와의 관계 정상화 노력도 적극적으로 지지하고 협력하겠습니다. 비핵화는 엄중한 과제임에 틀림없습니다. 그러나 단기간에 해결되기 어렵다는 냉철한 인식의 기초 위에 현실적이고 합리적인 방안을 모색해야 할 시점이 됐습니다. 핵과 미사일 능력 고도화 중단부터 시작하여 축소의 과정을 거쳐 폐기에 도달하는 실용적, 단계적 해법에 우리 국제사회가 지혜를 모아주시기 바랍니다. 한반도에서의 항구적 평화 실현은 분쟁으로 고통받는 인류에게 새로운 희망과 가능성을 제공할 것입니다. 대한민국은 END 이니셔티브로 한반도의 냉전을 끝내고 세계 평화와 번영에 기여하기 위한 책임과 역할을 다하겠습니다. 서로 다른 나라의 국민이 상호 협력하며 전 지구적인 도전을 함께 헤쳐나가는 미래가 꿈같은 장밋빛 전망처럼 들릴 수도 있습니다. 그러나 이는 결코 불가능한 꿈이 아닙니다. 평화란 단순히 무력 충돌이 없는 상태가 아니라 다름을 존중하며 함께 살아가는 공동체를 실현하는 것입니다. 다양성에 대한 존중과 열망이 우리 안에 살아있는 한 언제든 연대하고 서로를 포용할 수 있습니다. 국경과 언어, 문화적 차이를 넘어 K컬처가 전 세계인을 하나로 연결하고 있습니다. K컬처의 성공과 확산은 모든 배경의 차이를 넘어 인류 보편의 공감이 가능하다는 점을 입증하고 있습니다. 연대와 상생, 배려의 에너지를 모아 새로운 민주공화국을 열어낸 대한민국은 지속 가능한 미래, 인류의 새 역사를 향해 나아갈 준비를 마쳤습니다. 험난한 여정이 예상되지만 시련이 있어도 도전을 멈추지 않았기에 인류는 한 단계씩 성장하며 오늘 여기까지 올 수 있었습니다. 민주주의의 위기 앞에서 대한민국 국민이 들었던 오색빛 응원봉처럼 국제사회와 유엔이 인류의 미래를 밝힐 희망의 등불을 함께 들어주십시오. 평화, 공존과 공동 성장이라는 한반도의 새 시대를 향해, 그리고 함께하는 더 나은 미래의 세계를 향해 우리 대한민국이 맨 앞에서 담대하게 나아가겠습니다. 긴 시간 경청해 주셔서 감사합니다.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Korea. The Assembly will hear an address by His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Amir of the State of Qatar. I request protocol to escort His Highness and invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة رئيسة الجمعية العامة، سعادة الأمين العام، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. لقد أنشأت منظمة الأمم المتحدة منذ 8 عقود بناء على عدد من القواعد والمبادئ التي توصلت إليها الإنسانية بعد حربين عالميتين، وتقوم هذه القواعد على الحفاظ على السلم والأمن الدوليين واحترام كرامة الإنسان وسيادة الدول وشؤونها الداخلية والتعاون الدولي لما فيه خير شعوبنا والبشرية. إن تراجع منطق النظام الدولي هذا أمام منطق القوة، يعني السماح بتسيد حكم الغاب، حيث تغدو مفاهيم القانون والعدالة نافلة خارج السياق، وحيث يحظى المتجاوز على الآخرين بامتيازات لمجرد أن بوسعه فعل ذلك. هذه هي الواقعية السياسية الجديدة التي اختزل تعريفها ليصبح مقتصرا على مسايرة القدرة على فرض الأمر الواقع. ثمة قصر نظر كارثي في هذا السلوك، فمرتكب التجاوزات في العلاقات الدولية يعتبر أن التسامح معه ضعف، ويعد المتسامح مع تجاوزاته عاجزا. إن الموضوع الذي ينبغي أن يتصدر النقاش في المؤسسات الدولية حاليا هو كيفية استعادة نظام الأمن الجماعي قوته وفقا لميثاق الأمم المتحدة وعودة الفاعلية للشرعية الدولية. الحضور الكرام، كما تعلمون تعرضت الدوحة يوم 9 سبتمبر إلى اعتداء غادر استهدف خلاله اجتماع للوفد المفاوض لحركة حماس في مسكن أحد أعضائه في حي سكني يضم مدارس وبعثات دبلوماسية، وقد سقط جراء هذا العدوان 6 شهداء، من ضمنهم مواطن قطري يخدم في قوة الأمن الداخلي الأخوية، وأصيب 18 بجراح. كان هذا العدوان انتهاكا خطيرا لسيادة دولة وخرقا سافرا وغير مبرر للأعراف والمواثيق الدولية، لكن العالم بأسره صدم أيضا بسبب ملابسات هذه الفعلة الشنعاء التي صنفناها إرهاب دولة. فخلافا لادعاء رئيس حكومة إسرائيل، لا يدخل هذا العدوان ضمن حق مزعوما في ملاحقة الإرهابيين أينما كانوا، بل هو اعتداء على دولة وساطة صانعة سلام كرست دبلوماسيتها لحل الصراعات بالطرق السلمية، وتبذل منذ عامين جهود مضنية من أجل التوصل إلى تسوية توقف حرب الإبادة التي تشن على الشعب الفلسطيني في قطاع غزة، وهو أيضا محاولة لقتل سياسيين أعضاء وفد تفاوضه إسرائيل، وهم عاكفون في دراسة ورقة أمريكية للرد عليها. فكما تعلمون تستضيف قطر بصفتها دولة وساطة خلال المفاوضات وفودا من حركة حماس وإسرائيل. وقد أنجزت الوساطة فعلا بالتعاون مع الشقيقة مصر والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية تحرير 148 من الرهائن. وقد واصلنا الوساطة مع أن إسرائيل ألغت الهدنة الأخيرة من طرف واحد دون تقديم أي مبرر، يحدون في ذلك الأمل بالتوصل إلى وقف دائم لإطلاق النار والإفراج عن جميع الرهائن وانسحاب قوات الاحتلال من القطاع ودخول المساعدات الإنسانية وتحرير أسرى فلسطينيين. يزورون بلادنا ويخططون لقصفها، يفاوضون وفودا ويخططون لاغتيال أعضائها. من الصعب التعامل مع هذه الذهنية التي لا تحترم أبسط المبادئ في التعامل بين البشر، فتوقع تصرفات أصحابها يكاد يكون مستحيلا. أليس هذا هو تعريف الحكومة المارغة؟ لا يسعى طرف لاغتيال الوفد الذي يفاوضه إلا إذا كان هدفه إفشال المفاوضات، وما المفاوضات عنده إلا مواصلة للحرب بطرق أخرى ووسيلة لتضليل الرأي العام الإسرائيلي. إذا كان ثمن تحرير الرهائن الإسرائيليين هو وقف الحرب، فإن حكومة إسرائيل تتخلى عن تحريرهم، فهدفها الحقيقي هو تدمير غزة، بحيث يستحيل فيها السكن والعمل والتعليم والعلاج، أي تنعدم مقومات الحياة الإنسانية، وذلك تمهيداً لتهجير سكانها. لهذا السبب يريد رئيسها مواصلة الحرب. إنه يؤمن بما يسمى أرض إسرائيل الكاملة، وهو يعتبر أن الحرب فرصة لتوسيع المستوطنات وتغيير الوضع القائم في الحرم القدسي الشريف، كما يخطط لعمليات ضم في الضفة الغربية. لم يعد هناك شك في أن التطهير العرقي وتغيير واقع المناطق المحتلة بل وفرض وقائع جديدة على الإقليم هو هدف هذه الحرب. وقد بين هذا الاعتداء الغادر على سيادة دولة خليجية على بعد الآلاف الأميال أن رئيس الحكومة الإسرائيلية الذي يتباهى بأنه غير وجه الشرق الأوسط في العامين الأخيرين يقصد فعلا أن تتدخل إسرائيل حيثما شاءت ومتى شاءت. إنه يحلم أن تصبح المنطقة العربية منطقة نفوذ إسرائيلي، وقد حذرت الدول العربية والإسلامية التي تنادت وعقدت مؤتمر قمة في الدوحة من عواقب هذا الوهم الخطير. ليست إسرائيل دولة ديمقراطية في محيط معاد كما يدعي قادتها، بل هي في الحقيقة معادية لمحيطها وضالعة في بناء نظام فصل عنصري وفي حرب إبادة. ويفتخر رئيس حكومتها أمام شعبه أنه منع قيام دولة الفلسطينية، ويعده أن الدولة الفلسطينية لن تقوم مستقبلا، وإنه يتباهى بمنع تحقيق السلام مع الفلسطينيين وبأنه سوف يمنع تحقيقه في المستقبل. إسرائيل محاطة بدول إما وقعت اتفاق السلام أو ملتزمة بمبادرة السلام العربية، ولكنها لا تكتفي بالتسويات والهدن حتى تلك القائمة على موازين قوى مختلة، بل تريد أن تفرض إرادتها على محيطها العربي، وكل من يعترض على ذلك هو في دعايتها إما إرهابي أو معاد للسامية. وهذا ما أصبح الرأي العام حتى في الدول الحليفة لإسرائيل يدركه ويرفضه. وها نحن نشهد نشوء حركة تضامن عالمية تشبه الحركة العالمية ضد نظام الفصل العنصري في القرن الماضي. ولا يفوتني في هذه المناسبة أن أعرب عن تقديري للتضامن العالمي مع قطر، بما في ذلك بيان مجلس الأمن الذي أدان العدوان بإجماع أعضائه. الحضور الكرام، لقد اختارت دولة قطر أن تظل كعهدها وفية لنهجها بالوقوف في صف القيم والمبادئ التي يفترض أن المجتمع الدولي يقوم عليها، والإيمان بإمكانية التوفيق بينها وبين المصالح حين تكون السياسة عقلانية وواقعية، وعدم الخشية في رفع صوت الحق حين يخيم الصمت والتمسك بالدبلوماسية حيث يستسهل الخصوم استخدام السلاح. لقد انخرطنا في وساطة شاقة لوقف الحرب وضمان تدفق المساعدات الإنسانية وإطلاق سراح الأسرى والمحتجزين، وواجهنا حملات تضليل ضد الجهود التي نبذلها، لكن تلك الحملات لن تثنينا عن مواصلة جهودنا بالشراكة مع جمهورية مصر العربية الشقيقة والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. إن قناعتنا راسخة بأنه لا يمكن تحقيق السلام في منطقتنا دون اتخاذ المجتمع الدولي ولا سيما مجلس الأمن موقفاً حازماً بالانتقال من انقياده لإيقاع الاحتلال في فرض الوقائع في حروبه المتتالية إلى حل القضية الفلسطينية على أساس إنهاء احتلال الأراضي الفلسطينية والسماح للشعب الفلسطيني بممارسة حقه في تغيير مصيره وإقامة دولته المستقلة وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية على حدود عام 1967 وفقاً للقرارات الشرعية الدولية وحل الدولتين الذي توافق عليه المجتمع الدولي. إننا نثمن دور الدول التي اعترفت بدولة فلسطين، ولا شك أن هذه الاعترافات تكتسب أهمية معنوية إذ تبعث برسالة مفادها أن العنف والمزيد من العنف لا ينجح في تصفية قضية عادلة مثل قضية فلسطين، ونحث باقي الدول على الاعتراف بدولة فلسطين. وإيمانا منا بأن عدم الاستقرار لا يعرف حدودا وأن الإنسانية مصيرها مترابط، فقد واصلت دولة قطر جهودها الدبلوماسية للإسهام في حل أزمات أخرى كالحرب في أوكرانيا والحروب في أفريقيا، وقد أثمرت المثابرة في هذه الجهود مع شركائنا في القارة الإفريقية عن خطوات نوعية نحو إحلال السلام، كان أبرزها التوقيع على إعلان المبادئ في الدوحة بين حكومة جمهورية الكونغو الديمقراطية وتحالف نهر الكونغو وحركة 23 مارس دعما لمسار تقوده الولايات المتحدة لاتفاق سلام شامل في الشرق البلاد. وستظل دولة قطر شريكا فاعلا في المجتمع الدولي لحل المنازعات بالطرق السلمية واقتناص الفرص لإحلال السلام العالمي. الحضور الكرام، ما زالت بعض الدول في منطقتنا تعاني من غياب الاستقرار والأمن، ولكن ما يبعث على الأمل حدوث بعض التطورات الإيجابية. فسوريا الشقيقة تشهد منذ أواخر العام الماضي مرحلة جديدة نأمل أن تكون بداية مسار نحو تحقيق تطلعات الشعب السوري في الاستقرار والتنمية وسيادة القانون، وذلك بعد أن طويت صفحة قاتمة من تاريخ وطنه. وقد وقفت قطر إلى جانب الشعب السوري على نحو مثابر طوال السنوات السابقة، وكنت أذكر بقضيته من على هذا المنبر حتى حين بدا وكأنها أسقطت من جدول أعمال السياسة الدولية. ويتعين على المجتمع الدولي استغلال الفرصة المتاحة حالياً للوقوف إلى جانب سوريا لتجاوز هذه المرحلة الانتقالية بنجاح، ويحظى السوريين بحياة طبيعية بعد عقود من المعاناة. وقد علمتنا التجربة في بلدان عربية أخرى أن بناء مؤسسات الدولة وكذلك إرساء العلاقات بين الدولة وعموم الناس على أساس المواطنة مع احترام التنوع الديني والإثني والثقافي يكتسبان أهمية قصوى في هذه المرحلة. ولن تتذخر دولة قطر وسعاً في تقديم الدعم اللازم للشقيقة سوريا، وإنني على ثقة بقدرة الشعب السوري على التغلب على مصاعب المرحلة الانتقالية ونبذ الطائفية بأشكالها كافة والعنف وعناصر الشقاق الأخرى، ورفض التدخل الخارجي ولا سيما المحاولات الإسرائيلية لتقسيم سوريا والتصرف وكأن المناطق الواقعة جنوب دمشق هي مناطق نفوذ إسرائيلية. كما شهد لبنان الشقيق تطورات إيجابية تمثلت في انتخاب الرئيس العماد جوزيف عون رئيسا للجمهورية وتعيين دولة الدكتور نواف سلام رئيسا للحكومة، مما يشكل خطوة هامة نحو استقرار الأوضاع في البلاد. وتواصل دولة قطر الوقوف إلى جانب لبنان وشعبه ومؤسساته ودعم الجيش اللبناني، ونؤكد على ضرورة تنفيذ قرار مجلس الأمن 1701 وانسحاب القوات الإسرائيلية من المواقع التي احتلتها خلال الحرب الأخيرة، ووقف تدخلها في شؤون لبنان الداخلية. وبالنسبة للسودان الشقيق، فإن شعبه ما زال يعاني من أزمة إنسانية غير مسبوغة نتيجة استمرار العنف، ونحن ندعو مجددا جميع الأطراف إلى إعلاء المصلحة الوطنية العليا والانخراط في حوار شامل يقود إلى سلام مستدام ويحفظ وحدة السودان واستغلاله وسيادته، ويحقق تطلعات شعبه في الأمن والاستقرار والتنمية. ونعرب عن دعمنا للجهود الإقليمية والدولية الرامية إلى تحقيق هذه الغاية. الحضور الكرام، لطالما كانت الدوحة عاصمة عالمية تحتضن الفعاليات الكبرى السياسية والاقتصادية والرياضية، ومركزا يجمع القادة وصناع القرار من مختلف أنحاء العالم للتشاور وصياغة حلول واقعية للتحديات العالمية المشتركة. وسوف تستضيف مؤتمر القمة العالمي الثاني للتنمية الاجتماعية خلال الفترة من 4 إلى 6 نوفمبر 2025، ونتطلع للترحيب بكم خلال هذا المؤتمر. ولا شك أن ثقة المجتمع الدولي بنا إنما تقوم على سجل من النجاحات التنظيمية التي حققتها دولة قطر على مر السنوات، وبناء على هذا الإرث الراسخ قدمت ملف ترشحها لاستضافة دورة الألعاب الأولمبية 2036، إيمانا منا بأن الرياضة ليست مجرد منافسة، بل جسر يربط بين الشعوب ومنصة لترسيخ قيم السلام والتفاهم. ولقد أثبت تنظيمنا لبطولة كأس العالم لكرة القدم 2022 أننا قادرون على جعل الأحداث الرياضية الكبرى ساحة للتواصل والتقارب بين الثقافات المختلفة. وختاماً، إن دولة قطر وهي تعي جسامة التحديات التي يواجهها المجتمع الدولي تؤكد أنها ستظل وفية لالتزاماتها في مناصرة الحق وبناء جسور السلام وتعزيز العدالة في العلاقات الدولية. أشكركم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Emir of the State of Qatar. The Assembly will now hear an address by Her Excellency Jennifer Gillings-Simons, the President of the Republic of Suriname. I request the protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Good morning. Madam President, we are here to commemorate in this special moment in history as we celebrate the United Nations 80th anniversary. And this 80th anniversary of the General Assembly coincides with the 50th anniversary of the independence of the Republic of Suriname and our membership of this organization. On behalf of the government and the people of the Republic of Suriname, I express sincere congratulations to the international community on this occasion. It is clear that a journey that spans over 80 years cannot be and has not been without challenges. The United Nations played, in some instances, an important role in ending colonial rule, worked on advancing human rights, and often provided hope and a future to the most vulnerable in our global community. This is also the organization that provided a voice to the global community and worked to establish a balanced world order aimed at adopting a framework for sustainable development agenda and contribute significantly to advancing human rights, more specifically the rights of women and children. The organization promoted education for all and universal access to health care. In some instances, the peaceful resolution of conflicts was achieved, preventing misery and saving human lives. Madam President, on the other hand, we must admit that the UN, at other times, regrettably has been unsuccessful in avoiding conflicts, wars, and violations of human rights. As we look at the world today, we see that in Europe, war has returned. Elsewhere, wars are displacing millions, killing many, and threatening global security and peace. In other countries and regions, for instance in the Middle East, we have witnessed unspeakable terror at the hands of terrorist organizations. The UN was not able to prevent that. At this moment, there are increased occurrences of grave violations of human rights, and more specifically, the rights of children. For example, in Gaza, it is unbearable to even think about their suffering. Also, within our own region, which is the Caribbean, we have not been spared of rising tensions. It is with heightened concern that we noted the Secretary General's recent briefing on the Security Council meeting on the situation in Haiti, mentioning that the Haitians are enduring a perfect storm of suffering. Haiti is still paying a hefty price for being the first to throw away the shackles of slavery in the region of the Caribbean. Our hearts go out to the people of Haiti. Suriname strongly reiterates its position that conflicts should primarily be resolved through dialogue. And we remind the international community that Latin America and the Caribbean are proclaimed a zone of peace. We do not want military aggression in our region. Madam President, this is the moment, on the 80th anniversary, we should reflect and ponder on the next 80 years. What do we have to change and what needs to be done differently? We all must underscore and repeat it ceaselessly today that the United Nations will only be successful if all nations, without exception, adhere to the resolutions we adopt. We can only keep the peace if we stop allowing that the votes of all the countries in the world can be nullified by one veto. Today, partially because of the work done by our organization, some poor countries have developed substantially, economically and otherwise. They have become powers who can't be ignored any longer. We have to remind ourselves that the world in which the United Nations was established 80 years ago does no longer exist. The task ahead, therefore, is that we, in the first place, renew our vows, recommit to the principles and objectives of the charter of our organization, and recognize all the voices in the world, because people from all regions should have opportunities for a dignified life. Furthermore, the UN should adjust to the world we currently live in. This means, for example, the Security Council should expand to include all nations who exert major influence in the world. Exclusion of these players will only increase the risk of conflict and obstruct the beneficial cooperation necessary for humanity to develop and prosper. It is of great importance that all economically and otherwise strong nations and countries maintain a healthy competition that promotes the scientific advancement we need for sustainable development. On the other hand, these countries need to work together to guarantee global peace, so crucial for the existence and growth of the developing states and for their own countries. In this context, Suriname endorses the inclusion of, amongst others, Brazil, India, and the representation of the African continent for equal membership of the Council. Equally, we support the CARI composition for a non-permanent rotating seat for the small island developing states and low-lying coastal countries. I would also like to remind the member states that my country, Suriname, has presented its candidacy as a non-permanent member of the Council for the period 2043 to 2044. Madam President, the United Nations must be a genuine unity of nations. If our organization moving forward wants to play a crucial role in creating a prosperous future for humanity, we have no choice than to genuinely unite, all of us. Suriname stands firmly for global peace, for the rule of law, and for the equal value of every human life. Considering this, Suriname once again calls for the lifting of the long-standing, unjust embargo against Cuba, bringing misery to its people. Madam President, Suriname is a country with people of indigenous, Maroon, Javanese, Hindustani, Creole, African, Chinese, and European descent. We all live together in a mosaic of cultures and faiths. The persons from Surinamese origin living abroad are part of this mosaic of our population and can contribute to the socio-economic development of the nation. We consider this diversity a great asset. Actually, Suriname does not have diversity. Suriname is diversity, and we keep working together to protect and grow our national unity for our own well-being and as an example of harmony in this often divided world. My country also carries immense natural wealth, and it is our vision to create an economy that is resilient, sustainable, and inclusive. Together, we strive to build this more diverse economy by developing, among others, our tourism and agricultural sectors, strengthen our educational system, and work towards universal access to basic health care. Suriname has a vast tourism potential with its green and lustrous hinterland, many waterfalls, rapids, and great rivers for relaxation, as well as for unforgettable adventures, if you're inclined to that. Rich biodiversity, cultural treasures, and the UNESCO-acknowledged historical city of Paramaribo. Through cooperation in the agriculture sector with our neighbors, we aim at improving food security within Suriname and the Caribbean community. My government views energy security as a strategic priority for national development, regional stability, and economic resilience. With an investment of more than $10 billion For the development of our offshore oil and gas, the country is getting a new beginning, a new start that will contribute significantly to our economic growth. However, we know oil and gas revenues should not be the sole fundament of our economic development. Hence, we need investments in relevant sectors in our country. We are steadily advancing our energy transition. While we already source about 50% of our energy needs through hydropower, we are moving toward natural gas and other forms of renewable energy as part of our long-term vision, because we know climate change is a fact. Madam President, I firmly believe that education is the foundation upon which every prosperous society is built. We are committed to invest in our education system, our teachers, our children and youth. The future of any country depends on the talent and skills of its people. My country reaffirms strongly its commitment to upholding the rights of indigenous and tribal communities, ensuring that their livelihoods, tradition, knowledge systems are respected and preserved, and the acknowledgement of their collective land rights. Strengthening our institutions is high on our agenda. Suriname has worked tirelessly on the prevention of diseases, and despite challenges, we have achieved results that we as a country can be proud of. As of June 30, 2025, Suriname has officially been declared malaria-free by the World Health Organization after 30 years of continuous fight against this disease, the first in the Amazon region to receive such a recognition. We're aware of the responsibility to remain vigilant as government as well as a community to ensure that these gains are sustained. Suriname's example showcases that we too can surely make a valuable contribution in combating infectious diseases. Madam President, the Caribbean community is expanding its outreach. And in this light, Suriname also welcomes the recently concluded Second Africa CARICOM Summit held in the Republic of Ethiopia. This, Madam President, honors the historic, cultural, and human bonds between the regions of the Caribbean and Africa. Suriname also acknowledges the CARICOM 10-point plan for reparatory justice, which has our full and strong endorsement. Slavery was a crime, is a crime against humanity, and we're talking about reparations, yes. We will furthermore continue to contribute with CARICOM, aiming at enhancing the organization's geopolitical influence. Despite our commitment as a country to the Paris Agreement 10 years ago, we see that the climate crisis is worsening. It's worse than we feared. Our countries have least contributed to climate change and carbon emissions, but are hit the hardest by its effects, directly impacting the livelihood and economic growth of our peoples. Suriname calls for the urgent attention of the international community to address the detrimental impact of climate change facing the small island developing states and countries with low-lying coastal areas. Our forests stand strong. More than 90% of our land is covered by rainforest. And this makes us the most forested country in the world. Your eyes have never seen so much green. Suriname is one of the 3 carbon-negative countries on Earth. Since 1992, our forest has absorbed nearly 290 million tons of carbon, and each year we capture more than we emit, and we want to keep it that way. The protection and conservation of our forests has been a priority. It doesn't stand by default, but by design. We have been logging sustainably for decades, and did so with the Sustainable Tropical Rainforest Management System developed in Suriname, an ecological approach to forestry. Also, the indigenous and tribal communities protect the forest by their continued stewardship. We are proud of the way we did it, but pride alone does not pay the bills and does not develop the indigenous and tribal communities. Madam President, we must not forget that these forests, our forests, are in competition with vast resources such as gold, diamond, bauxite, and more. We will need to make difficult choices. We want to keep our forest coverage at a minimum of 90%. But we cannot do it alone. The time has come for the world's largest emitters to share this responsibility, not only with words, but with action, justice, and finance. Suriname strongly calls for global action, predictable climate finance for high forested, low deforestation countries, fair recognition of real carbon removals, and direct support for the communities who live in and protect these forests. Suriname, Madam President, therefore endorses the initiative of the COP30 presidency to launch the Tropical Forest Forever facility and calls upon the international community to contribute to its success. Suriname, as mentioned previously, takes pride in being an example of peaceful coexistence, having different cultures, religions, and the traditions to live together in respect and solidarity. This is our gift to the world. The second gift, because we also have a forest that is delivering services to the whole world. This gift proves that harmony can prevail. As stated upon our admission to the United Nations in 1975, our republic indicated our willingness to engage with the international community. My country reiterates its strong commitment to multilateralism, one of humanity's most important achievements, which needs our protection in this time of change. In closing, aggression and military force should be replaced with peaceful resolution and dialogue, because it doesn't solve problems, it creates destruction and misery. As a matter of urgency, I call on every member state to keep the peace, protect the planet and all human rights. Suriname has shown the world that living sustainably together is possible. We are really better together. Thank you, Grand Tanye, and may God be with you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Suriname. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Katinas Nauseda, President of the Republic of Lithuania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. 80 years ago, humanity, emerging from the Second World War, embarked on a long road towards peace. Building on the solid foundation of the rules-based international order, our forefathers created the United Nations and its institutional system. This system was never perfect. Many nations, Lithuania included, had to struggle for decades, seeking freedom, independence, and sovereignty. Many people suffered war, famine, and premature death. And yet, it was the best international order that we have ever. The United Nations system embodied the great hope that nourishes the human soul and guides our actions for the universal good. Together we succeeded in condemning war and conquest, at least in theory, if not always in practice. To this day, even the worst aggressors feel ashamed to openly conquer, destroy, and enslave. Instead, they talk about special military operations and the need to protect those who frankly do not want to be protected. This shame is a significant achievement of our time. To the extent that current international norms limit the behavior of offenders, they help countless people to survive, escape torture, or even prosper. Thus, it is an ever-growing concern to witness these same norms being subjected to increasingly open and brutal attacks. Our international order is being slowly eroded by the irresponsible actions of those who should know better. The world is turning into a much more dangerous place. We have seen this before. We cannot ignore the striking parallels between the present day and the events of 1938, a time when the world chose appeasement over international law and diplomacy over deterrence, culminating in the infamous Munich Pact. That was a short-sighted attempt to satisfy a dangerous revisionist aggressor by giving away the territory of a sovereign nation. It proved to be a complete failure. The Munich Pact not only emboldened the Nazi regime, but also opened the door for Soviet expansion. Soon after, the secret protocols of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact carved Europe into spheres of influence and sealed the fate of many independent states. As Europe descended into another great war, Lithuania and the other Baltic states were illegally occupied, annexed, and brutalized. After regaining the independence 35 years ago, Lithuania feels a duty to guard the bitter memory of past mistakes. Never again will we place our hopes in appeasement. Never again will we stand aside. Never again shall Pandora's box be opened. In 1938, it was Czechoslovakia that was abandoned. Today, we cannot abandon Ukraine alone. The war in Ukraine is well into its 4th year. The international community has not done enough to stop aggressor. This is a quest that goes far beyond the usual lines that keep different nations apart. What matters is not the distinction between large and small, or between global North and global South nations, but the basic principles of the UN Charter, which guarantee peace and security across the globe. If one UN member is attacked with impunity year after year, by a permanent member of the Security Council, what does that mean for the rest of us? When power replaces law and fear silences the truth, the foundations of the global order begin to crack. And then nobody can feel safe anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, the effects of Russia's war against Ukraine are being felt across the world. This war has sparked crises in energy, migration, and food security, while also deepening global poverty, hunger, environmental damage, and climate change. It all began with the illegal occupation of Crimea in 2014 and escalated into a full-scale invasion marked by systematic war crimes. The targeted destruction of civilian infrastructure, indiscriminate missile attacks, and the forced deportation of thousands of Ukrainian children are not isolated abuses. These are calculated efforts to erase Ukraine's identity and undermine its sovereignty and territorial integrity, all in open defiance of the United Nations Charter. Let me be clear, Lithuania will never recognize Russia's illegal occupation and annexation of Ukrainian lands. Ukraine's borders are not up for negotiation. Attempts to redraw them by force are unacceptable. The United Nations Charter is not a menu to pick from. It is a binding foundation of international order. Ukraine is also not the only target. Russia continues to occupy two Georgian regions, destabilizes Moldova, and uses proxies and mercenaries to spread instability across the Sahel, the Middle East, and beyond. These are not isolated episodes. They are part of a calculated policy to undermine international norms and export chaos for strategic gain. Russia is not acting alone. The countries enabling Russia's war against Ukraine also violate international law. They prolong the war and deepen unnecessary suffering. Their actions damage us all, every sovereign nation. Lithuania therefore calls on the international community to maintain strong political, military, humanitarian, and economic support for Ukraine. Having already provided more than 1 billion euros in assistance, half of which for reconstruction and long-term recovery, we are setting an example to follow. It is equally vital that the international community stop buying Russia's energy resources. Without all that oil and gas money, Moscow's war machine would finally stop. If history is any indicator, Russia will never stop using energy for its geopolitical goals. Wherever Russian energy resources flow, corruption, blackmail, and sabotage will follow. Let me remind you, this is a country that understands only the language of force. Ukraine's ability to deter aggression will be the decisive factor in the future. Moreover, peace will never be sustainable without justice. Russia's numerous war crimes, from mass killings and attacks on hospitals to the abduction, deportation, and indoctrination of children, demand accountability. My country strongly supports the Special Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression under the auspices of the Council of Europe. We call on all states to endorse this initiative. Accountability must have real consequences, legal, political, and financial. As a co-founder of Register of Damage for Ukraine, Lithuania calls on all eligible states to join this vital effort. Russia's frozen assets must eventually be used to help Ukraine defend itself and rebuild. I also cannot stress strongly enough that the return of all deported Ukrainian children and illegally detained civilians must be a global priority. We urge all states and institutions to strengthen international efforts and to ensure their safe homecoming. Ladies and gentlemen, as crucial as Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is, it is only part of the broader global upheaval. Lithuania watches the current situation in the Middle East with deep concern. We join the international community in calling for the full and immediate implementation of the ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. To prevent starvation, humanitarian aid must be allowed to reach those in need without obstruction. At the same time, the unconditional release of all remaining Israeli hostages remains a crucial step towards ending hostilities. Lithuania is firmly committed to a just and lasting peace in the Middle East. We condemn all the actions that undermine this goal. The ongoing mediation efforts led by the United States, Qatar, and Egypt deserve our full support. There is no alternative but to revitalize a credible political process towards a two-state solution, ensuring that the state of Israel and an independent, democratic, contiguous, sovereign and viable state of Palestine can live side by side in peace, security and mutual recognition, with Jerusalem as the future capital of both states. Sadly, many states remain trapped in cycles of conflict, crisis and long-term fragility. It is our shared responsibility to support those in need as destabilization spreads far and wide across international borders, regions, and continents. Our attention must also focus on the growing challenge of disinformation, which is increasingly being used to undermine democratic institutions and destabilize entire nations and societies. Lithuania calls on all members of the international community to defend truth as the supreme value and to fight attempts to rewrite history. Historical memory must be preserved. Ladies and gentlemen, as we face high global uncertainty, one choice remains entirely clear. Either we will repeat the mistakes of history, or we will find the resolve to defend the core principles of the United Nations. Today, Lithuania chooses to act. We call on the international community to respond to today's challenges with unity and determination. We call on the United Nations to return to its founding purpose, to prevent the scourge of war, to protect human dignity, and to uphold the rights of nations large and small. Together, we must ensure that no permanent seat on the Security Council grants any state permanent impunity. We must support those who defend the very principles of the UN Charter. In this spirit, I welcome the Secretary General's UNAT reform agenda, a timely blueprint for adapting this institution to the realities of today's world. His call for a more inclusive, effective, and accountable United Nations deserves our broad support. Lithuania stands firmly behind these efforts to reimagine multilateralism. We call on all states to strengthen our collective ability to act across all three pillars: peace and security, human rights, and development. Our message must be simple and straightforward. Aggression cannot win, and the principles of the UN Charter must prevail. Let us rise to the demands of this moment. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Lithuania. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Marcelo Rebelo da Sousa, the President of the Portuguese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, symbolic moment this one for United Nations, the celebration of 80 years, and for us, Portuguese, 70 years of membership. The time of judgment, of compromise, of renewal, multilateral ambition. Portugal is today what always aspired to be, an open country to the world, listening, dialoguing, building bridges, deeply multilateralist and guided by the Charter of United Nations. A world with more cooperation and respect for international law is safer, more predictable, stable, peaceful, prosperous, plural, representative, and able to respond collectively to global challenges. 70 years ago, we were living still in dictatorship. And we found in this community the space to rediscover the real values and contributing to global solutions. And even now, in a changed world, fragmented, polarized, unpredictable, this community is a key community to defend basic principles of a coexistence between nations, cultures, civilizations. And it is with this coherence and the sense of responsibility, with the conscience of the need of contributing, acting, and deciding, guided by values and principles, that will be candidates to the Security Council in 27-28, a decision we formalized in 2013. Excellencies, let me pay tribute to the Asamblea for his support to the adoption of the Pact for the Future. Let me congratulate the present President of this session, wishing the success in her term. But I would very specifically, and in Portuguese this time, say a word about the remarkable work of the Secretary-General António Guterres. O seu humanismo, his humanism, o apego ao direito internacional, his attachment to international law, as reformas por que tem lutado, the reforms that he's been defending since 2017, que inclui agora o UN 80, o Pacto para o Futuro, UN 80 and the Pact for the Future, são a sua marca e o seu legado. His mark and legacy. It is a pride for me, é orgulho para mim, having a Portuguese as Secretary-General of the United Nations, ter português como Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas. Someone that is projecting a Portuguese way of acting in international relations, uma forma portuguesa de estar nas relações internacionais. He will always be supported by Portugal. Contará sempre com o apoio de Portugal. And I must congratulate him for his speech, because he said, I will never give up. I know him ever since we were teenagers. He never gave up, ever. And he's right. It's true we live at a time of multiple crises and persistent crises. Division, polarization, violations of international law, cleavage between power exercise and responsibility, technology and ethics, urgency of crisis and capacity of response and action. United Nations faces an existential moment. Without change, without renewal, the United Nations will be marginalized, and we could be left to the law of force. No G1, no G2, no G3, no G1+1 1 plus 2 or 2 plus 1 will be an alternative. No absence of multilateralism will avoid the need of multilateralism. The world is multipolar, will be multipolar. Just think of the situation in Ukraine or the situation in Middle East. In Ukraine, for years, and now for months, for 8 months, one is waiting the mediation of the most powerful in the world. Do we have a ceasefire? No, we don't. In the case of Middle East, we waited and waited for the intervention of the most powerful in the world. Did we have a ceasefire? Without the multipolar, multilateral intervention of so many countries, here in New York, with the recognition of the existence of the state of Palestine, some Europeans, others non-Europeans, we won't change soon. This means we need United Nations, we need multilateralism, we need dialogue between countries from every continent. And the same for international law. We need international law. We need international law for the reform of United Nations. We need international law as a foundation of peace and justice. A world governed by rules is a safer and more predictable and equitable world. We need a Charter of United Nations as a common compass. Of course, we must adjust United Nations, but we must never forget the lesson of the League of Nations. When one forgets the principles, when one abandons the principles on account of pure realpolitik, I mean the power or the powers of the moment, one forgets that no power is eternal. No personality is eternal. Empires went up and went down. We know by experience it. Colonial empires, European empires inside Europe, all kinds of empires went up and went down. We believe that in the reform of United Nations, we have 3 pillars: prevention, partnership, and protection. Preemptive action before the conflict, not just afterwards. Mediation, preventive diplomacy, intervention of the Secretary General and of the PBC. Avoiding destruction and institution collapse. Building peace, fighting against the deep causes of violence, promoting resilient and peaceful societies. But development, peace building without development, preventive action without development, doesn't work. We co-presided, together with an African partner, Burundi, the preparation of the 4th conference on financing of development. Ideas, dialogue, determination, results. Without sustainable development, no lasting peace is possible. Never forget to implement the 2030 agenda and the reform of the international financial architecture. It's a priority involving the digital, the space, the artificial intelligence technologies as force for peace, not tools for domination. Bridging the digital and technological divides as central to build resilient societies. C'est aussi très fier que nous partageons la priorité des océans, la priorité du changement du climat. On peut parler contre le changement du climat, mais on admet tout de suite qu'il y a ce changement. Et c'est pourquoi on a préparé l'UNOC 2 à Lisbonne. On a été à l'UNOC 3 à Nice. On a renouvelé notre compromis avec la protection des océans. Des premiers États européens à ratifier le traité BBNG. Protégeant 27% de notre surface maritime, juste à une distance de 3% de l'objectif en 2030. Excellencies, speaking of the appeal of partnership, the United Nations must deepen partnerships, strategic partnerships with regional organizations. Portugal has the experience that is very specific. Nós temos a experiência da comunidade de países de língua portuguesa, the experience of the Portuguese-speaking community, present in 9 countries, 4 continents, 1 language, presentes em 9 países, 4 continentes, uma língua, uma plataforma com voz própria na ONU. Nós acolhemos o Fórum Global da Aliança das Civilizações. We received the Forum for the Alliance of Civilizations. Also, the UN Conference on Racism. Portugal organizou a primeira conferência da ONU sobre racismo. E promovemos a aplicação da Declaração de Durban em todo o mundo. Nós outros formamos parte da comunidade ibero-americana. Portugal se siente hermano de América Latina, compartiendo prioridades comunes como el multilateralismo inclusivo, el desarrollo sostenible y la cohesión social. A nossa parceria, our partnership with the Global South, is made of respect and solidarity. Lançamos as primeiras cimeiras União Europeia e União Africana. We have had the initiative of the first and second summits between European Union and the African Union. We cooperate actively with the PMA, CITES, and LLDC. At the same time, we think that protecting means also protecting the role of women, youth as agents of change, the access to education, leadership, political participation. The world needs more women and more youngest as leaders in the procedures of decision. Third pillar, protection. We participate for 65 years in peacekeeping. Thousands of armed forces and security forces participated in 25 missions in 4 continents, mostly in Africa. Peacekeeping now with 4 peace operations, a quick reaction force, punctual payment, example of intervention in every continent, defense of a predictable and stable financing, including for the missions that are promoted by Security Council or accepted by Security Council, but initiative of African Union. This year, we celebrate the 25th anniversary of the additional protocol to the Convention of Rights of Children involved in armed conflicts. It's a drama. It's a drama. Children going on being victims in every war scenario. We have the legal duty, the political and the moral duty of protecting them. And then, of course, humanitarian international law. One spoke of it, about the situation in areas of conflict. Geneva Conventions are not suggestions. They involve duties. We participated in the 6th Commission preparing the Convention on Crimes Against Humanity. Human rights. Human rights. Human rights mean personal rights, political rights, freedom of expression, economic rights, social, cultural rights, universal, interdependent, and inseparable. Não podemos ficar indiferentes. We cannot be indifferent concerning major crises. We just declared our decision of recognizing the state of Palestine. In the Middle East, now we think that the following step is creating conditions for a ceasefire, immediately releasing the hostages, humanitarian assistance, but also creating political, economic, and social conditions to strengthen the solution of two sovereign states, rebuilding economies and societies, giving an opportunity to peace, to the daily life of Israelis and Palestinians, so that they can live, not die. Live, not die. In Ukraine, sovereignty, independence, and integrity with global total ceasefire, immediate and unconditional, first step for a fair peace, respecting international law and respecting the Charter of the United Nations. In Sudan, intervening to react much more quickly to perhaps the greatest humanitarian catastrophe in Africa. En Haïti, où les souffrances de la population ne sont plus tenables, face aux atrocités barbares des gangs criminels et le recrutement d'enfants soldats, une assistance décisive de l'ONU à la mission multinationale de soutien à la sécurité avant qu'il ne soit trop tard. Excelências, no momento em que assistimos ao maior número de conflitos armados desde a criação das Nações Unidas, estamos disponíveis para assumir responsabilidades acrescidas como uma voz global no Conselho de Segurança. Com a experiência de uma história de serviço, com as lições aprendidas nas últimas décadas, com a proximidade com todos os Estados aqui representados, sem discriminações. E por isso, no Conselho de Segurança, agiremos prevenindo, criando parcerias e protegendo, defendendo a reforma do Conselho de Segurança, tornando mais representativo e eficaz, refletindo a geopolítica do século XXI e não a de 1945, com presença africana permanente, CIDs representados e reconhecimento de grandes potências emergentes como o Brasil e a Índia, com mais transparência, Conselho mais plural e coerente com a letra e espírito da Carta. Em 2024, o Conselho reuniu mais vezes do que desde 1989 e, no entanto, tendo reunido mais vezes, menos deliberações aprovou e mais vetou deliberações, mesmo implicando o sofrimento de pessoas concretas em todo o mundo. É incompreensível que o uso do veto continue a paralisar decisões essenciais perante o sofrimento humano. A Carta é clara. Uma parte no conflito não pode ser juiz no próprio caso. Portugal apoia o Código de Conduta do Grupo ACT, as medidas de restrição ao uso do veto, todas as iniciativas que reforcem a transparência e a prestação de contas dentro do Conselho. Excellencies, a last word. Portugal is presenting itself to the Security Council without hidden agendas, but rather with an agenda aligned with the values and objectives of the UN, with humility, but with confidence. contributing to a council that is more effective, representative, and close to those who expect protection from it. We are a predictable country, a bridge builder, a reliable partner, an uncompromising defender of the UN Charter. It is in this spirit that we want to serve, that we reaffirm our commitment to the United Nations today, and that we hope will earn your trust for the future of the United Nations, but mostly for the future of the world, more peaceful, more just, more respectful of dignity, human dignity, in so many conflicts that represent a shame for all of us. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency, the President of the Portuguese Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Yomandu Usi, President of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señora Presidenta de la Asamblea General, señor Secretario General, señores y señoras jefas y jefes de Estado y de Gobierno, señores representantes de organismos internacionales, delegaciones oficiales, señores y señoras. Vengo de una república situada al oriente del río Uruguay que el mapa, la historia y la cultura ubican en una pequeña esquina del sur del mundo. Un país pradera con balcón al mar, donde la tranquilidad y hospitalidad de su gente es una de sus principales señas de identidad. Vengo de un país donde ya es práctica corriente que un presidente concurra a países vecinos acompañado por sus antecesores o con sus antecesores de otros partidos políticos. Un país donde la alternancia de los partidos en un gobierno no se traduce en una crisis de carácter institucional. Es más, esa alternancia se constituye en un acto de pura normalidad. Vengo de un país cuyo presidente puede caminar sin custodia entre la gente, puede disfrutar de un partido de fútbol en una tribuna como un hincha más. Vengo de un país cuyos partidos políticos, casi todos ellos con más de medio siglo de historia, siempre están dispuestos a acordar soluciones nacionales a urgencias también nacionales. Soluciones, como decimos nosotros, a la uruguaya. Con estos gestos quiero expresar que Uruguay lleva en su vida cotidiana una vocación profunda de paz y de respeto. Vivo en un país, por supuesto, que no está a las puertas del paraíso, porque enfrenta nuevos desafíos en términos de pobreza infantil, seguridad pública o desigualdad social. Y sobre estos temas también hay en líneas generales un consenso nacional. La histórica solidez institucional y política ha permitido que Uruguay aún se destaque en la región por su alto nivel de desarrollo humano o sus políticas de distribución del ingreso, y que sea un país de reglas estables, donde los contratos se cumplen, donde se honran los compromisos internacionales, donde la estabilidad macroeconómica es una política de Estado. Pero esta acumulación positiva también se expresa más allá de nuestras fronteras. Porque Uruguay es reconocido en el mundo por su vocación de paz, su incansable lucha en pos de la solución pacífica de los conflictos, su respeto irrestricto al derecho internacional como a la mayor garantía para la soberanía de los pueblos y por ser una tierra fraterna y hospitalaria con los migrantes de todas las latitudes. Desde ese pequeño país que cultiva la tolerancia y el diálogo y cultiva el acuerdo como clave histórica de convivencia y que está inserto en un continente sin conflictos ni guerra entre estados, venimos a esta asamblea a sumar esfuerzos para contribuir con la estabilidad y la paz en el mundo cada vez más convulsionado y desafiante. La creciente tensión geopolítica y el aumento de conflictos, sumados al desfinanciamiento de los esfuerzos por un orden global pacífico y basado en reglas, plantea enormes retos a escala planetaria. Para ejemplificarlo, basta mencionar algunos datos. Según el Índice Global de Paz de 2025, en 2023 hubo 59 conflictos interestatales, el número más alto desde el fin de la Segunda Guerra Mundial. Para el 2024, el gasto militar global sufrió un aumento de casi un 10% en términos reales comparado con 2023, lo que representa el mayor incremento anual desde el fin de la Guerra Fría. Estamos hablando de un gasto militar de 2.7 o 2,7 millones de dólares. No solo se trata de un mayor aumento de conflictividad entre naciones, ni de un gasto militar que crece aceleradamente para sustentarlo. Se trata también de nuevas formas de crueldad y muerte que están adquiriendo las guerras actuales. Sabemos bien que desde el nacimiento mismo de las civilizaciones, la ausencia de violencia o la ausencia de guerra es quizás una quimera. Pero en nuestros días, los avances tecnológicos aplicados han desencadenado otras lógicas mucho más perversas, como el uso de prácticas militares destinadas a sembrar el miedo, el terror y la muerte en la población civil. Que quede muy claro, condenamos toda forma de terrorismo, ya que constituye, entre otras cosas, una despreciable actitud de cobardía. Existe otra lógica actual, y es la que nos lleva a que el objeto central o el objetivo central en las guerras actuales pareciera ser la práctica sistemática del exterminio. El fin nunca justificó los medios. Debemos desterrar aquel viejo precepto de que la guerra es la continuación de la política por otros medios. Toda guerra es criminal, sin importar dónde ocurra, sin importar el Dios que se invoque para justificarla, y merecerá siempre nuestra más visceral condena. Es cierto que toda nación tiene el derecho a un territorio y a un gobierno propios. Es cierto que tiene derecho a establecer un nivel de autodeterminación que le permita la convivencia con los demás pueblos. Eso es real. Y el valor de las Naciones Unidas es justamente garantizar que estos principios se concreten de manera pacífica y civilizada. Ningún Estado que se precie de democrático y de vivir bajo el mandato del derecho internacional puede, aún bajo el legítimo derecho de defenderse contra el terrorismo, ejercer la barbarie sobre ninguna población civil, menos aún contra personas especialmente vulnerables e indefensas. Desde 1948, Uruguay ha mantenido una posición coherente y firme que va en línea con los principios de autodeterminación y coexistencia pacífica. Y bien conocidas son nuestras posturas históricas con respecto a los principales conflictos a escala mundial, en especial el que se desarrolla en Oriente Medio. Siempre Uruguay sostuvo la posición: dos naciones, dos pueblos, dos estados. Y en este sentido, además, el gobierno uruguayo toma muy en serio los informes que desde la comunidad internacional se elaboran en referencia a los territorios palestinos e instamos a implementar las recomendaciones formuladas por la ONU e instamos a la suspensión inmediata de las operaciones militares, a la suspensión de las muertes de civiles inocentes e instamos a la liberación de los rehenes. En nuestro mundo también persisten y se agravan otros dramas más extendidos y permanentes, a tal punto que la Declaración Universal de Derechos Humanos, votada en el marco de esta Asamblea hace ya 77 años, constituye un manifiesto revolucionario ante los tiempos que estamos viviendo. Empezando por su artículo primero, que proclama: todos los seres humanos nacen libres e iguales en dignidad y derechos y, dotados como están de razón y conciencia, deben comportarse fraternalmente los unos con los otros. ¿Cuán lejos estamos de nuestros propios principios y compromisos cuando vemos que la distancia entre quienes más tienen y quienes más sufren es cada vez mayor? ¿Cuán lejos estamos cuando observamos que los principios de libertad e igualdad están cada vez más divorciados y que se suele hablar mucho más de un supuesto individuo libre que de sociedades igualitarias en términos de ingresos o goce de derechos? ¿Cuán lejos estamos del sentido humano cuando olvidamos que nuestra principal vocación debe ser estar del lado de las mayorías, poniendo oído ante cada problema o angustia de nuestros pueblos y entendiendo incluso y fundamentalmente al que piensa distinto? Señora Presidenta, vengo de un país con una tradición a prueba de toda trazabilidad y archivo en materia de política internacional. Esa tradición incluye un firme apoyo al multilateralismo en todas sus facetas, política, económica, cultural, como la mejor y única forma de enfrentar los desafíos a los que hacía referencia. También incluye, por supuesto, el compromiso permanente con el derecho internacional, la apuesta al diálogo y la construcción de la paz, como una de nuestras mayores contribuciones en el contexto de un mundo fragmentado y polarizado. Todo el sistema político de mi país se enorgullece de contribuir decisivamente en tareas globales, como el mantenimiento de la paz y la seguridad internacionales, la consolidación y el desarrollo del derecho internacional mediante la participación en ámbitos de elaboración normativa y cortes internacionales, con el apoyo al desarme, la seguridad alimentaria, la salud global y el compromiso con el cambio climático. En este contexto, quiero destacar especialmente un compromiso histórico de mi país con el sistema multilateral de mantenimiento de la paz. En los últimos 35 años y de manera ininterrumpida, Uruguay ha desplegado batallones en diversas operaciones de paz de las Naciones Unidas. A tal punto hemos asumido esta tarea que nos hemos convertido en el principal país de América Latina y el segundo per cápita a nivel mundial en contribuir a este tipo de misiones. Pero además, lo hemos hecho con una particularidad, porque nuestros contingentes se han especializado en la función más emblemática que llevan adelante estas operaciones de paz: la protección de civiles en conflictos armados. Bien saben las naciones que integran esta Asamblea que mi pequeño país está muy lejos de caracterizarse por su poderío militar o su predominio económico. Y es allí, paradojalmente, que reside nuestra fortaleza, porque somos incapaces de estorbar a nadie. Por el contrario, nuestra fortaleza radica en capacidades intangibles, pero que este mundo mucho necesita, porque somos un país muy confiable en la promoción del diálogo y de la paz. En primer lugar, porque estos principios nos definen como república y se expresan en el respeto a la separación de poderes y el Estado de Derecho, la fortaleza del sistema democrático y el respeto y promoción de los derechos humanos y la equidad social, entre otros. Y en segundo lugar, porque esa ha sido nuestra conducta histórica en los foros internacionales. Ya en 1907, por ejemplo, mi país llevó una postura firme a la Conferencia de La Haya sobre el arbitraje como mecanismo esencial y obligatorio para resolver los conflictos entre Estados. Unos años después, 1921, Uruguay fue el primer Estado del mundo en aceptar la jurisdicción de la Corte Permanente de Justicia Internacional, predecesora de la Corte Internacional de Justicia. En función de estos y otros antecedentes históricos, me permito afirmar que Uruguay está en condiciones inmejorables de ofrecerse al mundo como un anfitrión de negociaciones, como promotor de redes de diálogo y mediación que conduzcan a la construcción de la paz y prevención de conflictos. Créanme que estamos preparados para este reto cada vez más urgente, para este reto cada vez más necesario. Entre otras razones, porque aprendimos, como dijo el presidente de mi país, José Mujica, que la tolerancia es el fundamento para poder vivir en paz. Muchas gracias.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Nataša Pirc-Musar, the President of the Republic of Slovenia. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Madam President, please accept my warmest congratulations on your election at this historic 80th anniversary of the United Nations. Your election underscores the vital importance of including women in the decision-making process. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, in 1945, the end of the Second World War was greeted with celebrations, and hopes were placed in a new era of peace and cooperation, embodied by the creation of the United Nations. However, those hopes were soon overshadowed by the onset of the Cold War. When it ended in 1991, we once again dared to believe that this would pave the way to the vision of lasting peace, security, and cooperation as enshrined in the UN Charter. Sadly, that vision has not materialized. In fact, the situation has worsened, and here is why. Firstly, the Security Council, envisioned as the very pillar of collective security, is failing to meet the expectations of the world, if it ever has. The Permanent Five were supposed to be role models for the rest of the world working for peace. Some work in their own interests instead. Secondly, the promise of the Sustainable Development Goals is faltering. Progress is lagging, and with cuts in development assistance, millions of the world's poorest are pushed further away from the access to even the most basic services. Thirdly, international law appears to stand at the precipice of irrelevance. The independence of elected international judges, the integrity of human rights institutions, personal security of human rights defenders, and the authority of this organization are under siege. Fourthly, the Genocide Convention risks becoming a relic of the past. Some states have put the International Criminal Court to its greatest challenge ever. Its prosecutors, whose only duty is the pursuit of justice, and its judges, whose responsibility is to uphold the law, our international law, now face sanctions and intimidation. as if the states that sanction them would prefer to shield the alleged perpetrators of atrocities rather than confront the truth and help deliver justice. Fifthly, the landmark opinion of the International Court of Justice affirming that international law obliges states to prevent harming the climate already feels obsolete. And finally, states are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Agreement, from the Ottawa Treaty, and from the UN agencies, or simply cutting their finances. Each such act chips away at the support for multilateralism, a system designed not for the powerful few, but for the benefit of all of us. Madam President, how are we to explain these trends to our electorates, to our people, and above all, to our children? Shall we tell them that this is the new normal, that might makes right, that the strong may seize what they want because they can, that they can kill with impunity because they can, that they may pollute, wage wars, and trample on international law just because they can? Are we prepared to look our children in the eyes and say, "This is the world you will inherit and there is nothing we can do about it"? With the adoption of the Pact for the Future last year, we have charted a path toward a stronger, more forward-looking United Nations. But we must now create the conditions to fulfill our commitments. One way forward is to establish a permanent advocacy network to give the Pact unconditional, sustained political support. To this end, I propose the creation of a global forum for the future, an inclusive movement of states committed to multilateralism, mutual respect, and the defense of our shared vision. A movement determined to stand up for the Pact and drive its implementation at every level. As states consider how to implement the Pact for the Future, some solutions may be seen as inconvenient today, but in the long run, ladies and gentlemen, they are not optional. They are systemically necessary. The first example is the reform of the Security Council. We all recognize that it is the principal organ entrusted with the maintenance of international peace and security. But what it is not, and must never be, is a body that stands above international law to defend the interests of some at the expense of others. Jus cogens norms must be safeguarded as a matter of principle. If the prohibitions against genocide and crimes against humanity are accepted as jus cogens norms, can any permanent member claim a legitimate veto right in such circumstances? Member states have attempted to address this question through many reform proposals, but with minimal progress. This is why we must dare to go further now. We, the General Assembly, must take a bold step and request an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on this very question. Second, we must confront the gap between our words and actions on gender equity. Progress has been made, but far too modestly. Over the past 80 years, 13% of leaders in multilateral organizations have been women. And no woman has ever served as Secretary General of the United Nations. And this, ladies and gentlemen, must change. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us make history. Today, the 80th session of the General Assembly is led by only the 5th woman to hold the presidency. By the end of this session, she would be joined by a Madam Secretary General-elect, a living proof to 4 billion women that even the most impossible job is not beyond their reach. But gender representation is not enough. What we must achieve is actual gender equity because it benefits not only women and girls, but entire societies. True equity requires systemic change, And so women's empowerment must remain at the heart of our global agenda. International organizations must weave a gender perspective into every strand of policy making. And that should be a result of effective participation of women and girls themselves. Electing a Madam Secretary General would be historic, but it must only be the beginning of a much deeper transformation. Madam President, the Pact for the Future sets out clearly what must be done to change our world for the better. I have mentioned only two of the many challenges we must confront decisively. But we can only succeed as a community if we accept that there is no future for humanity without a fundamental change. The mandate of the Global Forum for the Future would be to push towards such a change. This is why it must be inclusive. It must not be merely a coalition of countries. It must inspire hundreds of millions of people. For when it comes to human dignity, the constituency of like-minded individuals is vast, diverse, and knows no borders. Human dignity is indivisible. We must fight for it no matter how great the obstacles are. And there are many, we know that. Think of hunger. Time and again, humanity rose across continents to confront the scourge of hunger, to no avail. Worse still, hunger is now being weaponized, turned into a tool of war. We receive reports on a daily basis of how women and children are starved because they are marked as legitimate targets, as enemies. How cruel, how inhumane is that, ladies and gentlemen? We cannot allow this to happen any longer. 40 years ago, musicians stood against hunger. Instead of guns, they, the Band 8, used music. The world heard them, but they were not loud enough, as hunger has not been eradicated. Today, we have science. We can address on a scale beyond imagination not only hunger, but every act of violence against human beings and all human fears. Granted, science, technology, and global connectivity are too often twisted by cynical leaders and warmongering regimes. But they can also be harnessed for the common good. Artists, influencers, and visionaries with audiences of millions can join forces with the governments of like-minded nations. Together, their voice in defense of humanity could become irresistible. Together, we can demand real action by all governments, all world and community leaders on the Pact for the Future, and hold to account those who betray human dignity to its very core, through wars of aggression, genocidal policies, and crimes against humanity. If we join forces and make ourselves heard, nobody can ignore us, not even the most arrogant governments and individual politicians. Of course, such initiatives cannot emerge out of thin air. They require leadership, strong, inclusive, and fearless leadership. We, the leaders of today, are only transient custodians of power. Some of us may not be here after the next election, but that is precisely why we must act now. Our responsibility and destiny will be judged by how we treat our planet and its people today. We simply cannot afford silence, ignorance, or passivity, not while we hold power and possess the power of the word. Hesitation is not an option, Madam President. For most of us, members of the UN, is not might that makes right. It is the opposite. We must not allow the powerful few to ignore us. We must not surrender to a world where power alone prevails. We, the majority of United Nations members, must be role models. We must work for a different world. The Global Forum for the Future can be a platform for the much-needed transformation in which partnerships with non-state actors and companies are indispensable. Profits must finally serve development for all. Innovation and sustainability must drive tolerance, mutual respect, and inclusive dialogue. Is that too much to ask? If we, the leaders of this planet, can offer nothing but terror, conflict, pollution, fear, inequalities, and war to 8 billion people, then we must confront the truth. We are complicit in crimes against our civilization and our planet. And not just us, heads of states, but leaders of international institutions, CEOs, and every individual with the power to make a difference share this responsibility. None of us can claim ignorance of what is at stake. If we believe in human dignity for all, we must deliver more. A world that fulfills lives, not threatens them. We must say yes to inclusive multilateralism and a resounding no to multipolarism. Let us show that this General Assembly can and will make a difference, as it has often done before. Let us demonstrate that we reject arrogance, hatred, and willful blindness to a lack of equality and justice, to wars of aggression, crimes against humanity, and genocide, because they tear us apart for generations. And let us proclaim in all seriousness and sincerity collective responsibility to uphold humanity, sustainable development, and international law, because this will keep us together as a civilization for generations. And Madam President, let me end on a personal note. For the sake of future generations, to fulfill our responsibility as human beings, to ensure that we are on the right side of the history, we should do the right thing. We did not stop the Holocaust. We did not stop the genocide in Rwanda. We did not stop the genocide in Srebrenica. We must stop the genocide in Gaza. There are no excuses anymore. None. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Slovenia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kasim Jomart Tokayev, the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, for 8 decades, the United Nations has played a pivotal role in combating humanity's global challenges. Over that time, it has led our common efforts on collective security, nuclear non-proliferation, peacekeeping, development, poverty reduction, sustainability, and human rights. But we must also face the truth. The world around us has changed profoundly and, unfortunately, not for the better. That's why the United Nations remains today a symbol of hope for millions around the globe. This historic meeting is a unique opportunity to recommit ourselves to the founding principles and goals of our universal and truly indispensable organization. However, we cannot turn a blind eye to the real crisis thrust in multilateral institutions. Serious violations of international law have become new normality, which undermines global stability and erodes confidence between peoples, between political leaders, and between states. In this challenging time, we all must empower the United Nations to make it more adjustable to the realities of today's unpredictable world. The spirit of mutual understanding and eagerness to cooperate must prevail over dangerous warmongering. State leaders have a responsibility to move toward making peace. A failure of the current generation of leaders to act is not an option, because future generations will pay a much greater price. In this regard, comprehensive reform of the United Nations is a strategic necessity, not a subject for endless contemplations. We need to establish a new group of truly dedicated people who will highly professionally and without any hesitations make concrete proposals for reforming the United Nations to make it better suited to the challenges of today and objectives of tomorrow. A central pillar of this bold effort to renew the United Nations should be a reform of the Security Council. Major powers of Asia, Africa, and Latin America should be represented in the Security Council on the rotational basis. In addition, Kazakhstan strongly believes that the voices of responsible middle powers also need to be seriously amplified in the Security Council. In fact, they have already started to play a larger positive role in international relations, bringing balance and building trust. They can act as bridges within the United Nations when major powers are divided or failing to resolve pressing issues of common concern. Above all, a credible United Nations for the 21st century requires member states to take concrete steps toward durable peace and security. Otherwise, the United Nations is doomed to forever mitigate consequences while root causes forever proliferate. We can begin this process already today by reaffirming our steadfast commitment to the Charter of the United Nations. The founding principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and peaceful resolution of disputes must be upheld without exception. Selective application of the Charter undermines its credibility. The world needs a new consensus based on trust, inclusiveness, and shared responsibility. For example, the enemy state clauses of the Charter, historical remnants of the Second World War, have already been recognized by the overwhelming majority of the international community is obsolete. For all these reasons, it's time to have a serious conversation about Charter review. Today we face an alarming reality. Arms control treaties are collapsing, and with them, so are the foundations of strategic stability. Global military spending in 2024 hit a record $2.7 trillion. The global cost of violence reached nearly $20 trillion. Therefore, rebuilding a robust global security architecture should remain a top priority for the international community. We advocate relaunching high-level dialogue among nuclear powers and stronger multilateral action to drastically reduce the looming threat of nuclear weapons. More widely, we must begin the hard work of getting rid of the militant mindset. We can do so by tracking closely how much our countries invest in peace, Kazakhstan is ready to host a new dialogue on nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. We can focus on informal, inclusive exchanges that reinforce the NPT and support progress toward the CTBT. We also call to advance our proposal to establish international agency for biological safety and security. Kazakhstan remains concerned by the Ukrainian crisis, which continues to seriously harm civilians, damage global trust, and undermine international security. Nonetheless, bilateral and international diplomatic efforts on this conflict should continue along with political flexibility to meet the long-term interests of both states. Territorial disputes are never easy to resolve and require mutual restraint and responsibility for the sake of future generations. The psychology of animosity drags all involved in conflicts to the abyss, leaving no chance to reach peace. The humanitarian crisis in Gaza has reached a disastrous scale that cannot be ignored. This conflict stems from a complex historical background. We cannot ignore the root cause of this belligerence. Kazakhstan calls for full protection of all civilians and unhindered humanitarian access in strict compliance with international humanitarian law. We reaffirm our support of the two-state solution, with the United Nations playing a central role. Kazakhstan acknowledges diplomatic initiatives aimed at regional reconciliation in the Middle East, including the Arab Peace Initiative, the New York Declaration, and the Abraham Accords, and others. They demonstrate that leadership and political will can turn division into cooperation and shared benefit. We also welcome the normalization of relations between Azerbaijan and Armenia under the mediation of the United States President. It shows that even entrenched conflicts can be settled through diplomacy and common sense. Guided by this principle, Kazakhstan consistently favors diplomacy over escalation and dialogue over force. Current geopolitical tensions sometimes tempt some leaders to claim that a clash of civilizations is inevitable. Yet, these divisions are not fact or fate. They are political choices. Global public goods, such as science, medicine, sports, religion, and culture, should not become subjects of geopolitical divisions and sanctions. These spheres of human activity bind us together under a humanitarian umbrella. When political leaders make irresponsible statements or take reckless decisions, manipulating religion and identity for political gain, they in fact seriously damage the trust and goodwill in striving for peace. Political leadership must be rooted in mutual understanding and respect, not mutual suspicion and arrogance. Tolerance and wisdom are the foundation of lasting peace and must be upheld through the rule of law. Dear friends and colleagues, we observe a growing fragmentation and political bias of investment flows. As a result, global FDI fell to $1.5 trillion last year. Kazakhstan strongly advocates for greater international investment cooperation. More than $400 billion have been attracted to our economy within 30 years of independence. Our commitment to open market principles is absolutely firm and will remain a cornerstone of our state policy. Located in the very center of Eurasia, Kazakhstan is poised to play a crucial role as a logistic hub, handling 80% of all overland transit between Asia and Europe. We are investing tens of billions of dollars in our transport and transit infrastructure, including the Belt and Road Initiative, the North-South and Trans-Caspian transit corridors. Kazakhstan will continue to develop regional supply chains that are the heart of the emerging global transport network. By 2029, we plan to build 5,000 kilometers of new railway lines. Kazakhstan has made the Sustainable Development Goals a core pillar of its national agenda, integrating their targets into state planning and budgeting. With the support of the United Nations Secretary General, partner states, Kazakhstan now hosts the new United Nations Regional Center for SDGs for Central Asia and Afghanistan in Almaty. Today, Central Asia is demonstrating a renewed sense of unity and mutual trust. It is emerging as a proactive contributor to international peace and progress. The Central Asian Five are strengthening cooperation, proving that regional solidarity can be a powerful force for development and security. This has enabled our region to engage key global partners in the unique Central Asia Plus dialogue format. Kazakhstan believes that inclusive development in Afghanistan is a basis for long-term regional peace and stability. We continue to support the Afghan people through humanitarian assistance and cooperation in trade, food security, infrastructure, and transport connectivity. Distinguished delegates, last year was the hottest year in human history, and Central Asia is warming at twice the global rate. The melting of glaciers in the Alatau Mountains is accelerating, multiplying threats to water and food security for millions. Kazakhstan has drawn profound lessons from the tragedy of the Aral Sea. Thanks to our consistent efforts, including at the international level, we succeeded in preserving the northern part of the sea. As the current chair of the International Fund for Saving the Aral Sea, Kazakhstan will continue to play a proactive role in this common priority. Meanwhile, the Caspian Sea is rapidly shrinking. It is no longer just a regional concern. It is a global warning signal. Therefore, we call for urgent steps to preserve the Caspian water resources with our partners across the region and the wider international community. Last year, Kazakhstan co-organized the One Water Summit with France, Saudi Arabia, and the World Bank. Looking forward, stronger coordination, investments, and sustainable solutions are urgently needed to prevent future water crises. To help advance this agenda, Kazakhstan will host a regional Ecological Summit in Astana in April next year, to be convened in partnership with the United Nations and other international organizations. As part of our broader environmental commitment, Kazakhstan is implementing a nationwide Clean Kazakhstan campaign. This national movement mobilizes millions of volunteers in cleanup actions, waste reduction, and eco-education. At this initiative of Kazakhstan, the United Nations declared 2026 the International Year of Volunteers for Sustainable Development. We invite all member states to collaborate on this important endeavor. In this spirit, I propose that the General Assembly adopt a resolution proclaiming April 22 as the International Day of Greening the Planet. Dear friends, Kazakhstan views artificial intelligence not as one more technological advancement, but as a major breakthrough that can be a true engine of human progress. Yet, as artificial intelligence accelerates, so do the related risks, specifically deepening technological, economic, and geopolitical divides. At the same time, we should not let ethical norms fall behind this rapid evolution. Pressing questions of fairness, accountability, and individual rights must be addressed with clarity and urgency. We must act collectively to ensure that every country can benefit from AI. Kazakhstan welcomes the establishment under UN auspices of the Global Dialogue on AI Governance. We stand ready to actively contribute to this platform to help ensure that AI remains safe, inclusive, and human-centered. In Kazakhstan, artificial intelligence will be integrated across all sectors of economy and public services. The basic infrastructure to deliver this plan is being built, and our bright young people are getting ready to turn this vision into reality. Our strategic goal is to transform Kazakhstan into a fully digital power within the next 3 years. Large-scale digitalization and widespread use of AI have become a national priority in Kazakhstan. E-government is an important pillar of our national development strategy. Around 90% of public services are already digitalized. Kazakhstan has recently launched its fastest national supercomputer ever. But AI and automation are expected to threaten jobs in many countries. That's why digital progress must go hand in hand with professional education. Therefore, Kazakhstan believes it is imperative not just to increase employment, but to valorize the technical professions. Ladies and gentlemen, amid global turbulence, Kazakhstan is pursuing a bold national renewal to build a truly just and fair state. Over the last 3 years, we have carried out large-scale political and economic reforms that are unprecedented in our part of the world. Through a national referendum, we introduced a single 7-year presidential term, thereby strengthening democratic accountability. We remain committed to the formula of strong president, influential parliament, and accountable government. Guided by strong wish to modernize Kazakhstan, I have proposed a single-chamber parliament for a national referendum to consider. Our objective is to continuously embrace the political system to make it more transparent effective, and reflective of people's aspirations. At the heart of these reforms lies a clear principle: law and order must prevail. We believe that only governance rooted in common sense and the rule of law can ensure public order and protect the rights of all citizens. It creates good conditions for international investment, trade, cooperation, and more broadly, the dynamic development of our country. The interests of law-abiding people and decent citizens must always come first, maintained through justice, accountability, and mutual respect. Kazakhstan's economy is showing clear signs of sustainability and resilience. This year, economic growth is expected to exceed 6%, underscoring the sustainability of our economy as the largest in our part of the world. But we are not complacent. We will continue our efforts to ensure a long-term growth. Kazakhstan's energy strategy is based on 4 pillars: oil and gas, coal, uranium, and critical minerals. These precious assets are the basis of reliable energy partnerships. Climate change and the green agenda cannot be accepted by all countries that have huge deposits like coal, which nowadays can be cleaned up by advanced technologies. That's why we have committed to decarbonize our country in 35 years. Renewable energy is not the single solution to all energy problems. Agriculture is another driver of our development with huge potential for global markets. Kazakhstan's grain export capacity has amounted to 12 million tons, reaching a great number of international markets, creating new opportunities for trade expansion using enhanced transport connectivity. We will continue our cooperation with all major international partners and regional stakeholders to further diversify our external trade and economy, making it more inclusive and resilient. Excellencies, we will remain firmly on this path, deepening governance reforms at home while supporting global governance abroad. Kazakhstan will continue to serve as a bridge builder and peacemaker. It will also continue to choose balance over domination, cooperation over confrontation, and peace over war. We stand ready in cooperation with other players, stakeholders in the international community to renew the promise of the United Nations as a beacon of peace, justice, and cooperation. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, President of the 80th session of the UN General Assembly, United Nations Secretary General, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, and ladies and gentlemen. 80 years ago, the United Nations was established to save succeeding generations of humanity from the scourge of war and to build a peaceful, prosperous, and just world arising from the devastation brought about by global conflict. Through the UN Charter, the nations of the world pledge to uphold peace, development, and human rights, which would be underpinned by international law. Now more than ever, we are called upon to uphold the values and advance the purpose of the United Nations. We are also called upon to advance cooperation and solidarity between nations. We are called upon to promote multilateralism and safeguard the institutions that enable it. South Africa's engagement in the international sphere echoes our domestic imperatives of eradicating poverty, reducing unemployment, and addressing the root causes of inequality. Our foreign policy is guided not only by the needs of our people, but also those of the continent of Africa and the global South. Inspired by our own history, South Africa strives to maintain world peace and also the settlement of all international disputes through negotiation and dialogue and not through war. We therefore welcome the strong partnership between the African Union and the United Nations in promoting peace, security, and stability on the African continent. This year, South Africa is honored to preside over the G20. This is the first time that G20 Leaders Summit will be held on the African continent, the cradle of humanity. South Africa's G20 presidency is guided by the theme equality, solidarity, and sustainability. To give full meaning to our theme of equality, solidarity, and sustainability, we have invited the G20 countries to join us in prioritizing the following areas. Firstly, in discussion to strengthen disaster resilience and response by addressing the increasing frequency and impact of climate-induced natural disasters. Secondly, to ensure that we have debt sustainability for low-income countries by crafting innovative ways to support countries to have low levels of debt to maintain economic stability. Thirdly, to discuss how to mobilize finance for a just energy transition by encouraging investments in renewable energy and sustainable technologies without foregoing what we would call base load energy sources. Fourthly, by harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development through the value addition processes, that is, beneficiation of these minerals at the source where the minerals are extracted to foster the development of communities where these minerals are found. These priorities reflect South Africa's commitment to addressing global challenges and promoting inclusive growth and sustainable development. Our country's G20 presidency is a significant opportunity for South Africa to advocate for Africa's development agenda and to amplify African voices in global economic governance for a continent that is irreversibly on the rise. As member states of the United Nations, we have all adopted the Sustainable Development Goals. However, many of these goals remain elusive. There are many reasons that hold many countries back from fulfilling and implementing these development goals. Some of these reasons are lack of sufficient financial resources that can finance the advance that these countries need to make to fulfill those goals. Many countries with developing economies, especially in Africa and the global south, do not have adequate capital to finance their development goals. They are indebted and are paying much more on debt servicing than they do on health and education. In fact, these countries pay much more than countries in the north for their debt. Yet through global solidarity, by having fairer lending rules, especially for several of the global south countries, we can achieve our shared commitment. Through the G20 process, we are working towards building consensus on how this problem can be tackled, including the reform of international financial institutions, particularly multilateral development banks, to better tackle global challenges that many countries face. The multilateral trading system needs to be reformed as we reconfirm that the World Trade Organization remains the only multilateral body that is capable of managing differences and coordinating positions in global trade. Trade is one of the most important instruments to mobilize domestic resources for development. It is concerning that geopolitical shocks and unprecedented trade policy volatility are destabilizing the global economy and jeopardizing a critical source of development finance. In fact, trade is now being used as a weapon against a number of countries in the world. We must redouble our efforts to strengthen the link between trade and development. Unilateral trade practices and economic cohesion have a detrimental impact on many nations. This includes the economic embargo against Cuba, which has caused untold damage to the country's economy over the years. This unfair embargo must be lifted, and we want it lifted sooner rather than later. In the midst of global trade uncertainty, the African continent is providing a pragmatic example of constructive collaboration and cooperation by using the African Continental Free Trade Area as an engine for sustainable growth and development. This will, with commitment, become the central pillar of economic cooperation and integration for our continent. As part of the effort to build more inclusive economies, South Africa's G20 presidency has launched an extraordinary committee of independent experts on global wealth inequality. This committee, chaired by Professor Joseph Stiglitz, a Nobel laureate, will deliver the first ever report on global inequality to G20 leaders when they meet in November in Johannesburg in South Africa. Climate change is an existential threat. We are failing future generations by our inability to reduce global warming. Climate change is reversing economic growth and development gains in many countries, especially in the global south. Although Africa carries the least responsibility for climate change, many countries on the continent of Africa experience much of its harshest effects. Extreme weather events like floods and droughts are driving food insecurity, displacing populations, causing damage to infrastructure, and leading to the unnecessary loss of livelihoods. Member states must honor their undertakings and commitments in line with the guiding principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. The Secretary General recently reported that global military expenditure has reached historic highs, just as the world is falling behind on its core development promises. We are building weapons when we should be building social infrastructure that advance the lives of our people. We are fighting wars that cause death and destruction when we should be fighting poverty and developing the livelihoods of vulnerable people. We must act decisively to silence all the guns everywhere to realize the goal of sustainable development and global peace. And I do believe that this is an objective that is possible to reach. As we commemorate the 80th anniversary of the UN, the relevance of this institution and various multilateral processes for the maintenance of international peace and security is being willfully undermined. There is an increasing reliance on unilateral military action in contravention of international law. The United Nations Security Council has proven to be ineffective in its current form and composition in carrying out its charter mandate to maintain international peace and security. South Africa remains deeply concerned by the erosion of the credibility of the Security Council and its failures to ensure accountability and uphold international law. As the security and humanitarian situations in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Sudan, Gaza, and elsewhere deteriorate, it is a matter of great concern that there are countries that continue to violate international law and also defy the United Nations resolutions and rulings, also from bodies like the International Court of Justice. The establishment of the Hague Group and the Madrid Group aim to reaffirm the primacy of international law, promoting accountability and ensuring support for a just peace. We cannot and should not accept that members of this organization continue willfully to violate without consequence the charter that we have all agreed to uphold. Therefore, as nations that have pledged to uphold the UN Charter, we have the ultimate responsibility to ensure and protect the rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination, consistent with the case that South Africa brought before the International Court of Justice. There is growing global consensus. There is growing global consensus that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Just last week, the United Nations Independent International Commission of Inquiry found that Israel is responsible for the commission of genocide in Gaza. As Palestinians continue to face genocide and famine, we have a duty to act. South Africa has acted in the interest of saving lives by insisting that the International Court of Justice should make a ruling. Genocide is being committed in Gaza and that it should stop. And we stand here to say it must stop. We welcome the historic high-level meeting held yesterday on the two-state solution yesterday in this very chamber. This reflects the determination of the global majority, a global majority that now stands at 142 and more countries, that Palestinians deserve a peaceful state alongside a peaceful Israel. Many nations in the world are calling for that, and that is the voice that we believe that Israel should heed, and those powerful nations that can make a two-state solution viable and possible and implementable should act in that regard. The long overdue announcement by increasing number of countries to recognize the state of Palestine is testament to this determination. We have a responsibility as the member states of the United Nations to reaffirm the right also of self-determination of the people of Western Sahara. The very first resolution of the United Nations General Assembly in January of 1946 called for the elimination of atomic weapons. The resolution was passed shortly after the catastrophic use of atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki that killed thousands of people. Decades later, we have not made significant progress in the fulfillment of the commitment to nuclear disarmament. In 2026, next year, South Africa will be presiding over the first review conference of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. This treaty reaffirms that there is no greater assurance of non-proliferation than the complete prohibition of nuclear weapons. I was glad to hear that a number of leaders stood here to speak against nuclear weapons and the use thereof. This year we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action as a roadmap for the achievement of gender equality, the empowerment of the women and girls of the world. South Africa reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the empowerment of women and their full, equal, and meaningful participation in all spheres of life. Yes, we would support also the election of a female Secretary General of the United Nations. The Beijing conference milestone reminds us of our shared responsibility to advance human rights, dignity, and justice for all. We are all equal, men and women, and there is no reason that we continue to hold the women of the world backwards. The right to development must be central to the policies and operational activities of the United Nations and its specialized agencies, programs, as well as funds. It must be at the core of the policies and strategies of the international financial and multilateral trading systems. As we celebrate 80 years of the United Nations, we must seize the opportunity to build a better United Nations for the next 80 years. What is needed now is a stronger and more capable United Nations, a United Nations that is based on the renewed commitment to its founding principles. We must invigorate the negotiations on the Security Council reform at the intergovernmental negotiations in the General Assembly, including by initiating text-based negotiations. The Security Council must be accountable. It must also be representative. It must be democratic and effective in executing its mandate. We can no longer accept that a large portion of the world's population is not represented in the United Nations Security Council. My own continent, Africa, home to 1.4 billion people, as well as South America, are not represented in the United Nations Security Council. This is unjust, this is unacceptable, and it must end. We want representation in the Security Council. We look forward to working with the Secretary General on the UN 80 initiative to ensure that our organization works more effectively and efficiently. Mandates given by member states must be implemented, and the necessary structural changes and program realignment must be implemented across the UN system. In the face of the decrease in funding to the United Nations to fulfill its mandate, the UN 80 initiative is important to maintain the integrity of the multilateral system and to uphold international law. Lastly, I am reminded that our collective membership of the United Nations is our shared humanity in action. The United Nations at 80 compels us to reflect on our collective achievements and to chart a way forward, building an organization that is able to address our common challenges. We must rise to the occasion and do our utmost together to ensure the political, economic, and social freedom of all humanity. We must reaffirm that freedom is indivisible and that the denial of the rights of one person diminishes the freedom of all of us. We must reaffirm the equal dignity and worth of every person and must therefore leave no one behind and no country behind. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of South Africa. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Hurmatli rais xonimlari, hurmatli bosh kotib janoblari, delegatsiya rahbarlari, xonimlar va janoblar. Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti Bosh Assambleyasining yubiley anjumani 80-sessiyasi bilan sizlarni qutlashdan mamnunman. Bugungi yig'ilishimiz shiddat bilan o'zgarayotgan murakkab global vaziyatda o'tmoqda. Bu esa tashkilotimiz faoliyati va uning kelajagiga yangicha yondashuvlar va bilan qarashga chorlamoqda. Hozirgi kunda dunyoda xalqaro institutlarning o'rni
va roli zaiflashmoqda. Qarama-qarshilik, nizo va urushlar kuchaymoqda. Texnologik va ijtimoiy tengsizlik keskin oshmoqda. Iqtisodiy va gumanitar inqirozlar ortib bormoqda. Bularning hammasi mutlaqo yangi xavotirli geosiyosiy voqelikni vujudga keltirmoqda. Biz bosh kotib Antonio Guterres janob oliylarining tashkilotimizning eng og'ir va o'tkir global masalalarni murosa bilan hal etish uchun asosiy platforma sifatida saqlab qolishga qaratilgan sa'y-harakatlarini yuksak baholaymiz. Bu borada BMT 80 tashabbuslarini to'liq qo'llab-quvvatlaymiz. Kelajak uchun paktga qat'iy sodiqligimizni tasdiqlaymiz. Biz zamonaviy xavf-xatarlarni qarshi samarali kurashish, rivojlanayotgan davlatlarning manfaatlarini himoya qilish maqsadida Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti Xavfsizlik kengashini transformatsiya qilish va uning tartibini kengaytirish tarafdorimiz. Hurmatli sessiya ishtirokchilari, biz barqaror rivojlanish maqsadlariga xomahang holda demokratik, huquqiy, ijtimoiy va dunyoviy yangi O'zbekistonni barpo etish siyosatini olib bormoqdamiz. Ortga qaytmas islohotlarimizning izchil davom ettiryapmiz. Ustuvor maqsadimiz mamlakatimizda yashayotgan har bir oilaning, har bir fuqaroning hayotini tubdan o'zgartirish, inson qadrini va farovonligini oshirishdir. So'nggi yillarda O'zbekistonda kambag'allik darajasi 35% dan 6.6% gacha qisqartirishga erishdik. Bunga avvalo ta'lim va ilm-fan sohasini o'zgartirish, innovatsion tarmoqlar va texnologik sanoat korxonalarini barpo etish, yashil energetika va transport infratuzilmasini modernizatsiya qilish, kichik biznesni har tomonlama rivojlantirish va natijada millionlab ish o'rinlarini yaratish orqali erishmoqdamiz. Mamlakatimizda maktabgacha ta'lim qamrovi 27% dan 78% gacha oshdi. Yoshlarimizni oliy ta'lim bilan qamrovi esa 9% dan 42% ga yetdi. Eng asosiysi, o'qituvchi va ustozlik kasbining obro'si va nufuzini keskin oshirishga hal qiluvchi masala sifatida qaramoqdamiz. Pedagoglarning o'zaro tajriba va bilim almashish uchun yagona xalqaro platformani yaratish maqsadida O'zbekistonda butun jahon professional ta'lim sammitini o'tkazishni taklif etamiz. Shuningdek, mamlakatimizda ilg'or sog'liqni saqlash tizimini yaratmoqdamiz. Ertaga Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti bosh qarorgohida tashabbusimiz bilan bolalar saratoni va boshqa og'ir kasalliklarga qarshi kurashga bag'ishlangan yuqori darajadagi tadbir o'tkaziladi. Unga barcha xorijiy hamkorlarimizni taklif etamiz. Yana bir muhim yo'nalish gender siyosati. Mamlakatimizning ijtimoiy, siyosiy va hayoti va tadbirkorlik sohasidagi xotin-qizlarning roli bundan buyon ham mustahkamlashni maqsad qilganmiz. Keng mintaqamiz miqyosida esa Osiyo xotin-qizlar forumini doimiy platformaga aylantirib, muntazam o'tkazib borish tarafdorimiz. Yana bir bor ta'kidlamoqchiman. Biz barqaror rivojlanish maqsadlariga erishish yo'lida olgan majburiyatlarimizga sodiqmiz. 2030-yilga borib daromadi o'rtadan yuqori bo'lgan mamlakatlar qatoriga kirishni niyat qilganmiz. Shu maqsadga ochiq va pragmatik siyosatimizni izchil davom ettiramiz. Hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar, bundan 8 yil muqaddam biz ushbu yuksak minbardan turib, Markaziy Osiyoni tinchlik, yaxshi qo'shnichilik, sheriklik makoniga aylantirishga qat'iy qaror qilganimizni e'lon qilgan edik. Bugun chuqur mamnuniyat bilan ta'kidlash mumkinki, biz bu strategik maqsadga erishdik. yopiq chegaralar, hal etilmagan bahs va nizolar davri tarixda qoldi. So'nggi yillarda mintaqamizda o'zaro savdo, investitsiyalar va transport tashuvlari hajmi 5 barobargacha ko'paydi. Biz qo'shma investitsiya jamg'armalari, chegara hududlarda savdo va sanoat zonalari, yirik infratuzilma loyihalarini amalga oshirmoqdamiz. Markaziy Osiyo davlat rahbarlari maslahat uchrashuvlari mintaqaviy integratsiyani chuqurlashtirish yo'lida samarali mexanizmga aylanganini ham umumiy yutug'imiz sifatida e'tirof etamiz. Shuni qat'iy ishonch bilan aytishim mumkinki, bugungi kunda yangi Markaziy Osiyoni shakllantirish jarayoni boshlandi. Mintaqamiz o'zining hamjihatligi, barqarorligini o'ziga xosligi bilan xalqaro munosabatlar tizimida alohida subyekt sifatida tobora mustahkam o'rin egallanmoqda. Maqsadlarimizga erishish uchun barcha xorijiy sheriklarimiz bilan o'zaro manfaatli aloqalarni kengaytirishga asosiy e'tibor qaratganmiz. Bu borada Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti tuzilmalari bilan mintaqamizda qator yangi loyiha va dasturlarni amalga oshirishni taklif etamiz. Jumladan, ECOSOS va UNCTAD shafeligida Markaziy Osiyo davlatlarining iqtisodiy taraqqiyotini masalalariga bag'ishlangan xalqaro forum o'tkazish, UNIDO bilan sanoatda yashil texnologiyalar mintaqaviy hubini tashkil etish, mintaqamizda suv resurslaridan oqilona foydalanish, yashil makon barpo etish hamda demografik barqarorlikka erishish bo'yicha dasturlarni qabul qilish tashabbuslari bilan chiqamiz. Shu bilan birga Bosh Assambleyaning Markaziy Osiyo mamlakatlarining mintaqaviy sheriklik va iqtisodiy integratsiyani chuqurlashtirish harakatlarini qo'llab-quvvatlashga doir rezolyutsiyasini qabul qilish taklif etamiz. Hurmatli delegatsiya rahbarlari, global va mintaqaviy xavfsizlik va barqaror rivojlanish haqida gapirganda albatta Afg'oniston to'g'risida to'xtalmaslik mumkin emas. Afg'on xalqining tinch va osuda hayotga bo'lgan intilishini qo'llab-quvvatlash uchun xalqaro hamjamiyat sa'y-harakatlarini birlashtirishi zarur. Shuni alohida ta'kidlashni istardimki, bu davlatning yakkalanib qolishiga yo'l qo'ymaslik o'ta muhimdir. Biz Afg'onistonda katta iqtisodiy va infratuzilma loyihalarini amalga oshirmoqchimiz. Ushbu mamlakat orqali xalqaro transport va energetika koridorlarini rivojlantirish bo'yicha tashkilotimizning alohida rezolyutsiyasini qabul qilishni taklif etamiz. G'azo sektoridagi tobora keskin yomonlashib borayotgan gumanitar inqirozini ham e'tibordan chetda qoldirib bo'lmaydi. Harbiy harakatlarni to'xtatish va siyosiy muzokaralarni davom ettirishga chaqiramiz. Biz BMTning rezolyutsiyasiga muvofiq ikki xalq uchun ikki davlat tamoyilini amalga oshirishning qat'iy tarafdorimiz. Ukraina atrofidagi vaziyat ham barchamizning jiddiy tashvishga solmoqda. Bu muammoning diplomatik yo'llar bilan hal etish bo'yicha yuqori darajadagi muloqotlar boshlanganini olqishlaymiz. Hurmatli anjuman ishtirokchilari, Markaziy Osiyoda global aksilterror strategiyasini bajarish bo'yicha samarali ishlar olib borilmoqda. BMTning terrorizmga qarshi kurash boshqarmasi bilan hamkorlikda reabilitatsiya va qayta integratsiya masalalari bo'yicha mintaqaviy kengash tuzilgan. Biz uni xalqaro kompetensiyalar markaziga aylantirishni taklif etamiz. Bu tuzilma muammoli hududlardan qaytarilgan shaxslarni tinch hayotga moslashtirish bo'yicha tajriba almashish uchun muhim platforma bo'lib xizmat qiladi. Bundan tashqari, terrorizmga qarshi kurash boshqarmasining mintaqaviy ofisini O'zbekistonda ochish uchun zarur sharoit yaratishga tayyormiz. Hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar, bugungi tahdidlarga to'la dunyoda global transport tizimi naqadar zaif ekanligiga amin bo'layapmiz. Bu muammolar birinchi navbatda dengizga chiqish imkoniyati bo'lmagan
rivojlanayotgan davlatlarning barqarorligiga salbiy ta'sir ko'rsatmoqda. Xalqaro tranzit koridorlarining xavfsizligini ta'minlash va samarali logistika zanjirlarini yaratish o'ta muhimdir. Shu borada barqaror rivojlanish maqsadlari uchun o'zaro transport bog'liqligining mustahkamlash global mexanizmini joriy etish vaqti keldi deb hisoblaymiz. Shuningdek, tobora o'tkir tus olayotgan iqlim o'zgarishi muammolariga ham alohida to'xtalmoqchiman. Jumladan Orol dengizini qurishini salbiy oqibatlarining jahon hamjamiyatining doimiy diqqat markazida bo'lishi lozim. Biz Orol bo'yi ekotizimining qayta tiklash bo'yicha ishlarni izchil davom ettiryapmiz. So'nggi yillarda dengizning qurigan tubida 2 million gektar maydonda sho'rga chidamli cho'l o'simliklari ekildi. 2030-yilgacha ushbu hududning 80% qismida yashil qoplamalar hosil qilinadi. Yana bir muhim muammo bu suv resurslarining taqchilligidir. Hozirda dunyo aholisining 2 milliarddan ortig'i toza ichimlik suvidan foydalanish imkoniyatiga ega emas. Biz mamlakatimizda suvni tejash bo'yicha butun jahon forumini o'tkazishni rejalashtirganmiz. Mazkur anjuman yakunlari bo'yicha suv inqirozini barqaror taraqqiyot uchun jiddiy tahdid sifatida belgilash mo'ljallanmoqda. Bu borada global darajada innovatsiya texnologiyalarini joriy etish uchun alohida yo'l xaritasini qabul qilish niyatdamiz. Ekologik o'zgarishlarning yana bir salbiy ko'rinishi iqlim migratsiyasining kuchayib borayotganidir. Afsuski, ushbu yo'nalishda aniq xalqaro mexanizmlar va huquqiy baza hanuzgacha yaratilmagan. Biz bu jiddiy masalaga keng xalqaro sheriklik va muvofiqlashtirilgan siyosat yuritish bo'yicha global pakt qabul qilish tarafdorimiz. Hurmatli yig'ilish ishtirokchilari, mamlakatlar o'rtasida raqamli rivojlanish va sun'iy intellektdan foydalanishda tengsizlikning oldini olish juda muhim ahamiyatga ega. Sog'liqni saqlash, ta'lim va madaniyat sohalarida sun'iy intellektning amaliy yechimlari va modellarini beg'araz almashishga qaratilgan xalqaro hamkorlik mexanizm yaratishni taklif etamiz. Yana bir ustuvor masalaga alohida to'xtalmoqchiman. Ertangi kunimiz dunyoning taqdiri va farovonligi o'sib kelayotgan yosh avlod qo'lida. Yoshlarimizni qalbini va ongining tinchlik, gumanizm va do'stlik, o'zaro ishonch va hurmat bilan oliyjanob g'oyalari sindirish dolzarb vazifamizdir. Bu borada jahon yoshlarining tinchlik sari harakatining ta'sis etish va uning qarorgohini O'zbekistonda joylashtirish taklifini ilgari suramiz. Biz jamiyatimizdagi bag'ri kenglik siyosatini izchil amalga oshirmoqdamiz. Shu bilan birga islom ma'rifati g'oyalarini chuqur o'rganish va dunyoga targ'ib etish bo'yicha sa'y-harakatlarimizni faol davom ettiramiz. Yaqin oylarda keng mintaqamiz uchun noyob bo'lgan islom sivilizatsiya markazini ochamiz. Buyuk ajdodlarimiz, mutafakkir allomalar Imom Buxoriy, Imom Termiziy, Imom Matrudiy boy ma'naviy va ilmiy merosining alohida taqdimotini Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotida o'tkazish niyatdamiz. Hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar, yangi O'zbekiston barcha davlatlar bilan o'zaro hamjihatlik, ochiq muloqot va yaqin sheriklik tarafdoridir. Biz xalqlar, madaniyatlar va sivilizatsiyalar o'rtasidagi muloqotni mustahkamlash, umumbashariy maqsadlarni ro'yobga chiqarish yo'lida o'z hissamizni qo'shishga doim tayyormiz. E'tiborlaringiz uchun rahmat.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Republic of Uzbekistan. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The next plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will be held immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. The meeting is adjourned. The fifth plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Hurel Suk Ukna, President of Mongolia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Эрхэм хүндэт чуулганы төлөөлөгчдөө, эрхэм хүндэт ерөнхий нэрийн бичгийн дарга, хатагтай ноёдоо, юуны өмнө нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллага үүсгэн байгуулагдсны түүхт 80 жилийн босгон дээр зохион байгуулагдаж буй энэхүү чуулганы даргын хариуцлагатай үргийг хүлээн авсан хатагтай Анна Лена Бербок танд чин сэтгэлийн баяр хүргэж чуулганы үйл ажиллагаанд өндөр амжилт хүсье. Тэртех 800-ны өмнө их эзэн Чингис хаан их Монгол улсыг байгуулж, монголчууд бидний өвөг дээдэс, өрөнд орныг төрт ёс, хууль цаазын дор төвшөтгөн, Евразийн өргөн удам нутагт Монголын их амар амгаланг цогцлоож, хүн төрлөختөн хөгжин дэвжих үндэс суурийг тавьсан түүхтэй юм. Энэхүү Монголын их амар амгалан өнөөгийн дэлхийн дахны инх тайван, доктортой байдлыг сахин хамгаалахын төлөөх хамтын хүчин чармаалтын үндэс суурь болох үс дэвшилтэд үзэл санааг агуулж байсан юм. Тэгвэл 8.10-ны тэртех дэлхийн дайны утаа замхраагүй хүн төрлөختний төгшүүр арилаагүй байсан тэр цаг үед нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллага хэмээх их айл дайны дэлхийн инх тайван аюулгүй байдлын баталгаа дэлхийн улс орнуудын итгэл найдварын их өргөө болон сүндэрлэн болсон түүхтэй юм. Тэр цагаас хойш энэхүү байгууллага хүн төрлөختний зам мөрийг гэрэлтүүлж, улс орнууд инх таймнаар зэрэгцэн хамтдаа хөгжих итгэл найдварын гал галамт болон оршсоор ирлээ. Олон улсын найрамдал, олон улсын нөхцөл байдал хувьсамтгай бэрхшээл сорилтоор дүүрмэн хэвээр байгаа энэ цаг үед Ерөнхий Ассамблеийн 80 дугаар чуулган ерөнхий санал шүүмжлийн сэдвийг хамтдаа хүчтэй 80 жил инх тайван, хөгжил дэвшил, хүний эрхийн төлөөх илүү сайхан ирээдүй хэмээн тодорхойлсныг бид талархан дэмжиж байна. Чухамдаа энэхүү сэдв нь нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын өнгөрсөн 80 жилийн ололт амжилт, алдаа оноог дүгнэн цэгнэж, үйл ажиллагаа нь түүний дүрм, олон улсын эрх зүйн зарчмуудын дагуу улам бүр бэхжүүлж, цаашид илүү тодорхой үр дүн гаргахын төлөө санал бодол, үйл хэрэгэ нэгтгэхэд биднийг уриалан дуудаж байна. Эрхэм хүндэт төлөөлөгчдөө, Монгол улс аливаа улсын тусгаар тогтнол бүрэн эрх, нутаг дэвсгэрийн бүрэн бүрэмтэн байдлыг хүндэтгэж, маргаантай асуудлыг эв зүгээр шийдвэрлэх, хүний эрх, эрх чөлөө дээдлэх, эрх тэгш, харилцан ашигтай хамтран ажиллах тухай нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын дүрм, нийтэд хөрлөөн зөвшөөрсөн олон улсын эрх хэмжээ зарчмыг тууштай баримтсаар ирсэн. Монгол улс нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын бүрэн эрхт гишүүнээр илссэн 1961 оноос хойш олон улсын инх тайван аюулгүй байдлыг бэхжүүлэхийн төлөөх нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын хүчин чармаалт, түүний дотор зэвсэг хураах, үл дэлгэрүүлэх санаачлагыг тууштай дэмжиж ирсэн бөгөөд өөрийн газар нутгийг цөмийн зэвсэггүй статустай болгон зарласан юм. Мөн зүүн хойд Азийн яриа хэлцээрийн механизм байгуулахыг ирмэлзэж нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын инхийг сахиулах ажиллагаанд оролцсон нийгэм эдийн засгийн хөгжил, хүрээлэн буй орчин, уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтийн асуудаар хөгжлийн бодлого, зорилгоодыг ханган хэрэгжүүлэх чиглэлээр олон арван санал санаачлаг гарган бүх төвшөнд хамтран ажиллаж ирсэн билээ. Нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын ерөнхий нэрийн бичгийн дарга Антонио Гутерреш 2022 онд манай улсад ажиллахдаа Монгол улс бол зөрчил тэмцэлтэй дэлхийн ертөнцид инх тайвны бэлэг тэмдэг болсон улс хэмээн хэлсэн нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын үйл ажиллагаа түүний инхийн үйл хэрэгт Монгол улсын оруулсан хувь нэмэр хичээл зүтгэлийг өндөрөөр үнэлсэн явдал болсон юм. Монгол улс өнгөрсөн 23 жилийн хугацаанд нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын энхийг сахиулах ажиллагаанд зэвсэгт хүчний алба хаагчдаа тасралтгүй илгээн дэлхийн нийтийн болон бүс нутгийн их тайван аюулгүй байдлын төлөөх үйл хэрэгт хувь нэмрээ оруулсаар ирлээ. Энэ хугацаанд нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын энхийг сахиулах 16 ажиллагаанд манай улсын 23,000 гаруй энхийг сахиулагчид оролцсон бөгөөд Монгол улс нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагыг энхийг сахиулах ажиллагаанд цэрэг цагдаа илгээгч 120 гаруй улсаас тогтмол эхний 20 дотор эрэмблэгдэж ирлээ. Мөн Монгол улс нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын энхийг сахиулах ажиллагаанд үүрэг гүйцэтгэх эмэгтэй цэргийн албан хаагчдын тоог үе шаттайгаар нэмэгдүүлэн 14% хүргэснийг нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын аюулгүй зөвлөлийн эмэгтэйчүүд, энх тайван, аюулгүй байдалд тогтоол батлагдсны 25 жилийн босгон дээр тэмдэглэн хэлэхэд бас таатай байна. Монгол улс цаашид даян дэлхийн их тайван, аюулгүй байдлыг сахин хамгаалахад чиглэсэн нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын хүчин чармаалтыг тууштай дэмжин энхийг сахиулах үйлсэд идэвхтэй оролцох болно. Эрхэм хүндэт зочид төлөөлөгчдөө, тогтвортой хөгжлийн 2030 хөтөлбөр дуусахаар болоход ердөө 5 жил үлдээд буй энэхүү шийдвэрлэх цаг үед тогтвортой хөгжлийн зорилтуудын хэрэгжилт дэлхийд дахинаа дөнгөж 17% байна. Тэгвэл тогтвортой хөгжлийн 2025 оны илтгэл дурдсанаар Монгол улсын тогтвортой хөгжлийн зорилтуудын хэрэгжилт 66.7% хүрч нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын олон талт хамтын ажиллагааны индексээр 14-р байранд орсон бидний олон 10 жилийн хүчин чармаалтын үр дүн зохих амжилт юм а. Олон улсын хамтын нийгэмлэг гишүүн орнууд тогтвортой хөгжлийн зорилтуудыг хэрэгжүүлэхийн төвшинг нэмэгдүүлэхийн тулд бүхий ч хүчин чармаалтаа дайчлан ажиллаж байна. Хэдхэн сарын өмнө Испани улсын Севилийн хотноо болсон хөгжлийн санхүүжилтийн асуудлаар олон улсын 4-р хурлаар тогтвортой хөгжлийн зорилтуудын амин чухал асуудал бол санхүүжилт гэдэг дээр улс орнууд санал нэгдэж хөгжиж буй улс орнуудын оролцоог нэмэгдүүлэх, олон улсын санхүүгийн өнөөгийн бүтцийг шинжлэх талаар олон санаачлага гаргасныг хэрэгжүүлэхээр тогтсонд баяртай байна. Уг баг хурлаас баталсан Севилягийн үүрэг амлалт баримт бичгийг хэрэгжүүлэх ажлын хүрээнд олон улсын хөгжлийн хамтын ажиллагааг хамгийн хэрэгцээтэй нэн эмзэг бүлгийн хүмүүсийг дэмжин туслах, үүнтэй холбоотой сорилт бэрхшээлүүдийг шийдвэрлэхэд чиглүүлэх нь нэн чухал байна. Түүнчлэн Монгол улс нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын хүрээнд далаад гарцгүй хөгжиж байгаа орнуудын ашиг сонирхлыг хамгаалах, эдгээр улс орнуудын тусгай хэрэгцээ шаардлага, онцлог байдлыг олон улсын хамтын нийгэмлэг таниулах, тэдэнтэй хамтран эрх ашигаа хамгаалах, дэлхийн нийтэд дуу хоолойгоо хүргэх чиглэлээр идэвхтэй мандайлан ажилласаар ирснийг тэмдэглэн хэлэхэд бас таатай байна. Далаад гацгүй хөгжиж буй орнуудын асуудлаарх нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын 3-р баг хурал өнгөрсөн 8 сард Туркменистан улсын Аваза хотноо зохион байгуулагдаж 2024-өөс 2034 оны Авазагийн үйл ажиллагааны хөтөлбөрийг баталсан. Газар зүүн байршлаа шалтгаалж худалдаа эдийн засгийн хувьд ямагт сорилт бэрхшээлтэй тулгарч байдаг далаад гарцгүй хөгжиж буй орнуудын хөгжлийн ирэх 10 жилд тодорхой хэмжээгээр урагшлуулах, тэдгээр улс оронд амьдарч буй 600 гаруй сая хүмүүсийн амьдрал ахуйд эерэг өөрчлөлт авчрах тус хөтөлбөрийн хэрэгжилтийг хангах үүрэг амлалтыг улс орнууд бас авсан. Авазагийн үйл ажиллагааны хөтөлбөрийг бодит ажил хэрэг болгохын тулд далаад гацгүй хөгжиж буй орнууд уг хөтөлбөрийг өөрийн үндэснийхээ хөгжлийн хөтөлбөрүүдэд уялдуулахын сацуу бүх талын нөөц болцоог ашиглан бүс нутгийн интеграцтал хамтын ажиллагааг эрчимжүүлэх нь нэн чухал шаардлагатай байна. Мөн далаад гарцгүй хөгжиж буй орнуудыг дэмжин бодиттой дэмжлэг туслалцаа үзүүлэн хамтарч ажиллахыг олон улсын хамтын нийгэмлэг, банк санхүүгийн байгууллага, хөгжлийн түншүүдтэй бас уриалж байна. Эрхэм хүндэт зоч төлөөлөгчдөө, их дэлхий бол хүн төрлөختөн та бидний цорын ганц гэр орон. Гэтэл хүн төрлөختөн бид их дэлхий байгаль орчиндөө хонцын сэтгэлээр хандсны уршихаар их дэлхийн оршин тогтнохуйд төгшүүрийн харанг дэлдэж сэхэний тасагт амь тэмцэн хэвдэх өвчтөн мэт болсныг бид бүхэн бүгдээрээ харж байгаа. Хэрвээ та бид дэлхийн ертөнцийн хамгаалах эрс шийдэмгий замыг яг одоо сонгохгүй юм бол их дэлхий цаашид та бидэнгүйгээр оршин тогтнох өөрийн замаа сонгох нь давтай. Монголчууд бид эртээр үеэс Тэнгэрийн доорх юмс бүхэн амьтаа хэмээн үзэж, уул ус, ургамал амьтан бүхэнд хүндэтгэлтэй хандаж, сав шивийн ертөнцийн зохилдлого нь хүмүүний дотоод ертөнц ухамсарын үйлдэлээс салшгүй хамааралтай хэмээн үзэж ирсэн билээ. Өдөөгөөс 2000 жилийн тэртээ монголчууд бидний өвөг дээдэс хөнөөгийн хаан модон шаниу газар бол улсын үндэс хэмээн айлдсан бөгөөд байгаль дэлхийгээ шүтэж ирсэн манай улс, манай ард түмний уламжлалыг ЮНЕСКО уул овоо тахих Монгол зан үйл хэмээн нэрлэж дэлхийн соёлын өвд бүртгэсэн билээ. Монголчууд бид их болсон байгаль дэлхийтэйгээ зүү зохистой шүтэлцэн амьдарч, онгон дагшнаар нь хадгалан хамгаалах хандлага сэтгэлгээг өсөх наснаас нь үр хөвгтдээ төлөвшүүлэн сургаж ирсэн сайхан уламжлалтай ард түмээ. Тиймээс их Монгол улс байгуулагдсны түүхт 800 жилийн ойг тохиолдуулан Нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын ерөнхий ассамблеийн 2005 онд гаргасан тогтоолд монголчуудын хүн төрөлхтний түүхэнд оруулсан хувь нэмрийг өндөрөөр үнэлсэн төдийгүй монголчуудын соёл иргэншилд уламжлагдсан ирсэн байгаль дэлхийтэйгээ зохицон амьдрах ёсны ач холбогдол өнөөгийн дэлхийн ертөнцид улам бүр өсөн нэмэгдэж буйг онцлон тэмдэглэж байна хэмээн зохон тэмдэглэсэн юм а. Өнөө цаг үед монголчууд бид энэхүү өв соёл их дэлхийтэйгээ шүтлэн амьдарч ирсэн уламжлалт мэдлэг туршлагаа дэлхий дахинаа хуваалцаж уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтөд дасан зохицох, төсвөрлөх байдлыг нэмэгдүүлэхэд өөрсдийн хувь нэмрээ оруулахыг зорж байна. Монгол улс 2026 онд зохион байгуулах зөвлөлтөө тэмцэх тухай Нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын конвенцуудын талуудын 17 дугаар баг хурал болон бэлчээр нүүдлийн мал аж ахуй эрхлэгчдийн олон улсын жилийн хүрээнд манай улс Нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагатай хамтран дэвшүүлж буй олон улсын 10 жилийн бэлчээрийн тэргүүлэх санаачлагыг дэмжин хамтран ажиллахыг та бүхнээс уриалж байна. Амьдралын их бол усны их бол мод хэмээн манай ард түмэн ярьдаг. Дэлхийд даяар усны хангамж хүртээмж буурч дэлхийн 3.6 тэрбум хүн усны хомсдолд өртөөд байна. Тиймээс улс орнууд газар болон усны нөөцийн нэгдсэн менежментийг уялдаа холбоотой хэрэгжүүлэх, усны хомсдолоос сэргийлэхэд онцгойлон анхаарч ажиллах шаардлага зүй ёсоор тавигдж байна. Уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтөд дасан зохицсон усны нөөцийг хамгаалах, нэмэгдүүлэх, цөлжилт, газрын дөрөөтлийг бууруулах цогц шийдлийг эрэлхийлэх зорилготой Улаанбаатар хотноо 2026 онд зохион байгуулагдах Нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын цөлжилтөд тэмцэх конвенцийн талуудын 17 дугаар баг хуралд та бүхнийг өндөр түвшин өргөн бүрэлдэхүүнтэй оролцохыг бид бүхэн урьж байна. Эрхэм хүндэт зочин төлөөлөгчдөө, монголчууд бид хорвоод мэндэлсэн цагаасаа эхлэн морин дил дээр өсөн торнож, хүлэг морьтойгоо хамт дэлхийн дайдад суу алдраа түгээж, хүн төрлөختний багтам түүхийг бичлсэн ард түмэн билээ. Ийм учраас монголчууд төрийнхөө сүлдэнд хүлэг морио дээдлэн залж, арамг хурдан хүлгийнхөө дил сүүлээр төрийн тугаа нандинан урлаж, морин хуурийнхаа аялгуугаар хорвоо дэлхийг уяраадаг хосгүй өв соёлтой үндэстэй. Хүн төрлөختний аж амьдрал, соёл иргэншил, хөгжил дэвшил эртээр үеэс адуу үлэмж их үүрэг гүйцэтгэж ирсэн түүхтэй юм а. Тиймээс адууны өв соёл уламжлалыг хадгалан хамгаалах, хүн төрлөختний ахуй амьдралд гүйцэтгэж буй үүрэг ач холбогдлыг нь сурчлан таниулах, түгээн дэлгэрүүлэх зорилгоор Монгол улс жил бүрийн 7 дугаар сарын 11-ний өдрийг дэлхийн адууны өдөр болгон тэмдэглэж байх тогтоолыг санаачилсан бөгөөд Нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын Ассамблеийн 79 дугаар чуулганы 6 дугаар сарын 3-ны өдрийн бүгд хуралдаанаар амжилттай батлуулсан. Энэ давширанд Монгол улсын санаачилсан дэлхийн адууны өдрийг тэмдэглэх ЮНЕСКОгийн хүн төрлөختний соёлын өвийн жагсаалтад бүртгэлтэй Монгол үндэстний их баяр наадмын өдөр тэмдэглэж байх тогтоолыг дэмжин баталсан Нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын бүх гишүүн улс орнуудад мориндоо хайртай Монголын ард түмний нэрийн өмнөөс гүн талархал илэрхийлж байна. Эрхэм үндэт зочин төлөөлөгчдөө дэлхийн улс орнууд энэ онд нийгмийн хөгжлийн асуудал Копенгагены тунхаглал болон Бээжингийн тунхаглал үйл ажиллагааны хөтөлбөрийг баталснаас хойш 30 жилийн хугацаанд хэрэгжүүлсэн ажил үйлсээ дүгнэх болно. Монгол улсээр болон холбогдох эрх зүйн баримт бичгүүд тогтвортой хөгжлийн 2030 хөтөлбөрт тусгасан нийгмийн хөгжлийн зорилтуудыг тууштай хэрэгжүүлэх, түүний дотор ядуурлыг бууруулах, нийгмийн тэгш эрх оролцоог хангах, гэр бүл, хүүхэд залуучуудын хөгжлийг дэмжих, ахмад настан хөгжлийн бэрхшээлтэй иргэдийн эрхийг хамгаалахын төлөө олон талт бодлого, үйл ажиллагаа хэрэгжүүлж ирлээ. Түүний дотор гендрийн эрх тэгш байдлыг хангах төрийн бодлого нь эмэгтэй эрхтэй хүний тэгш эрх, тэгш боломж, тэгш хандлагын баталгааг хангах, нөхцөлийг бүрдүүлэх, гендрийн ядварлан ядварлалтаас урьдчилан сэргийлэх, түүнийг арилгахад чиглэж байна. Тухайлбал манай улс сүүлийн жилүүдэд шийдвэр гаргах төвшөнд гендрийн тэгш байдал, эмэгтэйчүүдийн оролцоог нэмэгдүүлэх чиглэлд ихээхэн анхаарал хандуулсны үр дүнд парламентын гишүүдийн 25%-ыг эмэгтэй гишүүд эзлэх боллоо. Дэлхийн энх эдийн засгийн форумын гендрийн зөрүүтэй байдлын үнэлгээний 2025 оны тайланд Монгол улс өнгөрсөн оноос 20 байраар урагшилж 65 дугаар байрт орсон бөгөөд Аз номхон далайн бүс нутагт 5 дугаар байрт эрэмблэгдэж байгааг тэмдэглэн хэлэхэд бас сайхан байна. Монгол улс сүүлийн жилүүдэд эмэгтэйчүүдийн олон улсын арга хэмжээг уламжлал болгон эх орондоо амжилттай зохион байгуулж байгаа бөгөөд 2022 онд ихийг сахиулах эмэгтэйчүүдийн олон улсын баг хурлыг, 2023 онд гадаад хэргийн эмэгтэй саадны уулзалтыг, 2024 онд нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагатай хамтран дэлхийн эмэгтэйчүүдийн чуулга уулзалтыг Улаанбаатар хотноо зохион байгуулсан. Тэгвэл энэ оны 8 сард урам зориг өгөх, нөлөөлөл үзүүлэх, хөрөнгө оруулалт хийх гэсэн урайнд ор дэлхийн эмэгтэй бизнес хэрэгжлийн чуулга уулзалтыг амжилттай зохион байгуулж явууллаа. Энэхүү арга хэмжээг дэмжин идэвхтэй санаачлагтай оролцсон нийт улс орнуудад бас гүн талархал илэрхийлье. Эмэгтэйчүүдийн нийгэм улсын мандаалал үүрэг оролцоо бүх төвшөнд нэмэгдүүлэх чиглэлээр Монгол улс ямагт түншлэл, хамтын ажиллагаа, эв нэгдлийн бат бөх гүүр байх болно. Эрхэм үндэт зочин төлөөлөгчдөө ертөнцид мөнхийн үргэлжилдэг цор ганц юм бол өөрчлөлт гэж эртний грекийн гүхантан Геракл хэлсэн байдаг. Нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын үе үеийн удирдлага, гишүүн улс орнуудын дэмжлэгтэйгээр энэхүү их айлын бүтэц үйл ажиллагааг бүх талаар ямагт өөрчлөн сайжруулахыг эрмэлзэж ирсэн түүхтэй билээ. Энэ хүрээнд нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын ерөнхий нарийн бичгийн дарга Антонио Гутеррешийн дэвшүүлсэн нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллага 80 санаачлагыг Монгол улс талархан дэмжиж байна. Мөн нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын удирдах албан тушаалд гендрийн тэгш байдлыг хангах нь нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын шийдвэр гаргах үйл ажиллагааг илүү нээлттэй, тэнцвэртэй, хүртээмжтэй болгоход эерэг нөлөө үзүүлэх нь дамжиггүй. Тиймээс бид нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын ерөнхий нарийн бичгийн даргад эмэгтэй хүн нэр дэвшүүлэх болон нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын ерөнхий ассамблеийн чуулганы даргаа жил сөөлжүүлэн эмэгтэй хүн томилох тухай санаачлагыг бас дэмжиж байгаа юм а. Түүнчлэн Монгол улс нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын дүрм олон улсын эрх зүйн хэм хэмжээний зарчмуудыг дээдлэн хэрэгжүүлж нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллага төвтэй олон талт тогтолцоог хөгжүүлэх үйлсэд хувь нэмрээ оруулж нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын шинжилэл тэр дундаа нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын аюулгүйн зөвлөлийг өнөөгийн бодит байдалд нийцүүлж тэгш шудраг төлөөлөлтөй, хүртээмжтэй, ил тод, үр дүнтэй, ардчлан хариуцлагатай тогтолцоо болгон шинжилгээний төлөө байр сууриа дахин нотлон илэрхийлж байна. Өнөөдөр дэлхийн ертөнц зөрчил тэмцэлдээний мөргөлдөөний аянга цахилж, үл итгэлцлийн хан улам өндөрсөж, үл ойлголцны ангал улам гүнзгэрч байгаа энэ цаг үед олон улсын харилцааг талцал хуваагдал руу чиглүүлсэн олон туйлт бус харин аливаа улс орны үүх дүүх, соёл иргэншил, үндэсний язгуур эрх ашиг, хөгжлийн замлаас үүдэлтэй олон ургалч үзлийг хүндэтгсэн олон тулгуур зарчмаар цогцлон хөгжүүлэх нь улам чухал болж байна. Нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллага одоогоос 80 жилийн өмнө хүн төрөлхтнийг дайн дажнаас ангижруулж, дайны дэлхийн энх тайван аюулгүй байдлыг сахин хамгаалах зорилгоор үүсэн байгуулагдсан түүхтэй юм а. Тэгвэл дэлхийн улс орнууд нэгэн дээвэр дор инх тайван, эв найрамдалтай зэрэгцэн орших үнд суурь болсон нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагыг ижил тэгш эрэхтэй, адил нөлөөтэй, олон тулгуурт гам бат багнаар бэхжүүлэн хүчрэгжүүлэх шаардлага бас зүй ёсоор тавигдж байна. Тиймээс бид бүхэн 8-10-ны тэртех нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын анхлан тунхагласан эрхэм зорилго бүрэн хэрэгжиж чадсан эсхийг нухацтай эргцүүлэн бодож, 800-ны тэртээ улс орнуудад инх тайвнаар зэрэгцэн оршиж, хүн төрлөختөн хөгжин дэвжих үнд суурийг тавьсан Монголын их амар амгалангийн үзэл санааг шингэн Пагас глобалка буюу дэлхийн нийтийн амар амгалан тогтоож чадах хүчрэг нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллага болохын төлөө бүх гишүүн улс орнууд хамтдаа зүтгэцгээе. Энэхүү экзэгтэй цаг үед дэлхийн улс орнуудын харилцсан ойлголцол, харилцсан итгэлцэл, харилцсан хүндлэлийг улам бэхжүүлж, дайн дажингүй, амар амгалан, инх тунх, тогтвортой, хамтдаа хөгжин дэвжихэд нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын гүйцэтгэх үүрэг оролцоо урд урдаас улам илүү чухал болж байгааг нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллага үүсэн байгуулагдсны түүхт 80 жилийн оёор онцон тэмдэглэхийг бас үсэж байна. Монгол улс инхийг эрхмэлсэн, олон тулгуурт гадаад бодлогоо тууштай баримталж, олон улсын инх тайван, тогтвортой хөгжил бодиттой хувь нэмрээ оруулсаар ирсэн бөгөөд цаашид ч энэхүү хариуцлагатай үүргээ нэр төртөө биелүүлэх болно. Та бүхэнд нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллага үүсэн байгуулагдсны түүхт 80 жилийн баярын мэндийг өргөн дэвшүүлье. Мөнх тэнгэр хүн төрлөختөн биднийг үн мөнхөд ивэж, даян дэлхий амар амгалан байх болтугай. Анхаарал тавьсанд баярлалаа.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Mongolia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sardar Bardi Muhammadov, President of Turkmenistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Уважаемый председатель, уважаемые главы, члены делегации, дамы и господа, прежде всего, позвольте поздравить вас с началом 80-й сессии Генеральной Ассамблеи Организации Объединенных Наций и пожелать плодотворной работы. Поздравляю госпожу Анна-Лену Бербак с избранием на пост председателя Генеральной Ассамблеи и желаю ей всяческих успехов. Я также хотел бы адресовать слова признательности послу Филимону Янгу за умелое и эффективное руководство деятельностью Генеральной Ассамблеи в ходе предыдущей сессии. Уважаемые участники, нынешнее состояние общемировых реалий, характер и тенденции политических, экономических, социальных процессов сегодня объективно требует решительного поворота к скоординированному взаимодействию государств и международных организаций во имя достижения общей главной цели – поддержания мира и безопасности, создания условий для дальнейшего поступательного развития, сохранения правовых основ, заложенных в фундамент современного миропорядка. Именно под таким углом зрения Туркменистан рассматривает главной задачей 80-й сессии Генеральной Ассамблеи, возлагая на нее большие надежды в формировании прочной, сбалансированной и безопасной мировой архитектуры. Ключевым направлением сотрудничества Туркменистана с ООН является обеспечение международного мира и безопасности. Осознавая свою ответственность как постоянно нейтрального государства, Туркменистан готов приступить к реализации дальнейших практических шагов, направленных на создание атмосфере сотрудничества, взаимопонимания, уважительного диалога как главного и определяющего условия, способного обеспечить стабильность и устойчивое развитие в глобальном и региональном измерениях. Убеждены, что сегодня одним из самых эффективных механизмов продвижения и достижения этих задач является практическое использование принципов нейтралитета. В этой связи Туркменистан инициировал включение в повестку дня 80-й сессии Генеральной Ассамблеи ООН отдельного пункта, озаглавленного как «Нейтралитет во имя мира и безопасности». Считаем это важным с точки зрения растущего понимания мировым сообществом важности нейтралитета, осознания его потенциала и инструментариев в контексте миротворческой стратегии ООН. В развитии этой линии Туркменистан в ходе нынешней сессии предложит рассмотрение проекта резолюции «Роль и значимость политики нейтралитета в деле поддержания и укрепления международного мира, безопасности и процесса устойчивого развития». Как известно, нынешний год объявлен Генеральной Ассамблеей по инициативе Туркменистана Международным годом мира и доверия. Это знаковое событие совпадает с юбилеем образования ООН. В декабре нынешнего года в Туркменистане пройдет крупный международный форум высокого уровня, посвященный Году мира и доверия. Рассматриваем его как реальный вклад в достижение стратегических целей ООН. Рассчитываем на широкое и представительное международное участие. Считаем, что процесс сближения государственных подходов к тенденциям мирового развития, к установлению и укреплению доверия и взаимопонимания должен иметь системный и последовательный характер. В этой связи Туркменистан инициирует проведение Всемирного саммита по вопросам культуры, мира и доверия. Одной из ключевых задач саммита видим разработку глобального кодекса международного доверия, который послужит универсальной основой для выстраивания отношений между странами на принципах уважения суверенитета и территориальной целостности, а также сотрудничества и совместного решения мировых проблем. Рассматриваем вопросы обеспечения всеобщего мира и взаимопонимания с неразрывной связи с цивилизационными аспектами современного развития, необходимостью сохранения и сближения культурных и духовных связей. В этом контексте Центральная Азия, на протяжении столетий выполнявшая объективную роль цивилизационного моста между Востоком и Западом, сегодня призвана возродить свою историческую миссию, стать пространством для диалога, сотрудничества, сближения ценностных и мировоззренческих установок. Исходя из этого, Туркменистан в ходе нынешней сессии предложит проведение в сотрудничестве с ООН Международного форума «Центральная Азия. Пространство мирного сосуществования» с участием стран региона, других заинтересованных государств и международных институтов. Туркменистан также представит на рассмотрение Генеральной Ассамблеи проект резолюции о провозглашении Международного дня посредничества, который подчеркнет значимость дипломатии и нейтральных площадок предотвращения и урегулирования конфликтов. Одним из приоритетов нашей страны остается деятельное участие в реализации целей устойчивого развития, наращивание сотрудничества в таких его ключевых направлениях, как транспорт и энергетика. Будучи одним из центров многостороннего общения по данной проблематике, Туркменистан продолжит содействовать формированию справедливой, сбалансированной и инклюзивной международной системы развития. Инициируем на нынешней сессии провозглашение десятилетия ООН по устойчивому транспорту на период 26 и 35 годов, представив соответствующий проект резолюции. Убеждены, что этот шаг позволит консолидировать усилия международного сообщества для развития транспорта, повышения их устойчивости и обеспечения доступности для всех стран. Наша страна также представит на рассмотрение Генассамблеи ООН проект резолюции «Ключевая роль надежной и стабильной энергетической связуемости в обеспечении устойчивого развития». В настоящее время в ряду приоритетных вопросов повестки развития стоит цифровая трансформация. Убеждены, что этот процесс должен иметь сбалансированный характер, отражать реалии и законы интересов всех государств, в том числе развивающегося мира, быть свободным от политизации и однобокости. В данной связи Туркменистан намерен выступить с инициативой создания всемирной платформы по цифровой интеграции, основанной на принципах равноправия, доверия и недопустимости использования информационно-коммуникационных технологий в ущерб миру, безопасности и устойчивому развитию. В ходе 80-й сессии Туркменистан продолжит работу по экологической и климатической проблематике, добиваясь ее системного рассмотрения в качестве базового подхода к обеспечению безопасности, созданием многосторонних механизмов мониторинга и реагирования на климатические, экологические и техногенные катаклизмы. Туркменистан инициирует создание регионального центра по борьбе с опустыниванием для стран Центральной Азии. Исходим из того, что создание такого центра будет способствовать консолидации регионального потенциала, укреплению сотрудничества в сфере охраны окружающей среды, а также внесет значимый вклад в достижение целей устойчивого развития, в частности в борьбе с изменением климата и сохранении экосистем суши. Наша страна будет продвигать Каспийскую экологическую инициативу, выдвинутую на 78-й сессии Генассамблеи ООН, которая призвана стать международной платформой для сохранения экосистемы Каспийского моря. Важным шагом в этом направлении призван стать Каспийский экологический форум, провести который предлагаем в 2026 году. Убеждены, что сегодня очень важно усилить роль ООН в налаживании широкого гуманитарного сотрудничества, содействовать сближению и взаимопониманию между народами, преодолению ценностных и духовных барьеров, задействованию эффективных каналов культурной дипломатии. Для развития межкультурного диалога и практической реализации резолюции Генассамблеи по поддержанию многоязычия в международных отношениях предлагаем провозгласить Международный день многоязычной дипломатии. Уважаемые главы и члены делегации, все свои международные шаги и инициативы Туркменистан всегда соизмеряет и соотносит с уставом и основополагающими документами ООН, ее долгосрочными целями. Не случайно мы всегда подчеркиваем, что сотрудничество с ООН является стратегическим приоритетом Туркменистана. Говорим об этом с убежденностью в том, что ООН – единственная международная организация, обладающая универсальной легитимностью. В этом качестве она и должна оставаться гарантом мира и развития, каркасом безопасности и устойчивости глобальной архитектуры. Туркменистан продолжит последовательно выступать за усиление центральной роли ООН в международных делах. Ключевым фактором этого считаем укрепление верховенства международного права, совершенствование международной нормативной базы и повышение эффективности реализации конвенций, договоров, соглашений и других многосторонних документов ООН. В этой связи Туркменистан инициирует объявление 1928 года годом международного права, что означает, что станет важным шагом в укреплении международно-правовых основ мира и сотрудничества. Дамы и господа, нынешнее заседание имеет для Туркменистана особую значимость. 30 лет назад в этих стенах Генеральная Ассамблея Организации Объединенных Наций единогласно приняла резолюцию «Постоянный нейтралитет Туркменистана». Для нашей страны это было судьбоносное историческое событие. По сути, оно предопределило всю последующую внешнеполитическую и международную деятельность Туркменистана. Международное признание нашего нейтралитета также способствовало активизации внутреннего развития страны, обеспечивая для этого благоприятные внешние условия. Я бы хотел, пользуясь возможностью от имени народа Туркменистана, выразить государствам-членам ООН, всему мировому сообществу благодарность за принятое в декабре 1995 года решение о признании постоянного нейтралитета Туркменистана, подтвержденное 2 последующими резолюциями Генеральной Ассамблеи. Туркменистан всегда будет помнить об оказанном ему доверии, твердо следовать взятым на себя международным обязательствам. Я еще раз поздравляю все делегации с началом работы 80-й юбилейной сессии Генеральной Ассамблеи Организации Объединенных Наций и желаю успехов в укреплении нашего сотрудничества и взаимопонимания. Благодарю за внимание.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Turkmenistan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, President of the Republic of Chile. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Estimada Presidenta, integrantes de la Asamblea General de Naciones Unidas, a los habitantes y pueblos del mundo. Son 80 años los que han transcurrido desde la creación de las Naciones Unidas. 80 años han pasado también desde que Gabriela Mistral, una mujer chilena, criada entre los cerros del Valle del Elqui, recibió el Premio Nobel de Literatura. Su voz de poeta, de profesora, de diplomática, sigue resonando en nuestra patria y en el mundo. Y fue justamente aquí, en Nueva York, en 1955, que el embajador chileno José Massa leyó el mensaje sobre los derechos humanos escrito por Gabriela Mistral, que decía: yo sería feliz si vuestro noble esfuerzo por obtener los derechos humanos fuese adoptado con toda lealtad por todas las naciones del mundo. Este triunfo será el mayor entre los alcanzados en nuestra época. ¿Hemos acaso alcanzado este triunfo? La respuesta es categórica: no. Y es que a estas alturas yo ya no sé qué decir de Gaza, porque muchos lo han dicho todo, desde esta tribuna y desde otras. Pero por sobre nuestras palabras, de quien quiera que vengan, resuenan las miradas muertas de quienes, siendo inocentes, han perdido la vida. Hoy, siendo 2025, son miles los seres humanos inocentes que pierden la vida solo por ser palestinos, tal como hace 80 años millones la perdían solo por ser judíos. Entonces, más que hablar de cifras, de condenas o de exigencias que resuenan entre estas paredes, quisiera hoy día hablar de humanidad. Gaza es una crisis global porque es una crisis de la humanidad. Y en esta sala, y quienes nos escuchan en sus casas, en sus delegaciones, en sus diversos países, somos justamente todos seres humanos. Por eso, cuando debajo de los escombros yacen niños y niñas, hay un dolor genuino en nuestra patria, en Chile. Y sé que es compartido en la gran mayoría de los países del mundo. Y uno de los problemas que enfrentamos como humanidad es que muchas veces el dolor engendra odio, pero debemos enfrentarlo y combatir con todas nuestras fuerzas al odio. Transformar las ansias de odiar en deseo de justicia, no hacer ninguna concesión a la violencia. Yo no quiero ver a Netanyahu destrozado por un misil junto a su familia. Quiero ver a Netanyahu y a los responsables del genocidio contra el pueblo palestino enfrentados a un tribunal de justicia internacional. En otro contexto, la guerra en Ucrania también nos violenta. Pero algunos se preguntarán, ¿qué tiene que ver con Chile lo que pasa en un país que queda tan lejos y cuyo idioma no entendemos? Algunos nos critican con estos argumentos en nuestra patria. Le respondemos que lo mismo tenemos que ver con la madre palestina acribillada cuando buscaba comida, o con el niño o la niña ucraniana raptada hoy día en Rusia. De nuevo, tiene que ver porque somos todos seres humanos. Y uno de los motivos por los que nos reunimos aquí, quizás el principal, es que seguimos teniendo fe en la humanidad. Nuestros corazones no podemos permitir que dejen de conmoverse frente al dolor, frente a la necesidad de otro como nosotros. Para ello es que justamente nos hemos dado reglas que son avances civilizatorios, productos de aprendizajes de las más grandes tragedias que hemos enfrentado como humanidad. Y esas reglas, y hay que decirlo desde esta tribuna y actuar desde esta instancia, hoy no se están respetando. Porque digámoslo con fuerza, no está bien invitar a negociar a un país neutral y asesinar a tu contraparte violando la soberanía de ese país como se hizo en Doha, Qatar. No está bien bombardear las instalaciones nucleares de un país, tal como ayer tampoco estaba bien argumentando armas de destrucción masiva que no existían. No está bien invadir un país soberano como Ucrania y después imponer una negociación sobre hechos consumados y que todos nos resignemos sin más a ello. Como nos recordaba el escritor francés Albert Camus a propósito de la experiencia de la Segunda Guerra Mundial, si no creemos en nada, si nada tiene sentido y no podemos invocar ningún valor, entonces todo está permitido. No hay ni bien ni mal y nada tiene importancia. Entonces, si aceptáramos aquello, tendríamos que admitir que la razón solo está del lado del que tiene éxito y la regla con la que evaluamos la humanidad sería solo la de la eficacia, o sea, la ley del más fuerte. Quiero decirles que en última instancia, este razonamiento es la justificación del asesinato. En un mundo así, la vida de un hombre o de una mujer o de sus hijos dependerá siempre del azar o de una benevolencia o maleficencia arbitraria. En un mundo así, todos quienes vivan sin condenarlo con todas sus fuerzas son de una manera tan homicidas como el que hace caer la bomba o el que aprieta el gatillo. Especialmente teniendo la voz y el poder de decir basta, como precisamente lo tenemos todos los líderes que estamos en esta sala. Tenemos una responsabilidad mayor. Nos negamos en dar la razón a quienes poseen la fuerza o el dinero, y cuando afirmamos esto se nos tilda de utópicos. Pero ¿qué es la historia sino un permanente viaje utópico? Habrá quienes prefieran solo emprender las tareas que dan resultado en el corto plazo, pero por lo general los atajos conducen a precipicios. Y es que No hace falta tener éxito en el sentido en que se entiende el éxito hoy, al menos en el mundo occidental, para seguir luchando por un mundo más justo. Porque sabemos que justamente esta porfía que compartimos, la que ha permitido cambiar el mundo para que haya más justicia, más libertad, más igualdad, más inclusión, más solidaridad. Por eso, estimados y estimadas, cuando se nos invita a la sumisión, cuando se afirma que la inteligencia está de más, cuando quieran demostrarnos, como han hecho algunos desde este podio, que se puede mentir para sacar ventaja, digámosle que no. No cedamos a la astucia, ni a la violencia, ni a la pasividad. Yo puedo y debo respetar a quien le guste más el color azul que el rojo, a quien profese una fe distinta a la mía, a quien crea que es mejor aumentar o disminuir impuestos según las circunstancias. En el fondo, puedo y debo respetar la diversidad de opiniones. Pero a la vez que respeto la diversidad de la opinión de quien piensa distinto, enfrento la insolencia de quien miente, más aún cuando aquella persona es consciente de ello. Por ejemplo, se ha afirmado en este mismo podio hoy día que no hay tal cosa como el calentamiento global. Esa no es una opinión, es una mentira. Y las mentiras debemos combatirlas. Podemos, por cierto, discutir cuáles son las mejores formas de enfrentar el calentamiento global o quiénes son más responsables que otros, pero no podemos negarlo. Podemos discutir cómo los nazis llegaron a gobernar parte importante de Europa, pero no podemos negar el Holocausto. Podemos estudiar los efectos secundarios de una vacuna,